Good evening and welcome to a regular meeting of the Boca Raton City Council. It is Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. The time is 6:09. Our first item of business is the invocation, which in a moment I'll ask Councilmember Thompson to deliver it. I would mention everyone that please don't save seats. There's plenty of people in the back. There's plenty of seats up front for anyone who wishes to stand. And we welcome you all here tonight. Mr. Thompson, would you please deliver the invocation?
Thank you, Mayor. Heavenly Father, you are great and greatly to be praised. When we're here together, we're so thankful for the opportunity we have to conduct the people's business. And as we do that, we pray for a series of things. First is wisdom. We have smart, intelligent decisions made in the best interest of this community. We pray also for humility. Finally, we pray for the heart of servants, knowing that we are here not to be served, but to serve. And with this, we give you all the praise and the glory. Amen.
Will everyone now please rise and join in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Siddons, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Singer.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Naklis.
Here.
Councilmember Drucker.
Here.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thankful to be here.
Councilmember Wichter.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Do we have any amendments to our agenda? Seeing none? Oh,
Mayor Singer.
Ms. Drucker.
I don't have an amendment. I just have a comment
Please.
on the consent agenda under resolution number 175, 2025, which is the Center for Arts at Meisner Park, which is Boca Festival of Arts. We received some emails. I'm not sure if everyone else did, but we got a few emails about the festival, about our support with the festival. As you know, we've always supported the festival. It's its 20th year. It's a big economic driver. People come here. We need more arts and culture in the city, especially in the downtown area. I mean, I'll be supporting, but I just wanted to clarify that for some of the folks that were questioning some of why we support the Festival of the Arts. And every year we look at all of our different grants, we look at all of our different projects, and if in the future they don't make sense for the city, they don't make sense for the community, then we will reevaluate. Thank you.
Any further comments concerning the agenda or amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, we'll proceed with our agenda. We have no minutes for consideration tonight, nor proclamations or presentations, so return to board appointments. I believe we had all the applicants available interviewed yesterday. Would any member of the public wish to comment on the board appointments only? Seeing no one come forward, we'll turn to the Planning and Zoning Board. All the applicants interviewed yesterday. Council members, we have 2 vacancies. Do I hear a motion or nomination? Mr. Wigder.
I move to nominate Mr. Matthews and Mr. Mirabile.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion?
Just to say, if I may, Mayor, that this is we are blessed to have great applicants. Everybody who applied to this brought a significant amount of experience to the potentially serving on this board, and I think that's a good thing. We should appreciate the fact that folks want to be able to participate and help the city. And we can only choose 2, unfortunately. And this was an instance where we had multiple applicants who had, seemingly the qualifications for the job. And I know, Mayor, you'll probably say this, but let me say, too, that for those who are not chosen, I would recommend that they apply again, because there may come a time when their service is needed. I mean, it's always needed, but there may be a spot for them in the future. And we don't want them to walk away thinking that we don't appreciate their willingness to serve and their having filed applications. I do, and I know I speak for all of us when I say we do appreciate it.
Well said.
Thank you. One note, we have one of these board spots expiring in 2027, one expiring in March of 2026. I did check with the city attorney. Well, one, we should designate who is going to what. We will soon have to re-advertise for the 2026 unless it's the will of the council that we roll that over to a 3-year appointment. What's your pleasure there?
Mayor, I'm happy to make that a 3-year appointment,
okay,
rather than having them come back in 3 months.
Very well. All right.
Second on that.
And just to clarify, it would be for the remainder of the unexpired term created by Ms. Ritchie's vacancy, plus the 3 years, so you're not appointing for just that window and then another 3 year.
Understood.
Correct. So then we have to pick one of them for the longer term. You mentioned Mr. Matthews first. Mr. Wigder, why don't we just go there alphabetically? as a W and as an S. We're usually the back half, but on this case, it's okay. So we've got Mr. Matthews for the longer seat, Mr. Mirabelli for the second seat. We've had a motion that's been seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And they are appointed. That concludes board appointments. We have no responses to workshop information requests, do we, Mr. Sohaney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No responses to information requests.
Thank you. We'll turn to the consent agenda. Would any member of the council wish to remove an item from the consent agenda? Would any member of the public wish to comment on the consent agenda only? Seeing no one come forward, we'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
So moved.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. On the consent agenda, sir? Yes. I didn't see you. Thank you. Please give your name and address. You'll have up to 3 minutes.
Joseph Pujalski, 17309 Balboa Point Way. You are being asked to spend $125,000 on architectural drawings for 4 new softball fields at Sugar Sand Park related to relocating the downtown fields, while at the same time communicating that you are in the environmental phase and you haven't rebuilt the tennis courts at Boca Golf and Racquet Club because a recreational master plan is needed before you can act on recreation. Your city manager has put said plan on hold despite numerous requests from the dais for it. Instead of the mayor having respect for and finding common ground with the Save Boca community, he referenced court as a proper forum. Commissioner Widger went as far as defaming his political opponent in his commissioner's report yesterday. I'm here to comment publicly on facts that aren't being discussed openly with the public, needs to be informed about regardless of one's views on Save Boca and Boca's elected officials. I've spent the past 20 years in Boca negotiating ground leases, and I'm a retail placemaking advocate. My business is relying on the
Mr.
tariffs
Pujalski?
and CPREs, and I
Sir.
can tell you the mistakes.
Sir,
This is related to the softball.
we will have
fields.
public comment, then please make your comments on the softball field, please.
That's what this is related to. And I can tell you the mistakes the city has made come with a huge opportunity cost. The city accepted a check for $25,000 dated November 20th, 2024 from Terra International Developments. City staff responded to a public records request by admitting, quote, no records exist reflecting due diligence on the financial strength or ownership structure
Sir?
of Terra International
Sir,
Developments. This
I'm
is
sorry,
related to
you-
the softball fields
sir,
on
you-
the consent agenda
sir,
that you're relocating.
Please
to
talk
downtown.
about the softball fields then.
Or Terra Group LLC, other than what was provided for in their bid response. So all we have is some transactional values for deals that 2 DBAs, Frisbee Group and Terra, were allegedly involved in. Financials and a guarantee are what you call a deal breaker, which is why they are.
Mr. Pujalski, I'm sorry, I'm going to rule you out of order, sir.
Terms are discussed and others like related have provided.
Mr.
them
Pujalski,
in
please.
P3 agreements. Here are partners in newly formed.
Mr. Pujalski, Mr. Pujalski, you please talk about the softball field. We have time for public comment later. But you're not talking about the softball field. You're talking about other issues, sir. So please.
Are the softball fields not downtown currently?
You're talking about a whole range of things. This is about a softball fields relating
That
to
you're
the master
spending
plan of Sugar Sand.
$125,000 on architectural drawings for.
Sir, just conclude.
I will. Related have provided them in P3 agreements. Here, our partner is a newly formed Delaware entity formed by new partners that have never developed a single project together with no guarantor. There has been no operating agreement provided, and we have no visibility on the financials or ownership in said entity or related entities and individuals. The city has an agreement for professional services with CBRE. Article 2 of said agreement requires proposers to provide guarantees to the city. There's been zero reference to the interim report that the partner was required to submit way back on September 5th per section 17.1 of the interim agreement. Last month was the first update from CBRE in 6 months, despite being on every agenda and the mayor specifically calling upon CBRE for an update on July 15th. When questioned by Commissioner Widger on what is missing, CBRE failed to disclose that Terra International Developments is liable under other P3 agreements, but that in this agreement, the required guarantee.
Thank you. Your time's expired. Sir, your time has expired. Sir, Mr. Pujalski, you didn't mention softball once, so please. Sir, at the beginning, after I asked you multiple times to come back to it, you didn't. We will have public comment later. There's other people waiting to talk about items. You have an item on the consent agenda, sir.
I would like to talk about the softball complex.
Sure, please.
Okay, and
But
later I'd like to
please
talk
note-
about the downtown campus
Sir, one second.
redevelopment.
Your mic's not on. We'll turn it on. But please, we're talking of, this is about, why don't we talk about what Resolution 178 actually is? It's a work order concerning softball fields at Sugar Sand Park. So if you'll confine your remarks to that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Big picture, we had an estimate with a contractor initially for the softball fields at Sugar Sands Park. So what this is after further review, this is basically asking the city council approval for a contract price adjustment of $50,000 or more, and that has to be approved by the city council. And the reason for that is since then we've taken a look at the trees, and the original estimate previously was based on 500 trees potentially being removed. Again, we have not decided to remove those trees, but after looking at it, there's more than 500 trees. So this is just an adjustment with the contractor. So in the event that we go forward and remove trees, we've already allocated the resources for the contractor. That's what this resolution is about. Any more questions?
I think that's it. Thank you.
May I ask a question real quick?
Please.
Mr. Sahaney, when will that decision be made as to whether the trees will be removed?
So that decision will be made in the spring, before May 4th.
So not a decision that's being made now, it's one that will be made in the spring of 2026?
That's correct.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir, please. Name and address.
Martin Bell, 761 Southwest 3rd Street. I'm also planning to speak later about the downtown campus redevelopment, but I've got some comments about just the softball field. And I wrote an email to the city council this morning outlining why I believe that this is a circumvention of the March 2026 referendum on the downtown redevelopment. Originally, the softball fields were planned to be eradicated from Memorial Park to make way for private development. Since that time, that was a permanent move made by the city council and the mayor. Since that time, the developer has changed his plans and has moved to target land west of Northwest 2nd Avenue. But the city council and the mayor have not reversed the referendum on the new softball complex. And I've seen estimates from 12 million, and yesterday I heard an estimate up to 20 million. And that's not even included in the $200 million that is budgeted for downtown redevelopment, which is an overestimation anyway. So that and the office building are not included in those estimates. So it's really 230 million, and those costs need to be adjusted. It's a superfluous pet project, and it was a deal made with a nonprofit. And it was made as not a standalone agenda item, but rather was tucked in as part of the downtown redevelopment plan. And I have an email that I sent to the city council with receipts. If anybody would like a copy of it, I'd be happy to forward it to them. bellconsulting@live.com, bellconsulting@live.com. I included rationale, logic, attachments, links, everything. So that should be reversed. This is interference with the referendum. This is circumvention of the referendum, and doing any work at that site at this point in time needs to be deferred until after the March 2026 referendum. Anyway, details. I have more details. If anybody wants to email me, please do. And I look forward to speaking again later tonight about the downtown redevelopment.
Mr. Saini, could you just update people on when is
Sure.
on the expenditure timeline?
Yeah, so, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just kind of, at the direction of council, we are continuing to do an environmental assessment. Okay, that's where we're at, and we're not going to move forward beyond that without council direction. And so on April 15th, my timeline is I'm going to get an arborist report that's going to explain to me what exactly the tree removal process looks like. And then on May 4th, I'm scheduled to give a presentation on the conceptual plan that'll include whether or not we're going to move forward at the direction of the council. So spring of 2026 is when we're going to move forward at the direction of council, and I'm targeting May 4th at this point.
Thank you. Any other comments on the consent agenda only? Seeing no one come forward, we'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as adopted.
So
Do I hear a motion?
moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, Ms. Siddons, please.
Singer.
Yes.
Nachlas.
Yes.
Drucker.
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
Wigder.
Yes.
Motion passes 5 votes to 0.
Thank you. We'll now turn to item 10, resolutions and other business. We have two items. They are related. the Government Campus Partnership Opportunity Update, as well as Resolution 180, 2025. Council members, what's your pleasure? Do we want to take them together, have the presentations on both, and then public comment, or hear one first and then hear the second?
I'd say take them together.
All right, very well. So we can, how about this? Why don't we have a report from staff, we can have the resolution read, have the discussion on both, and then we'll have public comment. So with that, why don't we just read the resolution title, because that'll take Ms. Siddons off the hook for then. Then we can have an update from staff and our third-party presenters.
Resolution 180, 2025, a resolution of the City of Boca Raton, Florida, providing for submission to the electors of a referendum question regarding the proposed downtown campus public-private partnership, P3, master partnership agreement and related long-term ground leases to be considered at the March 10th, 2026 uniform municipal election, providing for severability, providing for appealer, providing an effective date.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Sohani, can you walk us through who will be presenting on each of these components?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Deputy City Manager and our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Zervis, along with our independent financial firm, PFM, will make the presentation.
Mayor Singer, can I say something before we start?
Please.
If you all start talking, we can't hear up here, and there's more information that'll probably be presented. We've had 24 hours to digest. So if you want to have conversations, we have a room outside. The meeting is outside. You can watch it and you can hear it. But when you start having side conversations, we up here can hear the way that we're sitting. Sometimes it's hard to hear the person on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drucker. I was going to say something before public comment, but I think it's appropriate now. Yes, please be respectful of one another. We're all neighbors. We might have different views on things, but we all want to be heard. When someone has a microphone, they'll have the opportunity to be heard. But if you're talking and we can hear you, then other people in the audience can certainly hear you. That means they can't hear who's speaking. Everyone who wants to speak will have an opportunity to speak. Please be respectful. We heard some applause. You're free to applaud. As I've said before, if you applaud for one person and not for others, their feelings might be hurt. More importantly, though, it does extend the time here, so I know that a lot of people want to speak and then hopefully get home. So if you dispense with the applause, we'll all get through this so everyone can be heard more quickly. Mr. Zervis.
Yes, Mayor and members of the City Council, I'm Jim Zervis. I'm your Chief Financial Officer and a Deputy City Manager. Over the past several months, your council has heard regular updates regarding the downtown campus redevelopment plan, including gross revenue estimates provided by both the developer and CBRE. And those have been shared on a regular basis as the project has matured over the last several months. Today, you're going to hear from the city's independent financial consultant, PFM Group Consulting, LLC. So the city contracted with PFM Group to do an independent fiscal analysis of the Tara Frisbee proposal. That work has been ongoing for several months, over the past 6 months, really, and has involved running different scenarios from, the original submittal that we received from Tara Frisbee to what is before the council currently in its current form. So while PFM's gross revenue projections are consistent with the numbers that you've seen from CBRE and the developer, the scope of PFM's engagement goes well beyond those gross revenue estimates. So PFM provided an independent and comprehensive fiscal analysis that meets the requirements under Florida Statute Section 255 pertaining to public-private partnerships, and it goes on to exceed those requirements in several areas. So PFM was engaged, and part of their analysis really is in a few different components. There is a regional economic analysis that you'll hear tonight. This speaks to the overall impact, economic impact of the proposed development on the region. So on a county-wide basis, what does it do from a job creation standpoint? What does it do from a GDP or an economic contribution at the county-wide level? Secondly, you'll hear that PFM conducted a fiscal analysis. And this goes beyond the gross revenue estimates to include really all available or reasonably available revenue streams from the project, and goes on to project future operating costs related to the project as well, and a net fiscal impact from the project on an annual basis. Their projections exclude certain revenue streams such as transfer fees and upside profits. You'll hear from them as they speak to those projections. Those were excluded because the timing of those isn't reasonably predictable for us to be able to look to how we fund various public improvements. And so the final part of the presentation that you'll hear tonight is how do we fund the public improvements? This is a P3. There's the private development side, largely east of 2nd, and there is the public side, largely west of 2nd. And there's a number of public improvements on the west side, including the reconstruction or construction, really, of Memorial Park, tennis center, recreation center, city hall, all those elements that have been shown to you in previous presentations, as well as some traffic and mobility improvements to support the development, and some of those costs are shared between the developer and the city, and a parking garage element. And so those costs really go beyond the direct impact of the project. These are costs, these are needs that exist within the community now, replacing the aged community center, for example, or the city hall. And we've projected costs for all of those public improvements. And we've also looked at the available revenue streams from the private development to see how much of the private development, or how much of those funds that are available from the private development can be available to fund the needed public improvements. So we'll talk a little more in detail as PFM goes through their presentation about how those line up to meet the existing needs that the city has for those various public infrastructure components. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to PFM. Kevin Plentzler, Director with PFM, and Mallory Richards, a Senior Analyst with PFM, are here to present.
Thank you. Before we turn it over, Councilmembers, do you have any questions for Mr. Zervis, just for the intro? I've got one just for the public here.
Sure.
We went through this yesterday. The cost assumptions are based on the current programming plan that are part of the current plans that have been discussed, but we're not obligated to spend exactly that sum of money or build the improvements in exactly that way.
That's correct, Mayor. In fact, we're very early in the development of the public side of the improvements, so the scope of those can change depending on what the council ultimately settles on, and the cost estimates will be refined as we go through the normal development process. So no, none of that's set in stone, and that's all available to be changed. My understanding is that really any time in the development of the project, even after a master development agreement is approved, if that were to happen.
So just to summarize then, the expenses may change. It's contrast from the revenues because the master partnership agreement does provide for defined payments and defined set things. So the revenues are a little more certain. The expenses are less certain because the program may change based on council direction.
That's correct, and we have more control over the expense side and are able to adjust that depending on what happens in the future as to cost estimates and future costs of delivering those improvements.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
No other questions?
Yeah.
Welcome, PFM.
Good evening. Appreciate you having us here today. Mallory, could you pass that over? Thank you. Yeah, we're here to, as Mr. Zervis has provided a very good summary of where we're headed today, and we're going to just start moving through the presentation. You'll see here that we've got just a quick summary of where we're headed in terms of a review of our executive summary, the discussion of economic and fiscal impacts of the project, and then a review of the elements of public investment and a look at the preliminary financing review based on the information we've put together to date. Here on the executive summary, you'll see here that we do have a handful of scenarios as this project has kind of evolved over time. Scenario 4 being the one we're really concentrating on, as that's kind of where we've ended up as we've walked through the scenarios to date. You'll see that scenario 4 has a mix of multifamily apartment, condominium, retail component, an office component, and some hotel space, with a development timeline extending from 2029 through 2032 as currently projected by the development entity. We also calculated the economic impacts of the project, looking at the direct jobs, total output, and on an annual basis. So you can see those there located on the bottom of the slide, and also looking at the fiscal impacts of the project on an annual basis as well, looking at operating revenues, operating expenditures, a net fiscal impact as well, and looking at the cumulative 99-year revenues. You can see here that the full build-out, and these numbers are projected at full build-out, so really looking at the timing of those revenues approximately in 2032, 2033. Also consistent with the P3 nature of this project, per Florida statute, we've been analyzing this project via subsection 255 of Florida statutes in terms of better understanding how this project, how the cost share works, and to make sure that there isn't really a public subsidy of developer profit associated with a project of this nature. And then also looking at the economic benefits of the project, really focusing on the economic impacts as well as the fiscal impact of the project at hand. So we wanted to evaluate both those items, and that was done as well. We have the various scenarios here, really concentrating on scenario 4. You can just see the relationship between total revenue, total expenditures, and net fiscal impact over the duration of the project when you really extend out to 99 years, seeing that there is a positive net fiscal impact over time. And lastly, we have a summary of a fiscal impact comparison of the various scenarios, once again, really focusing on scenario 4. Given the large volume of numbers on the screen, I tend to focus on the 20 and 30-year numbers, usually because we're really bonding out over those time periods. So we have the net present value of your operating revenues from the project, and then looking at the operating expenditures and net fiscal impact. So you can see all those summarized therein, and those really are the backbone of how we start to look at how to use the project, the net fiscal benefit of the project to finance public investment needs for the city.
All right. So our economic impacts are broken up into two primary components. There are the economic impacts of construction that are felt one time at the point of construction, and then there are the ongoing economic impacts of the operation of the development components. And these economic impacts are broken up into three primary effect types: the direct effects, which are the effects of the actual spending or change that's occurring; the indirect effects, which represent the business-to-business activity; and the induced effects, which represent household spending as a product of additional labor income or households moving into Boca. Economic impacts are then further broken down into employment, labor income, which represents both wage and salary income as well as benefits; value added, which is essentially the contribution to GDP; and output, which is equal to labor income plus value added plus any intermediate inputs. So on the economic impacts of construction, you can see we have it here broken out by phase of construction. Because there are only two phases here, but they take place over 4 years, we've broken it down into each year of construction. And on the next slide here, we have both the cumulative and the annual average. And again, the annual average here is kind of the more important number because these are one-time construction impacts. They will only be felt over that 2029 to 2032 construction period. There's also the construction impact of the public development components. These are estimated separately, and we've only estimated the economic impacts of the construction of the public development components. We know that there will be additional kind of ongoing economic impacts. However, these are not measured. We do have some of these kind of baked into our fiscal impact analysis because we know that, as a result, there will be additional staffing and expenditures required, and that'll show up in our fiscal impact. So we have, in that way, accounted for the public components. The ongoing operations, this is just kind of a high-level overview of how these economic impacts are estimated. So for apartments, it's going to be the additional household income of residents of the apartments, as well as the operational expenditures for multifamily buildings. For the condominiums, it's just going to be the household income. For retail, office, and hotel, it's kind of the economic activity of these spaces, whether that be through sales or employment. And here we have the ongoing economic activity by phase. These are going to be additive, such that in 2030, you're seeing the economic impacts both from the Phase 1 development in 2029, as well as the Phase 1 development in 2030. And at the bottom of the screen here, we have the total economic impacts at full build-out. So you can see over 500 direct jobs supported, with about $47 million in annual labor income and an overall economic output of over $250 million annually. Moving on to our fiscal impacts. The fiscal impacts refer to the actual impacts that residents, employees, visitors, and building structures have on the City of Boca Raton's government through the general and special revenue funds. These impacts include revenues generated by taxes, fees, and other charges, while expenditures are for things like police, public works, fire, etc. And the methodology that we've employed in these estimates is we directly estimate items such as property tax revenue, CRA revenue, and ground rent. And then we use a per capita approach for other items. That includes calculation of the revenues using the latest public financial documents, so the ACFR files, and getting those on a per capita level using the appropriate population base, whether it be per person, per employee, or both. And from an economic perspective, this is equivalent to assuming that average revenue generation applies to the development being evaluated. This is reasonable for two reasons. Governments must run balanced budgets, so the current revenues and expenditures are appropriate for the current circumstances. And assuming long-run averages apply, any excess capacity is maintained in the various systems and is therefore not allocated to the project. So again, focusing here on scenario 4, we have an overview of the taxable property values in 5-year increments, as well as at the 99-year level. And over 99 years, over $11.3 billion of taxable value is generated. Here we have an overview of the fiscal impact. So 10 years after our projection start year of 2026, the project will generate $14.8 million in new revenues, $6.3 million in new expenditures, and $8.5 million of net fiscal impact to the city. Here we have an overview of the impacts to the city's operating budget, again in 5-year increments, as well as on the 99-year level. And what I want to draw your attention to are 2 data points in here: the cumulative 99-year revenue at $3.4 billion, and then the 99-year net present value at $138.2 million. And moving on to capital revenue, we have a couple sources of capital revenue. Those are going to be for the impact fees levied for both parks and recreation, as well as water and sewer, and the upfront revenues. In the case of scenario 4, this is $7.8 million, and that $7.8 million has been included as available to fund debt service associated with the financing of city infrastructure costs.
With respect to pro forma review, one of the important elements of the analysis was really trying to better understand the nature of the structure of the deal and the various elements, and understanding the rate of return to the developer to make sure that given the relationship in a P3, that there isn't going to be a public subsidy of private profit. So we wanted to better understand the estimated internal rate of return to the developer based on a review of their documentation with respect on the various elements of the project, and looking at that in today's dollars on a net present value basis, look at that IRR. So we were able to gather the information from the developer and review it, and also stress test it, looking at and better understanding, looking at market averages and information with respect to lease rates, occupancy, and typical operational expense ratios. All those things are very important for 2 reasons. One, to better estimate the value of the the project, so that would naturally impact the taxable value of the project, but also estimate the nature of the rate of return of the project overall and the timing of those revenues as the project matures and moves forward. So we did that for each element and wanted to make sure that we were looking at that in a way that would be consistent with how a property appraiser might value a project, and also looking at the pro forma models and making sure that the estimated lease rates, cap rates, resulting IRRs were going to be reasonable given the nature of the project. In this case, when we went through that process and to get a better understanding and stress test the models, we estimate that the IRR from the project to the developer is approximately 20%. This is very typical and is kind of the targeted rate of return for a project of this scale and complexity, which really ranges from 15 to 25% given the capital risk that's put in motion when you develop a project of this scale and the various complexities of building apartments, office, condos, hotels, et cetera, and moving forward. So based on our review and analysis, we were comfortable in noting that it did not appear that there was really a public subsidy of private profit in this case. And that's really summarized here at the bottom of this slide. And also prior to that, we have gone through the analysis and looked at all the various stress testing that was done to really kind of validate those estimates and figures as we went through the analysis. So that gave us comfort that our estimated IRR that the developer was receiving was consistent with normal market rates of return. Here on the preliminary financing summary for scenario 4, this is a list of public investments and summary of costs. And it's important to note that this is kind of is a separate and distinct element from the project itself. The project itself is the apartments, the hotels, et cetera, that are really generating revenue and a taxable value base and ground lease revenue that are going to be available to generate a funding source for projects that are listed here. So, this, in the example of apples and oranges, the project is the apple. These are the oranges here of what wants to be funded, and they're very separate and distinct elements from the project itself. They may be included within the boundaries of the project, but they are separate and distinct in terms of how we're going to figure out how to fund them going forward. And it's important to note that, in working with the city, we understand that these numbers are very much preliminary. We have, there's cost estimates that have been generated, but, the nature of the projects can change over time. So this is the best estimate we have today. With respect to the fiscal impact that was generated, we built the models and looked at the total revenue, total expenditures, and the net fiscal impact, and then looked at the dollars available for debt service, which do include some of that upfront payment of the $7.8 million, which is shown there in the area highlighted in yellowish orange. And so those dollars would be available for debt service. We also had to be considerate of the timing of when those dollars would be available when building out a financing plan. So you can see how those are broken out amongst the CRA and non-CRA revenue streams. This will be important for financing considerations when you look to see how much the project could truly support from the revenue streams forecasted. So in this case, per the bond sizings provided, you'll have two series of bonds that are forecasted to be issued, one being a non-CRA bond, one being a CRA bond. The CRA bond is constrained by a couple different items, one being the sunsetting of the CRA in 2042, so that limits the bond year period. We also have an issue with timing of cash flow. So in that bonding scenario, we did have to account for capitalized interest, which does result in slightly reduced funds for projects. Here we kind of summarize the preliminary sources and uses. Currently estimated, the project itself generates a net fiscal benefit. Therefore, there are the ability to generate project funds of approximately $114 million. You can see all the different types of uses that are kind of targeted. Some of these can be funded with the projects. Others will result in the need for additional sources given the natural funding gap, as it's pretty atypical to have one project fund such a large set of natural all the community's needs here that are listed here. So we just want to note that there is a funding gap, and that would be one of the reasons why.
Mayor, I'd like to speak to a little bit on this slide about the other available funding sources. So as Kevin had mentioned, and as you're well aware, the proposed lease is a 99-year term lease and generating in excess of $3.3 billion in gross revenue over that 99 years. But not all of that is available for funding. As we previously explained, there's operational costs, and we get down to a net fiscal impact. But even that net fiscal impact is delivered over 99 years. And from a financing standpoint, we can only look to that first 30-year window in order to fund a potential bond issue or other funding streams. And again, we're talking about a hypothetical bond issue here. That is just for discussion purposes as to how the city may finance these improvements. We will continue to evaluate other funding options when it comes to actually delivering, but I think the example holds to help illustrate the funds that are available to fund the list of public improvements. So again, we're looking at that net fiscal impact for the first 30 years, understanding that there's a few years up front where the project is being constructed and not generating revenues yet. So it's actually a little less than 30 years that we're actually looking to finance a debt repayment from. And so when we look at that, as shown in the previous slides, we can look to that to support about $114 million of project proceeds, meaning proceeds from a potential bond issue that would be available to fund these lists of improvements. As shown here, we have a pretty exhaustive list of public improvements replacing some facilities that, the City Hall and the Recreation Center that have been here since the 60s. And so these needs have been here well before this project was envisioned. And if the project were not to move forward, we would still have this list of of needs to fund, with the exception of the parking garage and potentially some of the transportation and mobility elements. And that's when Kevin is talking about kind of distinct factors within the P3 that we're talking about. We have on one side the private development, that is the private elements that are generating this net fiscal impact to the city. On the other side, we have a fairly exhaustive list of public improvements that we're looking to deliver to the community. That list totals to about $201 million. So there's about an $87 million difference between what the project can support from a bonding capacity and what the project costs are estimated at this point. And again, those project scope and costs may change. But that $87 million is the current estimate. I've listed 3 different revenue sources potentially or funding sources really to make up that difference that are currently available to the city. Our existing CRA has bonding capacity. Our CRA generates positive tax increment. We have no debt, so there's bonding capacity there that the CRA could look to help fund some of that need. We have about $34.8 million of proceeds from the sale of the golf course that are in excess of what would be needed in order to build the softball fields over at Sugar Sand. That funding is available. Your council has given direction that that's to be used for recreational elements. There are certainly recreational elements as a part of Memorial Park that we could look to fund with that funding and be consistent with your prior direction. And then our CRA does have about $49.5 million in cash at the end of September 30th, 2024. Some of that is allocated within the current budget, but could be reallocated to help fund elements of this project if that's something the council and the CRA board desired. I listed these 3 options. It's not an exhaustive list. There are other options available to the city to look to fund this project list if that's the desire. I included these 3 because they provided, I think, good viable options, but also in conjunction with the project revenues of $114 million. These options could fully fund the uses list without increasing taxes to any of our residents in the city. So these are options that would not require any kind of additional tax levy. There are other options that could do the same, and there are certainly options we could look to that would involve a tax levy. But that's why these were included, if there's any questions to that. But again, this is not set in stone, just to provide some context and a pathway forward to show you what this might look like in order to fully fund all of the public elements of the project.
Council members, questions? Ms.
I
Nicholas?
just want to make a statement. So, Mr. Zervis, this $201 million, this expense exists with or without the partner?
With the exception of the parking garage, which
Okay.
the parking garage would support the private elements in the development and the
Okay.
public elements.
But
So,
everything else?
and potentially some shared transportation costs. All of the other elements there, the police substation, the community center, city hall, those are all investments that are needed in the community regardless of whether or not there is a private developer involved.
Right, which go beyond the scope of the project, as
That's
you said
correct.
earlier.
That's
Okay,
correct.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Just a point of clarification, you said the CRA fund balances were as of 9/30/24, or is it 9/30/25, what reflects here?
Thank you, 9/30/25.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And Mr. Zervis, to go back to what you said at the outset, you talked about this as a hypothetical bond financing. And could you just educate again everyone why we set it up this way to comply with the P3 statute?
Sure. The P3 statute, Florida statute, section 255, requires certain analysis be done. You heard about confirming the internal rate of return with the developer to make sure there's not a public subsidy of a private profit. Another part of that is showing a study that proves or demonstrates cost effectiveness. And that is really part of what we're looking at here, as to look at the long-term financial implications and to show that it's a cost-effective solution or option with respect to the development. I hope that answered your
You
question.
did, yes. And then yesterday, we also talked about the discount rate that CBRE used, 4.5. This one used a more conservative rate for these purposes of 5. We had a conversation that both were viable, but could you elaborate, or you or PFM elaborate on those, please?
Yeah, yes, CBRE, just for clarification, CBRE used a 4.5% discount rate. PFM used a 5%. I'll ask Kevin to respond to how they selected their discount rate and why they feel it's appropriate for this analysis.
Sure, yeah, on the discount rate front, when looking at a discount rate for the riskiness of the cash flows to the city, using some other references, offices of management and budget on the federal side, and looking at taxation revenues, et cetera, it's pretty typical to see a 3 to 7% type of discount rate. And it's really just the nature of the revenue that would be available to the city in the form of real estate taxes and other revenues that are pretty much very secure. And there's an assumption there, and it's a reasonable one that, or depending on where you stand, is that you're going to have once the development is in place, those taxes are generally pretty reliable sources of revenue to the city, and that and those are generally fixed. So those are understood as revenues that are pretty secure and don't result in a lot of variability or riskiness to them. The other element to that is really kind of looking at understanding the nature of the city and its cost of capital, which also can also influence the nature of a discount rate to understand, if the city's borrowing rate is like anywhere between 4 and 4.5%, which is generally kind of where the city of Boca Raton is. Looking at applying a discount rate to the cash flows that would be available to the city of 5% would be a reasonable estimate. And also looking at the 30-year Treasury note, which is trading at around 470, give or take, we've added some additional basis points to that kind of as context. So to provide, various different ways to get to a 5% number.
And I asked the same question yesterday. I'll ask it again because it was right the same segue. You use the current interest rates are higher now than they have been generally over the last 10 years, but you're looking at the current rate rather than an interest rate more reflective of the last 10 years.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Further questions? Mr. Wigder.
Thank you. Just to refresh my recollection, my understanding is that part of the transaction potentially has percentage rent or profit sharing component, but because those are not certain, they're estimated, that PFM is not considering those in its evaluation. Is that right?
Yes, we excluded those. When the information was provided to us, we were asked, should we include it? And we felt very strongly that those are revenues that are not particularly reliable, and we wouldn't want to include those to suggest that that would be something that we could count on for financing purposes from the city perspective. So those were excluded.
Thank you. And Mr. Zervis, likewise, with respect to Meisner Park, in the same fashion, we budget for the fixed rent, but we do not budget for the percentage rent, I guess for a similar reason, because they're estimated, and as a city, we're not permitted to kind of guesstimate on what that percentage revenue is going to be. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, that's correct.
Right. And I guess with respect to those, when we look at what CBRE and the developer have proposed in terms of projected cash flows, and then PFM, there's this discrepancy. Is the reason why there could be a discrepancy of $3 billion versus $4 billion the fact that the CBRE model included percentage rent, or at least proposed percentage rent, which we know is not guaranteed and which is estimated, versus the PFM, analysis, which obviously just includes what we are permitted to reflect as we would in a city?
Yes, that's accurate.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wigder, I'd just like to expound on that a little bit. I don't know that I wouldn't characterize it as a discrepancy necessarily between the two.
Well, there's
I think,
two differences.
Yeah, I think they were developed for different purposes. And so the CBRE revenue projections that were shown originally to show the distinction between, the four different proposals and the different proposals as they matured over the development cycle, focusing on the project-specific or the deal-specific revenue components, the major ones, being property tax, transfer fees, and ground rent payments. What we asked PFM to do was a more thorough and in-depth analysis as to its impact on the city's financial resources. So if you look into the appendix of the report, you'll see a much more detailed list of revenues that we think are associated just with the economic development of the project, and of course the operating expenditures. So I think two different purposes, but as I said in my initial comments, the gross revenue estimates of $3.3 billion are very similar between the CBRE projections and PFM. They were totally independent analysis and got there differently, but there's not a big discrepancy between the two.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Sanger. So I think we've talked about this a little bit with the Florida legislature and the ad valorem taxes. I know, Mr. Service, you and I had a conversation on some analysis that were put out by the property appraiser's office with all the different scenarios. They had 8 different proposals that are out there right now in the Florida legislature. They're meeting this week. Again, the legislative session starts in January. And are we able to grab that information that they already have and kind of put it into these models so that we could have a more accurate as the plans continue to move? Because what I think will happen, I'll get an update on Monday of next week, and I think what will happen before the end of the year and session kicking off is that we'll kind of really understand which of these proposals are really going to be what they're calling fast track to the legislature. And are we able to just plug that in and see what that would impact not only CBRE, but the numbers with PFM? I think that's important for us to continue to monitor.
Yes, Councilmember Drucker, we have run, I've had our staff run very detailed analysis on all 8 House joint proposals, and we have financial projections on all 8 scenarios. The county has also run their estimates, and we are comparing those estimates right now. They're very close, but we have a very good understanding of the impact of those proposals. As those proposals mature and turn into a final, or something that moves forward, we are prepared to quickly reanalyze those impacts as soon as we know what we're analyzing to. Now, I would say as it pertains, so the answer is yes, and we're happy to discuss all, those impacts with the council, especially once we know what is actually moving forward. As it pertains to this project in particular, it's my understanding that the project will have a payment in lieu of taxes provision that will protect the city and the CRA their revenue stream that would otherwise be property taxes. If the legislature were to do something that would eliminate or reduce property taxes, that those revenue streams would be protected under this scenario, which that's an important factor because, absent this, if the city were to sell the property and have it developed, by a future owner, you wouldn't have that type of guarantee in place that would protect the tax revenues for the foreseeable future. So it's a distinction that is kind of unique to this type of deal, being able to embed that into a master development agreement.
Yes, I know we discussed that at our last council meeting, not yesterday, but the one before. For us, it's also important just to have that data as they move forward with these proposals for their potential ballot item, so that we understand how that could impact our city, depending on other, just in general as well, as we prepare, because it'll be an interesting timing depending, because that'll be a ballot item in November of next year, and our budget is earlier in the year. So again, it's good to just kind of be prepared for that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Singer.
Further questions of staff? All right. Mr. Sohani, I guess the floor is yours we should talk about the ballot. I'm sorry?
Mayor, I think I sidetracked PFM's presentation, so I think there's actually a couple more slides before
that
they
would make
finish
sense
up.
because we didn't get all the way. Yes, all right, thank you.
That's okay. These next ones are really, for those who like to nerd out on bond finance, we'll keep it short and sweet. So really the nature of these next two slides is looking at the revenue constraints column and the proposed debt service when you're looking at these bond scenarios, and looking at the unused revenues column as well, and when you build out a bond sizing and you're trying to really make it as efficient as possible, you want to make sure that you're staying as positive as you can on that unused revenues, although it is pretty typical when you get to a project of this scale that sometimes you will find some slight negative numbers just given the nature of the timing of revenues and the nature of the debt service that needs to be financed. So those can be adjusted accordingly, and like I said, these are very top line preliminary numbers that would further be adjusted as you move through the scenarios and timing of this type of project. And similarly, you have this financing, and this is the CRA financing, which is a shorter term maturing in 2042. You can see in those first 3 years, we do have a capitalized interest component. So you'll see the unused revenues there as well. And in this case, they're staying all positive based on the structuring of the debt. And then from here on out is just a series of appendices associated with scenario 4 with all the assumptions kind of used to build out the fiscal modeling that was done here, and happy to click through those as needed.
All right, thank you. Further questions now? All right, thank you very much, PFM. Stand by, please. Mr. Sohani, we'll go to the other items before we open up public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the master partnership agreement and long-term ground leases near completion, City Council has determined that voter ratification is an essential step to ensure that the downtown campus P3 moves forward only with clear public approval. Florida law requires that ballot titles and ballot questions be submitted to the Supervisor of Elections by early December for placement on the March 10th, 2026 Uniform Municipal Election ballot, and limits ballot language to specific word counts. I believe the word count limit is 75. Adoption of this resolution ensures timely transmittal of legally compliant ballot language and formally submits the referendum question to the electorate. Accordingly, I recommend adoption of Resolution 180-2025.
All right, thank you. Any questions on that? All right, then we'll open up the public hearing. When your name is called, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes. Give your name and address, please. Again, please hold your comments. If you want to discuss, you can sit out in the ante room. You can view the meeting, but we want to make sure everyone is heard. Mike Massarella, Naomi Hassig, Lorraine Blank. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes, thank you. You're Ms. Hassig. Thank you. And that's fine. If anyone, by the way, if you've submitted a card, you choose not to speak because you feel that someone else has said it, or for whatever reason, we will keep your card as part of the file like they do at the Florida Legislature. So if anyone else has cards you want to submit in writing and just be made part of the record, please do so. Mr. Massarella.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michael Massarella, 139 Northwest 3rd Street, Boca Raton. I've been a resident of Boca Raton for more than 6 decades, and I care deeply about how this city conducts its business. I'm here tonight to acknowledge and appreciate Judge Curley's ruling last week. The court issued a temporary injunction because the proposed Save Boca ballot measures violated both our city charter and the Florida Constitution. The order made it clear that the measures were drafted in a way that restricted the city's basic municipal powers and bypassed the procedures that are in place to protect residents from unclear and misleading ballot questions. The judge also found that placing these measures on the ballot would cause irreparable harm, not just to the city of Boca Raton as an institution, but to all of us as voters. When ballot language is unconstitutional or procedurally improper, it doesn't inform the public, it confuses the public. And confusion at the ballot box is something Boca Raton cannot afford. I want to be clear. The ruling isn't about winning or losing. It's about barriers. The barriers that ensure changes to our city laws are legitimate, transparent, and grounded in sound legal process. Those barriers exist for a reason. They prevent any group, no matter how well-intentioned, from rewriting the rules of government without following the lawful steps that every charter amendment must follow. As someone who has watched this city evolve for 67 years, I've learned that the strength of Boca Raton has always come from careful planning, responsible stewardship, and respect for process. Shortcuts, especially those written into law, create long-term problems that the community ends up paying for. So tonight, I simply want to thank the court for enforcing the standards that keep our city stable and trustworthy. And I want to thank this council for maintaining a commitment to lawful, transparent governance as we continue conversations about our future. Boca Raton is strongest when we move forward thoughtfully, not hastily, and this ruling helps ensure that we do exactly that. Thank you.
Dr. Blank? As I said, if not everyone gets equal applause, some people's feelings will be hurt. Best to avoid. Dr. Blank.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lorraine Blank, 545 Northwest 7th Street. I watched the workshop yesterday remotely, and I didn't see all of the discussion that I saw there tonight, but I did note yesterday that you're finally coming around to discovering that the project's net present value is not the inflated number that you've been reporting. I just remember that for months I've been telling you that. Your NPV is collapsing because you're refusing to count all the real costs. Now you're looking at the impact of construction costs, and finally, good. But think about the impact if you were adding environmental, social, or distributional costs, which I understand is now considered best practice, and you're not doing that. So the picture goes from bleak to devastating. At the last meeting, I reported that I had used 3 independent AI platforms to analyze the project's threat to the Banyans. Remember, the Banyans are now a central feature of the Banyan Village. I turned to AI because I saw no evidence at all that the city had done its own analysis. The threat to the banyan trees is not just an environmental issue, it's a financial issue, it's a social cost that you've ignored in the same way you've consistently ignored all of the non-monetary costs. You focus on money, but you don't focus on social, environmental, or distributional costs. The 3 platforms reach the same same conclusion. The project poses a serious risk to the Banyans. The AI might be wrong. Could be. AI is wrong. But it could be right. So I'm going to find out, I'm going to ask you, what will that do to your NPV if you do count in all those costs? It's going to get worse. So I ask you, you've had 2 weeks since I was here. I raised my concern. I'm going to ask you what the city has done to investigate the issue. I see I have 57 minutes left. Not once in any of the times that I've ever come before this council have my question been answered. You stop before me, you never answer me, so I'm going to give you, Mr. Mayor, the next, is it 46 minutes, to answer my question. What have you done in the last 2 weeks to find out whether the project poses a threat to the Banyans? Simple question. Have you done anything? Directed the staff to study it? Hired an arborist? Anything?
Dr. Blank, as we said, we answer questions at the end.
You never answer mine, so I'm here, and I have my how many more seconds? I'm here, waiting for my answer that I've never received, ever. It's a governance issue, sir. It's a failure of governance to not answer. Last month, the month before, you stop, you don't answer questions. Goodbye.
Richard Warner, Martha Parker, and Sue White. Mr. Warner?
Richard Warner, 1322 Southwest 9th Terrace. I would like to express my disgust with the court's ridiculous decision and the term that these things were unconstitutional, which is patently absurd. I'll leave that alone. And I'm curious, as she was, how much has the city spent on defending lawsuits, and how much are they prepared to spend to defend the litigation yet to come, which I'm sure will occur? At any rate, how much has the city spent on these lessons in voodoo economics based on assumptions that are also absurd, based on figures taken from developers who have clear vested interests? I think the lesson to be learned by this second supposedly independent review of the project is simple. No matter how much lipstick you try to put on this pig, its snout and its curly tail continues to give its true identity away. We can dissect the numbers 6 ways from Sunday, but they still don't add up. And they still don't tell the story of a group of individuals, basically, who are arrogant enough to brazenly and openly defy the will of the people that they purport to represent, whether it be on social media, in this chamber, in the court. You persist in making me ask the obvious question, why? Is it really worth tarnishing your image? You can call us a vocal minority, which I think the ballot box will prove false, but we're the ones being applauded by total strangers in the supermarket who come up with snarky comments about you. We're the ones having strangers shake our hands in the bank and curse you guys. I don't think you have a clue. You're talking to each other. I don't think you understand the depth of opposition to this entire project, and yet you persist, oblivious to what the people are trying to tell you. Thank you.
Martha Parker at 64 Northwest 7th Street. I've been doing an analysis of the CBRE report to break it down because net present values, it's really challenging for a lot of people to understand. And I really want everyone to be able to better understand that how that discounted cash flow works. I've been waiting for some responses for some questions. It was just very concerning the way it was prepared. It's excluding costs, both monetary and qualitative, and also using the application of the same discount rate across all revenue streams, even some of the risky and indeterminable revenue streams. Watching the meeting yesterday with the PFM report, I was very happy to see that a lot of that stuff was taken into consideration. I'm going to continue to evaluate this new PFM report and put together some remarks in the near future. There just simply was not enough time to evaluate it since it was made public yesterday. One other thing I wanted to bring to the attention is when residents tried to draw attention to the fact that we are paying for our own city hall and Recreation Center as a part of this deal, and are not getting them for free. The city listed this as fiction. It's listed as fiction on the city's website. You know, the city has been trying for months to hide this fact from residents, and it's just wrong. The city has not provided residents with a clear and total picture of the true costs of this project. There are qualitative costs, non-monetary costs that have been given no consideration. Think about all of the private land throughout our city, especially in the east, that will be redeveloped over the next 30 years. What are our potential needs for public land in the next 30 to 99 years? Fire substations, culture and art, affordable workforce housing. If we lock this land up, there will be no availability to do land swaps and have that availability where they're needed in the future. Future residents will have to buy land at greater costs or cannibalize our parks. This is only one such cost, but an appropriate cost study has just not been performed. Mr. Rigder, yesterday you suggested delaying the public component to align with the revenue streams of the private component. I don't have any words for that. This project was wrong for the beginning when CBRE was consulted to put together the RFP and residents' input was not included. It was city staff and council members. It's still wrong today. This is not one project, it's multiple projects. It's multiple projects to lump together to conceal the nature of this project. And I'm just going to read a quick quote. Government is instituted for the common good, for the protection, safety, prosperity, and happiness of the people, not for the profit, honor, or private interest of any one man, family, or class of men. And that's John Adams. Thank you.
Sue White, Michael Kohner, and Joe Magis.
Sue White, 47 Northwest Hawthorne Place, Library Commons. On November 21st, 2019, I and several other residents spoke at the Planning and Zoning meeting, and again on November 26, 2019, at the City Council meeting against the location of the parking garage and the additional TOD for the Brightline station. That project, along with the downtown campus project, were both put on a fast track with little community awareness and 99-year leases. Unfortunately, this seems to be the way the city operates. Library Commons had an agreement with Brightline and the builder that the use of vibration monitoring would be used. Unfortunately, the project was started without such monitoring equipment in place for the garage and extra rail construction and was only rectified after contacting Brightline. With that agreement, the city was to receive a portion of revenue above the operating costs for the parking garage. How much revenue has the city received each year from that partnership? How many years will it take to get a return on investment for that project? This project feels like it will end up with the builder reaping the rewards and the residents screwed out of public land, green space, and infrastructure that can't keep up. Northwest 1st Street saw 3 to 4 feet of flooding during the last big storm, damaging both homes and businesses. The traffic on Northwest 2nd Street backs up daily, and it takes several lights to get onto or across Palmetto Park. The new design adds a roundabout and puts City Hall at the 2nd and 4th diagonal, which will force even more traffic into the neighborhoods. What will it do to our police and fire resources? There are currently several other condo and hotel projects in the works already. This is a bad deal for the residents of Boca Raton. Thank you.
Mr. Kohner.
Hello, Council. Thank you for listening. My name is Michael Kohner, 447 Southwest 8th Terrace, Boca Raton. Been a resident for 35 plus years. and have spoken on this matter a couple of times. One of the big things I've noticed is that this whole project was originally started by a thought and outside developers saying, hey, maybe we should make this a public-private project and maybe expand the entire area. We don't have to do it all at one time. If we need a new city hall, we can build a city hall. We can make a plan, we can make a master plan and develop it over time. We don't have to do it all at one time. Just because the public-private component, the private component would like to make some money. One of the biggest things I've noticed is also trying to get here. If you lived in eastern Boca Raton, you'd find trying to get here along Palmetto Park Road just to this meeting is a nightmare already. And it gets further as season kicks in further. More and more people are here in downtown. The project itself has many, many financial flaws that need to be reviewed and that we don't need to rush. We can take 3 months, 6 months more to work on this. If you do decide to do so, consider the idea that you should negotiate more strongly. PFM mentioned that the builders will get the developer will probably get maybe a 20% return. Maybe they should get 17.5. Let's negotiate tough. Mayor Singer, you've been to Washington, worked with one of the master negotiators. Let's get his help to help us push and squeeze a little bit more out of the developers if we so do so. You know, let's take advantage, use all of our resources. In that presentation, I noticed that there's direct impacts during construction. One of the big concerns I have is that, unfortunately, a lot of that direct impact will not actually occur. The number of employees that will be building those buildings will not necessarily be coming from eastern Boca Raton. That labor will come from outside, and that won't necessarily have an impact except for all the construction people coming to work and trying to find places to park, just as they do with other projects. Further, the biggest thing that I do notice, that word that the young lady used before me, was the qualitative costs. I don't see the budget on the qualitative costs. We should consider completely alternative plans for this. Instead of bringing in more hotels, more residents, why don't we find a way to reutilize that same space with lower impact, more green spaces, less cost, less revenue, yes, but overall, if we balance it well, I think we can afford it. But let's take a look at some alternatives. We don't have to make this decision today. Thank you very much.
I have a PowerPoint. Okay, Joe Mages, 254 Northeast 5th Street. We're going to create a walkable neighborhood. We're going to generate $3 billion. We're going to preserve Memorial Park, and we're going to expand public recreational space. Sounds great, right? There's one problem. This is a misleading marketing piece. Number one, preserving Memorial Park implies that a no vote will not preserve the park. That's wrong. It's misleading. Number two, expanding recreational space. According to your own numbers, that's impossible. 3, the financial figures are flawed. City's website says Memorial Park is 17 acres, yet One Boca says they're going to expand recreational space from 7.6 to 15.4 acres. I'm assuming it's on the same parcel, and I'm admittedly not really a math guy, but 17 is greater than 15.4, it's greater than 7, and when you subtract the two, you get something called a net negative of 1.6 acres. It's pretty interesting. Then you get into the financials. The city ballot language says we're going to generate $3 billion in estimated rent and revenues. One Boca's website, as of today, said that we're going to generate $2 billion in economic impact. And One Boca's Facebook on November 28th said we're going to generate $1 billion in new city revenue directly benefiting taxpayers. So which one is it? They can't be all three. And I can't imagine somebody putting a blindfold over their face, throwing a dart at the board, picking a number and saying, yep, that's the one, $3 billion, let's go with the highest. It's wrong. So the financials are a really key impact here, and we got into this yesterday, so I'm going to try and play this video. When asked about the impact of construction costs and the net present value calculations by Mr. Thompson, this was the answer from the consultants.
The net effect would be to have funding gap, which is what we have, because these are projects
versus the aggregate set of projects you're trying to fund. So, it generated a negative.
A net negative. So what does that mean? You have $201 million of construction costs. Your net present value is $138 million. So when you take away the $201 million that we have to pay, subtract it from the net present value, as was admitted yesterday, the end result is a net negative. We are taxpayers subsidizing a for-profit private developer project. It's going to cost us more money than if we just do it ourselves. We don't need to do it. So no, this is not the right investment for Boca. This is not a win-win. It's a lose-lose, and your ballot language is misleading. It's a breach of your fiduciary duty, and this agreement must be immediately terminated tonight. Thank you.
Richard Gribble.
Mr. Mayor?
Please.
I'd like to address that.
Please,
Or
Ms.
I'd
Nyquist.
actually like PFM and Mr. Zervis to address that. And I know you've already done it once tonight, but Mr. May just brought it up, and Mr. Thompson brought it up yesterday. So for clarity, you played part of the video from last night. You chose, I'm sorry, you chose the part that you decided to show. And so I would like an explanation to provide more clarity, because it was an important question. It is an important fact, since the decisions we have to make have to be based on fact. And so I'd like to know, your response yesterday was it's apples and oranges because these are operating revenues versus capital cost. And then it was asked, if you were to include the $200 million, would it generate a net present value of a negative number? And you say, yeah, if it's just going to say that there's $201 million in projects and $138 million showing there, then yes, it does. But provide clarity on those things.
Oh, certainly. So, as was, we've touched on today, we do have a list of, capital projects the city's interested in funding, and and that is one separate and distinct set of costs. And then we also have a project that is a set of development that is forecast to generate, preliminarily an estimate of approximately $114 million in project proceeds. So naturally, when you're just looking very specifically at the project, and then you're looking at basically the large amount of capital elements that are being presented, there is going to be a net negative. There is a funding gap. That is very typical for a project. Ultimately, when you look at a city hall, you look at community space, you look at all those elements, they are designed to provide benefit to, Boca Raton in its entirety and all its citizens. And it's the expectation that one project would fund 100% of all of those needs would be very atypical for any one project in any municipality. So that's where there's just a slight distinction in apples and oranges. Now, I'm not sure, expectation-wise, what the expectations were, but that's the information that we've put together and have analyzed to date.
Councilmember Nyquist, if I can add a couple comments onto that. So there was a statement that was just made that that this would cost more than if we did it ourselves. That statement is wrong. This project, as shown in the financial analysis, will generate 138, or is estimated to generate 138 million in net present value. That's $138 million that the city doesn't have today, and that would not have if the development doesn't move forward. You still have $201 million in project costs minus the parking garage at $30 million. So it's roughly $170 million of project costs with no new revenue to pay for them. So could the city make those constructions without a private developer? Yes, but it would require, most likely, an increase in property taxes in order to pay for those. It would not be more expensive to do it ourselves. It would put more costs onto our taxpayers. The illustration that was shown in the presentation presented a pathway using $114 million of the $138 million that's readily available, as well as under other funding sources within the city, to be able to deliver those project improvements, City Hall, Memorial Park, those things, without an increase in taxes to the taxpayer. So the idea that the city can do it for less money by ourselves is incorrect. We could do it by ourselves without a developer, but it would put more of that cost onto our residents.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I was going to save it for later, but it just came up too. You're already talking, Mr. Zervis. It was asserted a little while ago that we use the same discount rate through all the revenue streams, or CBRE used the same discount rate through all the revenue streams. That's not correct, is it?
I believe it is. That's pretty typical. In a net present value analysis, there's usually one discount rate that's applied to all future, not only revenues, but future expenses. So whether it's CBRE or PFM.
Well, I'm sorry, let me rephrase. We used a different interest rate assuming for the escalators than the discount rate. We didn't do those at parity, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Rich Grubel. I live at 738 Northwest 6th Street. And first off, I have a confession to make. I'm a financial analyst. I admit it. I have prepared pro formas, reviewed pro formas. Guys at PFM, I understand it's very hard work, and because I've worked some 80-hour weeks just like you, so we appreciate your efforts. And I also thank the City Council. Mark Bigder, I want to thank you for your proposal on Memorial Park, the land trust approach. I think it's an interesting idea, and I'd like to see it get some open-minded consideration. That said, I do want to comment on an issue other than the financials themselves. It's the issue of independent financial review. As a guy who has done financial work and also been an officer at a SEC-registered corporation, I've been looking forward with anticipation to the appearance of a truly and clearly independent financial reviewer. And I got to tell you, I just have some, and no disrespect to you at PFM, I got to tell you, I wonder if we have seen that yet. I'm not sure, because if in fact you would be moving forward with the city, getting additional projects, getting additional fees, presuming that the project goes forward. The Terra Frisbee project goes forward, then you have a financial interest in the outcome, just as CBRE does with their $1.8 million of commissions. And I just really wish that the City Council could see its way clear, each and every one of you, to maybe do something absolutely radical, get together with Save Boca, and try and get together and select a consultant to do independent review, truly independent review, that everybody would find acceptable. Thank you.
Mike Liebelson, Pam Paschke, Yvonne Zumtobel.
Mike Liebelson, 398 Northeast 3rd Court. I'm also a candidate for mayor of Boca Raton. First, I would like to thank the Save Boca community for continuing to show up for the broader Boca Raton community to stop this costly and money-losing deal for the city. In December 2024, the city hired CBRE to, quote, support the city's negotiation with the developer to deliver a defensible, fair, and beneficial project. That's from CBRE's contract. CBRE is getting paid $3.2 million for this work. But CBRE is hopelessly conflicted. Their work cannot be trusted to be independent. That's because they were part of the Terra Frisbee proposal team, and of the $3.2 million in compensation, 10% is being paid by the city, and the other 90% by Terra Frisbee. So who does CBRE really work for? In May of 2024, the city hired a consultant to help with strategic input on P3 issues. The contract was canceled on August 1st, and the consultant was paid $43,000 by the city. On October 14th, the consultant registered as a lobbyist for a principal of Terra. 10 days after that, Terra Frisbee submitted the unsolicited P3 proposal. This lobbyist has also donated at least $7,000 to multiple members of this council and or their political committees. More conflicts that need to be investigated. When I and others pointed out that the city's $3 million consultant was conflicted, the city brought in PFM and is paying them $100,000, according to their contract, to provide an independent review of CBRE's work. This analysis was presented at yesterday's workshop. The conclusion was the project results in a present value of negative $63 million, not the $3 billion in revenue the council keeps putting out to the public. The council seemed surprised at this negative number, as they did today. I'm not sure why. On November 18th, I went through the same analysis and testified that the project had a present value of negative $25 million minus the value of the 8 acres. Why do we keep spending money on consultants when we know the answers? But there's more. Today, after almost a year, the city commissioned and received an appraisal of the 8 acres of the public land that's being transferred. It came in at $116 million. I think that's low, but we're giving $116 million worth of value to the developer. If you subtract this from the other negative number, we're negative $179 million using PFM's own independent analysis. In conclusion, the proposed referendum language is incredibly misleading and deceptive. It continues to quote $3 billion of benefits. Those $3 billion, 90% are after year 30. Okay, 10% are in years 1 to 30, when the project economics are at least a negative $179 million.
Please conclude. That's your time,
Yeah,
sir.
the language fails also to disclose the city has to invest $200 million of its own funds. So if the city wants to proceed with the ballot initiative,
Thank you.
they have to fix this
That's your
fatally.
time. Pam Paschke.
Pam Paschke, 341 Southwest 2nd Street. I am a CPA and worked for over 40 years drafting financial statements and other financial reports for my clients. One of the final things we always did before issuing a final report was check all the numbers for footing and cross-footing. Footing is up and down, cross-footing is across. Making a mistake puts into question the accuracy of every other amount included. On page 50 of the report presented yesterday by PFM, there was an error. The parking garage was listed as $30 million in column 1 and $25 million in column 3. They should have been the same. Today they are the same, so you caught that mistake. However, it still leads into the question of what about all the rest of the numbers? What else doesn't add up or isn't calculated correctly? And where the heck is this parking garage in the map? This is news to me that we're building a parking garage. As to the assumptions, my first concern is including the sale of condominiums in the figures. It is my understanding that no condominiums were going to be built on city-owned property, that those were going to be built on the private parcel. If there would be one at all, were the statements we've heard from Frisbee that these would not be on the city land incorrect? And how much revenue is included in this projection for these sales of the condominiums? We were told the 1% fee, which I understand is under negotiation, was for any change in ownership of the commercial buildings. I'm not clear on whether or not these revenues are or are not included, since those revenues would be conjecture. I'm also wondering about the jobs mentioned. We mentioned that construction workers will not be from the city. How do the jobs compare to what is currently on the property, city workers and police? For example, if the land were to be used to build a new police station, then would there be more jobs in the area or fewer? And to be clear, I am not in favor of a 99-year lease. This exceeds the life of the building. Significant renovations would be needed over this time frame. Renovations often involve loss of revenue for closing facilities. Has downtime been considered for that? Let us not forget that the police station and city hall were both completed about 1984 and are now considered to be falling apart. So what happens 40 years from now when the city needs another new city hall and community building? It's not like the cost for the government complex will stop after the $201 million is complete. And don't forget, you're asking for a $175 million bond to build the new police station, and if we built it there, then maybe we wouldn't need so much money.
Yvonne Zumtobel, 840 Oleander. Instead of respecting the residents of Boca Raton, you helped the plaintiff, Ned Kimmelman's case against Save Boca. You helped prevent the opportunity for the citizens of this town to vote on a charter amendment that was designed to protect our public land and parks. You seem to be so concerned about how our charter amendment was written. Maybe you should direct that same level of concern to your proposed March ballot question. When I read it, I thought, yeah, anybody's going to check yes, because you're not telling them the whole story. The language you're intending to use is grossly misleading. It reads like a Tara Frisbee sales pitch, more than a sales pitch than a properly balanced ballot question. Let's break it down. The proposed language states, creating a walkable neighborhood with residential and commercial uses, generating estimated rent and revenue to the city of over $3 billion. It really should say, we plan to build 740-foot-high buildings on less than 8 acres, a hotel, an office building, condos, and retail space, which doesn't exactly evoke the image of a neighborhood to me. And if you're going to state the projected revenue, then it would be only fair to disclose the total costs. The fact that the city will lose money, in addition to giving away our public land, should probably be in there. The question goes on. Enhancing city-owned property, including preserving Memorial Park and honoring veterans. Preserving something we already own isn't a benefit. The park in its current state is honoring the veterans the way it is. And finally, expanding public, recreational, and green space, new community center, city hall, and police substation. How are you expanding public recreation and green space when you're taking away the ball fields, the shuffleball courts, and the skate park? And how can the residents of Boca Raton make an informed decision before they vote when the master plan on the city website doesn't have one page outlining the 7 high-rise buildings, what they're going to look like? All you show us are the enhanced new improved park renderings. 21 out of the 32-page PDF is devoted to the enhancements you plan on making to Memorial Park, and 0 renderings reflecting the massive structures you plan on cramming onto less than 8 acres. Thank you.
Steve Zumtobel, John Perlman, and Michelle Grau.
Steve Zumtobel, 840 Oleander Street. I'm a CPA with over 30 years of complex financial experience in securities transactions, M&A, valuations, and commercial real estate. I understand these projections, so let me break it down very simply. This project will cost the city $201 million in upfront costs, plus almost 8 acres of prime real estate. That valuation for $116 million is a joke. It should be way more. A private guy paid $5 million for a quarter an acre on that property. So we exchanged that for a measly $138 million in Fugazi net present value. And, also we get 5,000 more cars on our roads. So if you think that makes any sense at all, you either don't understand arithmetic or you have been clearly compromised by the developers. Human beings aren't perfect. We are acutely aware of CEOs, politicians, judges, financiers, even relatives for that matter, that have been compromised by money. That's why companies and governments build internal controls like segregation of duties, separation of powers, to ensure that no single person or group has control over all aspects of a transaction. We can all agree that better internal controls help curb the natural temptation of humans to be compromised. The city blocked Save Boca from bringing an ordinance forward, an ordinance designed to implement a much-needed internal control, a control requiring a citizen vote to sell or transfer our public land and parks to private developers. The fact that you refuse to defend this tells me that this council has been compromised. Politicians and government representatives in positions of power are subject to a barrage of lobbyists and special interest groups promoting their own agendas. There should be no question in anyone's mind that these lobbyists influence politicians. The biased and misleading language the city intends to use for the vote on this government project is clear evidence to me this council has been compromised by the developers. It reads like you are intentionally trying to mislead the public. Change the language. Further, most politicians, given their terms in office, are in temporary roles, subject to undue short-term influence from lobbyists. The lobbyists and special interest groups behind them have very different long-term goals and objectives than that of the citizens. They don't care about our quality of life in Boca Raton. Case in point, this city has already approved over a dozen high-density development projects that residents have been outraged over. And the fact that the city continues to aggressively push forward the hyperdensity that this project proposes is yet another sign you have been compromised. Don't you see? The developers just want to make money from our land and get out. This is a great deal for them and a horrible deal for the city. It's pretty clear to me what you guys are working for.
Hold a moment, Mr. Perlman, please. Hold a moment. Mr. Kaler, we've had two residents come up. I think for the benefit of everyone, could you talk about what happened at the court hearing on Tuesday, what the city did, what the city didn't do? It's been asserted that we facilitated the plaintiff. It's been asserted that we didn't do things. Could you just elaborate on what actually happened, please?
Sure. There was as you know, as the council recalls, on October 28th, there were two resolutions that were adopted that transmitted to the supervisor of elections, both of the Save Boca initiative petitions. That was passed 5-0. And the clerk began working with the supervisor to coordinate all that, including coordinating the costs of that, and to make that happen for January 13th. There was a lawsuit filed by a private resident who sued Save Boca, Mr. Perlman, the city, as well as the supervisor of elections. And there was what's called an emergency injunction hearing. The city did not file the lawsuit, and the city did not make a ruling on the merits of the lawsuit. It stayed neutral, effectively. And what happened, to answer your question, is the city stated that it was there to, that the charter provided a process, that it had followed that process, and that it was here to follow whatever order the court said. The committee and the sponsors had legal counsel present. They had an opportunity to be heard. They were heard. And then the plaintiff, the resident, spoke, who brought the lawsuit. And in the end, the court, which is, again, an independent branch of government, it's judiciary, made a determination. And that determination was that the measures not go forward on the January 13th election, and it found them to be, to quote the court, I believe, defective and also unconstitutional was one of the phrases used. Again, the city's role was to respect the will of its residents by putting the matters to a vote, and also to respect the rule of law and the determination of a court. The matter is still ongoing. There is a motion that was filed by the sponsors, and the city's still a party to that. And you know, we follow whatever the court says.
Thank you, Mr. Perlman.
John Perlman, 498 Northeast A Street. Thank you, Mr. Kaler. I appreciate that you said that the case is ongoing. This ruling, the way it was spoken about by this council yesterday, was as if this was a final ruling from a judge that declared these ordinances unconstitutional, which is far from the reality. This was a temporary injunction, but I'd like to update everybody, because today we just filed the motion to intervene, because at the case, Save Boca, the judge allowed the plaintiff to go against the city in the case as a quote-unquote defendant, even though the city was a defendant in name only, because they did not defend the case. In fact, they actually bolstered the plaintiff's case. Prior to the lawsuit, the city of Boca Raton filed what was called a stipulation. And in that stipulation, it was comprised of quotes from Mr. Singer and Mr. Wigder stating their opposition and how they thought the ordinances were horrible. So they actually bolstered the plaintiff's case. But to keep everyone updated, today, the petitioners' committees, the two petitioners' committees of the charter and the ordinance, filed a motion to intervene, as well as myself, John Perlman, to defend the case. Because actually, the plaintiff in the case filed a case in early October and then dismissed it. And then he refiled the same case later on. And what happened was he was essentially judge shopping, which is not allowed by the law. So in addition to our motion to intervene, we additionally notified the court that we will soon be filing an emergency motion to transfer the case to the original judge, and also an emergency motion to vacate the order granting the plaintiff's temporary injunction. So all of this is in motion, and when the plaintiff filed the case, there was a box where it was a question. It said, and this, I'm talking about the second time he filed it, after he had judge shopped, and there was a question. It said, has notice of any known related case been filed? And this was submitted to the second judge, and he ticked off the box that said no. So, I mean, this case is not going to be up much longer. We're not worried about it. I mean, the technicalities of what he did by, number one, judge shopping, by number two, not notifying the court of the prior cases, it's not a good omen for this plaintiff. I'm running out of time, but I would like to mention the $30 million parking garage. That's more than the market pricing for a new city hall. Because at market pricing, a new city hall would be $25 million. They're building a parking garage of $30 million for private uses. A shame.
Michelle Grau and Jacob Abraham. And after that, we're going to hit 8 o'clock. I'm going to suggest we recess briefly. Ms. Grau.
Okay, I've not used this before, so give me a second. Michelle Grau, 4550 Northwest 23rd Terrace. I also have a CPA with over 30 years' experience. I also hold an accreditation in business valuation from the ASCPA. In one Boca's November 24th email, the headline claims the city would receive $4 billion in economic impact, stretched over a century. Mayor Singer, you actually reinforced that this morning at the Federation of HOAs. You said $4 billion. Tonight, my goal is simple: to determine the fair value of the land using the developer's own financial analysis and show what their numbers mean in present dollars. We need to understand the true value of this fair market value of the land and the fundamental question, why should the city assume all the financial risk? And what happens when we take the developer's own financial claims and reverse them and see what the real value they're capturing is? There are three scenarios presented. The first, but one Boca chooses to advertise the most optimistic one, column 2, with the headline claim of $4 billion. But when you look at CBRE's own discounted figures, the value in today's dollars, the present value of that scenario is for 7.8 acres, is $368 million. That $368 million represents what the land would be worth right now if the city were to receive a one-time payment. If this were a one-time sale, we must subtract the real estate taxes that would be paid to the city and the CRA, $88 million and $55 million respectively. And after removing those amounts, the city net revenue today would be $225 million from Terra Frisbee. And here's a key point. That net amount is enough to cover the city's $200 million in public improvements right now. One Boca is right about one thing. A one-time sale of the land outright would only yield a single lump sum, not a stream of benefits. But let's do a simple calculation using their own numbers. Divide the $225 million by 7.8 acres. that they're using to develop, and the property is worth $28.87 million per acre. That's almost $29 million an acre. Does anybody in this room truly believe Tara Frisbee would pay us $225 million today for 7.8 acres? Why not? Using their own figures, but read backwards, produces an immediate implausible land value that supports the developer's bogus $4 billion economic benefit they've advertised. Because Tara Frisbee would never pay this one-time fee and buy the land outright. They want us, the city, to bear the risk. Because the project is based on speculative revenue streams that may never materialize. And this tells you everything you need to know about the credibility of the developer's headline claims. It demonstrates that Tara Frisbee is not credible, and we should not be doing business with them. They are misleading the public with false advertising. Simply,
Yes, your time's expired.
I ask that page 5 of the PMF report get shown.
I don't know if we can put it up there. I guess we can.
Jacob Abraham, 540 Northeast Wave Crestway. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, are you all serious with the language of this March ballot measure? No joke. This is how you want to pitch this scam to the public. You should all resign in shame if this is what you want us to vote on. How can anyone trust you when you mislead the public about projected revenue versus net present value? Why include an imaginary $3 billion in non-discounted revenue? Page 2 and 3 of the CBRE report unpacks only the NPV analysis because those are the numbers that matter. The non-discounted estimate of over $3 billion is only published to incentivize uninformed people to support a financially asinine project. No reasonable investor or voter ever looks at the non-discounted number. They use that to persuade fools. The CBRE and the PFM report are both clear. The city isn't ever going to see anywhere near billions. The CBRE says your best case NPV is $353 million, and that number is inflated. PFM on page 6 offers you 4 different NPV scenarios. All are roughly half of the CBRE claim. Look at pages 5 and 6 of the PFM report. Please pull up page 5. Are you cowardly con artists, or will you sell the legitimate financial estimates to the public as shown on page 5? Your best case scenario would break even in 65 years. This project doesn't protect Memorial Park. It slaps a high-density development complex just to the east without raising anywhere near enough money to pay for your imagined renovations. PFM told you you'd need to take out at least $114 million in bonds, and the revenue generated by this east side development still isn't enough to cover the cost of renovations. Expanding public recreation and adding more green space, the AI renderings of greenery on rooftops of private business, will the hotel and office rooftops be accessible park spaces? You've been telling us for months the east side would generate the revenue to pay for renovations, but the net financial impact numbers, according to both reports, are clear. That was a lie. A new community, city hall, and police substation are not within the budget generated by the lease scheme. At this point, you might as well persuade us to take out the bonds and clean up the east and west sides without high-density disasters. Frankly, we'll almost all be dead before the east side project ever breaks even. Stop selling this land scam to Boca families. You keep acting like Save Boca wants to freeze the city in a time capsule. What a gross mischaracterization. We support saving Boca from corporate pirates. Every vote to keep this moving is a signal to voters that you put some Jolly Roger interests over the public. Spend time planning resident-funded renovations without the lease scheme. Please, let this project go the way of your glorious flag redesign plan. Or perhaps you have plans to raise a new flag with Tara Frisbee's logo on it. I asked last time for you to contact me to set up a public dialogue at the amphitheater so we might better understand your position without the shroud of secrecy or the time limits you impose. Did your staff forget how phone works? Email me. My inbox is open. I assume you respond to Tara Frisbee's emails when they need their newest PowerPoint slides and talking points uploaded to the city website.
All right, we're going to take a short recess. Submitted cards. We'll take a recess. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Ready? And we are resuming the city council meeting at 8:20. Please take your seats. If you'd like to discuss, please go outside. Next three cards are from Mike Manko, Susan Imrie, Heidi Clear.
Where's the mic? Hello. Good evening. My name is Michael Manko. I live at 330 Northeast State Street in Boca Raton. As you know, Florida is one of the most dangerous states in America for pedestrians. Last year in Palm Beach County, there were over 1,800 pedestrians and bicycle accidents, resulting in many serious injuries and deaths. We need to keep our downtown redevelopment projects east of Dixie Highway. It's not safe to have Boca residents and visitors to cross 8 to 10 lanes of traffic across Federal Highway and Dixie Highway for a cup of coffee. There's no reason to cross the busy highways. We have over a half a dozen coffee shops downtown, east of Federal. We need to keep all our open space free parking at Memorial Park and the city parking lot on Northwest 2nd Avenue. Not everyone can ride a bike or walk to Memorial Park, nor should they, especially families with small children and senior citizens. We also need to keep our beautiful historic ball fields at Memorial Park. The Robert Pinchuk Field was dedicated to the co-founder of the Boca Raton First Little League in the 1950s. If we renovate the ball fields at Memorial Park, I'm sure residents from surrounding neighborhoods would love to come and support the Boca Raton softball leagues. I don't think many East Boca residents want to drive 15 to 20 minutes to Sugar Sand Park to watch a ball game, but they would take a short drive or walk to Memorial Park. The Boston Red Sox have played at the same ball field, Fenway Park, since April 1912, over 113 years ago. I'm sure we can keep Memorial Park ball fields active for many more years. Moving the ball fields to Sugar Sand Park would be like moving Fenway Park to New Hampshire. We need to keep the ball fields downtown. Thank you.
Susan Imrie.
I'm Susan Imrie, 122 Winged Foot Lane in Boca Raton. That's just west of the 95. Now I feel like I should talk about the Boston Braves. They used to have a ball field, but it disappeared about 50 years ago. Sorry, I digress. This evening has been really eye-opening as far as the finances, because that's something that's really been interesting to me. Basically, I've supported this project because I thought that it was going to bring a lot of revenue to the city. That was a main thing. Of course, also the prestige of having really nice buildings that you could see when you first get off the Bright Line. The idea of extending the downtown to the west of Federal Highway, all these things appeal to me. And I think I've mentioned before, I used to work near that whole park, that park area, and it is dingy, and it does need to be revitalized. So I was really hoping that this development project would bring money into the city. That needs to be clarified for all of us, because it seems like there's multiple different analyses going on here that are telling us different stories. So again, somebody else made the point that, the ballot questions have to be very clear. They have to be crystal clear. I don't want anybody pulling the wool over our eyes, and I'm glad that whoever brought this lawsuit recently to challenge whatever the wording that Save Boca brought in, I'm kind of glad for that lawsuit. I don't know what the original wording was, but I'm not surprised that it was misleading and trying to tie the city's hands, because that was the judgment of the court. So I really hope that this doesn't get all bogged down with continuous court problems. Someone else here mentioned that even going forward with the development project, that it's going to cost the city a lot of money because the unhappy people are going to keep bringing lawsuits. There has to be a way to work this all out. And so if we're going to go forward with it, it's really clear that we are going to get income into the city, that it's not going to cost residents any money. I was hoping that our property taxes even could have been cut. I guess that's pie in the sky. But that stuff has to be really clear. Everybody needs to get on the same page and be sure about this. Now, I understand there's an entrepreneurial kind of aspect to this because you're all taking a chance and you're just kind of having faith that it's going to bring money in. But we all need to be on the same page about this. We need to know what is the reality here as far as what it's going to cost the city. That being said, I'm still in favor of it in principle, in general, just because I think it would be nice. So I guess that's all I have to say. And also, I think a lot of people do feel the way I do. They want the development, but they just want it to make sense for the city. That's it. Please make it make sense. Thank you.
Don't forget your bag.
Oh, where's my bag? Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Emery. And by the way, at the end of public comment, I know that our financial team in PFM have some more clarifications to some of the questions that were raised on the finances, so they're taking notes down. We'll get back to them. We have a few more cards. Heidi Clear, and then after her, Judy Morrow and Betsy Nieporty. I don't see Ms. Clear, so Ms. Morrow, come on up, please.
Can you see her, Mayor? With the bright outfit?
So I said Ms. Morrow, yes.
Yes, okay.
That was a joke.
Hi.
Hello, my name is Judy Morrow, 1305 Northeast Fifth Avenue. I have been coming here since the beginning of the year. I have been listening. When I look on the city website, it does not show the 7 buildings, 5 of them 125 feet tall. I think that should be corrected immediately, if not by tomorrow. It doesn't show the sidewalk view. It doesn't show the buildings. It doesn't show the pollution of our sky. But when I was here in the spring, I'd like Andy Thompson, he brought up a point at the meeting that vendors that do business with the city of Boca are prohibited from making political contribution to sitting mayor and council members. The mayor and the council should not accept political contributions from Tara Frisbee, their affiliates, and political action committees. Miami Lakes has a very clear ordinance, so please clarify that and please vote on it to put back in what you have in all the other contracts. And it's very, very important. And with the traffic, the reason I'm wearing this is not my tennis outfit. I play in a tennis outfit. This is my outfit that I wear once in a while when I go bicycle riding, because the traffic, it is so dangerous. When my children were little, growing up here, they rode their bicycles. I'd come home from work as a teacher. Immediately, we would go bike riding. We would go to the beach. We would go over Spanish River, A1A, Palmetto Park Road, and back home. Sometimes we'd do it twice. Sometimes we'd go to 7-Eleven. My 3 children were able to bicycle ride here. Now, my 2 grandchildren are teenagers, and they cannot bicycle ride in Boca because of the traffic, because they've been hurt, because they've almost been run over. We need to protect our beautiful, beloved, priceless land and our tennis. Please keep our tennis where it is, because if you knock it down, I doubt if you'll rebuild it. So please keep it where it is. Please grandfather it in. We love our public land.
Betsy Neaporti, 404 Southwest 7th Terrace. Good evening. Every one Boca advertisement we've seen shows only one thing: Memorial Promenade, the parks, the walkways, and a community center. But when we've been shown the 1 million square feet of private development the developer intends to build on the east side, the 947 condos, the 120,000 square feet of office, and a 180-room hotel. Where are those images? Why are these not in the glossy flyers you mail to every home? Why are they hidden? Instead, what we get is non-stop promotion through social media and mailers, and frankly, it reeks of desperation. By showing only the park side, the public is being led to believe the developer is paying for these public improvements. They are not. The selective presentation is misleading. This city is not a Fortune 500 corporation. City Council's job is not to sell or lease off public land to private investors that they can profit from it. The purpose of local government is to create a community where people can live, work, and thrive, not to hand over public assets to private developments that most residents will never use. If this moves forward, it could be one of the costliest mistakes in Boca Raton's history. And City Council, you'll be responsible for entering into a deal that gambles away public land. The residents have received the same misleading mailers and ads that was meant to give a false impression and omitted the private components that are affected a reasonable person's decision that the private developer was paying for public components. And the loss of public trust will be enormous and long-lasting. This is our land, public land, and once it's gone, we can never get it back. A 99-year P3 is essentially forever. Once we sign it, we cannot do it. We owe it to our residents to protect Boca Raton's future, not give it away. Just say no. Thank you.
Joe Graubert, Pedro Voyer, Meredith Madsen. Mr. Graubert?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, and residents, 120 Southeast 5th. First of all, I'd just like to thank the city manager and council that they won't be disturbing the natural forest areas in Sugar Sand Park until this mess is decided. I'm certainly not here this evening to berate, humiliate, or disrespect anyone. I once sat up there on a council as a commissioner for a term and vice mayor in the town of Surfside in the city of Miami Beach. Previous to that, I was the chair of the Planning and Zoning Board there. I gave 10 years there, and I was the result of a grassroots election. But sadly, it appears that the council itself is doing a good enough job at humiliating, sadly, yourselves and the residents. I am not associated with Save Boca. I've never even spoken to Mr. John Perlman. However, just as I, along with many others, supported the petition drive to save Wildflower Park, a one-sided long-term lease to a private for-profit restaurant group and a lease seemingly to solely benefit that group at the expense of the city and its residents, I fully support the worthy efforts of Save Boca's petition to once again stop the council from forcing its will upon residents that realize and fear that this so-called government campus is just another attack on the city's quality of life and history. I was really here this evening to talk about a shiny brochure that we get every year, which is Your Property Taxes Explained. And that in 2015, approximately the millage rate was 3.42, and the total taxable property valuation for the city was $19.5 billion. In 2025, it's double that, it's 40.5. So the Palm Beach Post said that values were up. This is from the Palm Beach Post, 2015. Elected leaders will have to decide between using extra money for things such as roads, libraries, police, and fire, or spending the same at the same levels and lowering tax rates. The city with the highest value, Boca Raton, valued at $19.5 billion in 2015. I don't see the need for a P3 project. I think that all this tonight was discussion. The people simply don't want the project, no matter what benefits are alleged. Thank you so much.
Mr. Voyer, and then Meredith Madsen. And then after Madsen, Mr. Martin Bell.
Good evening, everyone. Pedro Boyer, 1361 Southwest 5th Court. Thank you, council members, for allowing me to speak. Look, I've been here before, and in previous occasions, I have realized that I just had a different perspective than some of you guys. Some of you guys wants to grow faster, have a higher density, vertical density. I don't. I think that most of the East Boca residents consider that the East Boca area is not ready for that vertical density. I think that when we look at the performance, I wonder how much resources and thinking have we done around road infrastructure, and to many of the comments before around ensuring the quality of life. So I want to go back to the core of my comments in the past and what I think you guys should be thinking about, which is the quality of life in East Boca. I think that East Boca is not ready for such vertical density. And in the past, sadly, many promises that were made when the Fitzgerald project was done were not completed in terms of road enhancements and road infrastructure. And even, a couple of comments before, it will be great here to also understand if the payback that you guys modeled on the Bright Line project is actually panning out to be the pro forma, because I doubt that we're getting the results that we were planning at that point in time. So having said that, I'm also in the development business. I know that you can skin this cat of the NPV of a 30 or 99-year project in many ways. It could be, negative net NPV, positive, so on and so forth. But I always like to see the IRR. And the question here also for you guys is that, can we find other developments in West Boca where we can get a better return on investment? Because it's not only the quality of life, but we're trying to force this development in East Boca when the city could be developing more on the west side of Boca with a better payback, a better NPV, and a better IRR. So that's that on the pro forma. Now, the core thing that makes this contribution here different is that you can argue that you can model those performance in many ways, shape, or forms. But what I've seen from this council recently is a misrepresentation after misrepresentation of the project. And to me, what is totally unacceptable is how the ballot verbiage is totally misleading. So that, before, Mr. Major, I respected your position being different than mine. But when you start misrepresenting in such an egregious way, then issues about compromising from others, ethical standards, conflict of interest, ethics come into play because you guys are misleading the public that is not here every night like this public is. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Meredith Madsen, 1193 Southwest 19th Street. I'm a resident and a parent and a PTA leader and a business owner and someone who loves this community enough to get involved. I'm also running for city council. I'm not here because I want to argue with my neighbors or my leadership. I'm here because I believe Boca deserves leadership that listens, and not symbolically. And so I want you to listen to me. And it's about more than that for me. It is the same thing I say at nearly every meeting. The traffic study used to justify this project was conducted in August when school was not in session. When I am asking you, is this revised traffic study being conducted? Because I've heard no mention of it. That study should be redone properly during season, now. And I suspect avoidance is the answer here. That the moment you conduct that study, now that school's in session and the residents are back, the strain will be clear. There is currently no publicly released comprehensive impact study combining all the proposals that are already underway and already approved. I think right now there are about 1,600 new residential units that are already in the works. The infrastructure, the roads, the public safety are not currently scaled for the density of traffic, the emergency response, the utilities to now add this project on. It is 900 units in a tiny space. And Boca is not just approving isolated developments. We are fighting off dramatic multi-project densification waves. This project represents, for the residents, the last stronghold. We, as residents, are fighting for our lives, and it's infuriating that you've created this culture here. City councils almost never get sued personally as people for their decisions. Elected officials have typically got governmental immunity for their legislative decisions, including zoning approvals, development votes, and planning decisions. They can't be personally charged with child endangerment for voting for a project. However, the city itself can be sued for negligence in its planning. If someone is injured or killed and the plaintiffs can show, one, the city approved the project without a proper study, the city had notice of known traffic dangers, or the city failed to take responsible steps to mitigate that foreseeable harm. A missing or a flawed study creates documented negligence. I am now on the record warning you that this new overdevelopment is unsafe, that Palmetto cannot handle 5,000 more cars because children cross there. You are making emergency access untenable for our first responders. I want you to hear me. These warnings are on the public record as evidence of foreseeability, and foreseeability is liability. I am demanding a cumulative impact analysis combining all your proposed builds, commercial to residential conversions,
That's your time, Ms. Mattson.
vacant inventory.
That's your time. Martin Bell and Mario Benessi. I said Martin Bell and Mario Benessi, not you, Ms. Mattson.
Martin Bell, 761 Southwest 3rd Street. Just want to touch on a few things that came up during the meeting. Developers should be pushed down to about 15% profit. Right away, I can save you $100 million. Parking garage gone. Softball complex gone. $50 million slashed from the building budget, gone down to $100 million. So $100 million right off the bat, and I'm sure we can find more junk to get rid of. We talk about confusion at the ballot box. We have a piece of land that's on 2 referendums in March. The police station is on a referendum, is tied to a referendum for a new police station. That piece of land being available for Tara and Frisbee is contingent upon that referendum. So how can you have one single piece of land on 2 referendums, 4.33 acres? That's 57% of the proposed leased land. I asked the question of the city attorney in an email today about the $375K and the $2.8 million success fee. I didn't get an answer. 1% transfer fees, that's like clockwork. Every 10 years, that's not going to happen if a family office buys it. 6 gopher tortoises are living at Tract A at Sugar Sand Park. I have 2 employees who can vouch for that. Okay, so capitalization rate, CBRE, 7% capitalization rate, according to this study put out in August. Add 3% to that, that gets you a discount rate of 10%. By definition, that's how you get to a discount rate. So about 10%, so I've calculated about 9%. And that gets you to a present value when you take out taxes, that gets you well below the fair market value. I calculated 120 million fair market value at the lower end of the range. That was before the valuation report came out today. The higher end of the range is approaching maybe 160 million. We have to do an assessment of what we have. We have to do needs assessments, recreation needs assessments. We have building assessments, community center assessments. We have all kinds of facilities that came online since that community center was built. The other thing, too, is that the city of Clearwater was used as a benchmark and cost benchmark, but somebody miscalculated that. They took the bottom line number and they calculated just the new city hall, but that's distributed over 100,000 square feet. So really the high end of that is 758 and the city is calculating at 1,200 per square foot. It can't be more than $500 per square foot, and we probably don't even need 75,000. So there's your 50 million there. So I got you 100 million. We have to look at some of the infrastructure to figure out how we got there.
Mario Benessi?
Mario Benessi, 289 Northwest 19th Street. I've been here for about 13 years, and I've seen a lot of stuff happen. I've seen a lot of green spaces shrink, a lot of roads.
Mr. Bell, please. Thank you. Just everyone.
Seen a lot of roads get wider, and I've seen a lot of buildings get taller. And that's, again, what we're doing with this project. We're going to continue that trend that I've seen. And I'm sure a lot of people have seen that even longer than I've been here. So we're just compiling onto this issue. I've seen this plot before, actually. So you'll see a guy come in with a fancy briefcase and a sales pitch, and he'll saunter in, and he'll sell the town on a dream of gumdrops and rainbows, and he'll walk right out to the bank, and he'll leave the town or the city worse for wear. That's what's going to happen here, in my opinion. I don't know. We're placating to suits and people who don't even live here, and I feel like we're neglecting the people who do live here. What about the people who don't have any place to really lay their head at night? You think that these apartments are going to make any cost of living more attainable for them? I don't think so. No, it's not going to happen. It's going to only further compound our reputation for opulence. That's not what makes this city great. The city is great because of the people. And we're doing a disservice to the people by pushing this project forward without even considering how it's going to impact the community that does everything here. Public trust is like a bank account. You can make withdrawals and you can make deposits. You do something good for the city, that's a deposit. You do something that betrays the public trust, that's a withdrawal. And I feel like we're making a lot of withdrawals, and sooner or later, we're going to be coming up on an overdraft fee. Thank you.
That concludes my cards. Anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward.
One minute before you start the clock, please. No fancy slides, just facts and a lot of legal research here. Hello, my name's Eric Blanchette, 102 Northeast 2nd Street, Boca Raton, Florida, and I'm one of the founding members of Rescue Boca Community Initiative, which is a citizen-led civic initiative that was created to research the legal issues with political committees, such as the Save Boca Inc. Political Committee, and their proposed measures, and bring the facts to the public in government. We focus on transparency, municipal law compliance, and protecting the city from unlawful political committees and misleading unconstitutional petitions. In regards to the recent hearings for the injunction of the Save Boca measures, we provided an amicus brief in support of the plaintiff, Mr. Kimmelman, which can be viewed on the docket, which addresses the totality of violations related to Save Boca, not just the violations that were mirrored by the court, which ordered their unconstitutional measures off the ballot. We focused on the Florida statutory and constitutional violations, the city-level procedural violations, election law and campaign finance violations, and the substantive misrepresentation and misinformation exhibited during this campaign. These combined procedural, statutory, and constitutional violations, per our account, rendered the petitions legally insufficient for ballot placement, but the single most decisive factor identified in our legal research, which will ultimately keep these unconstitutional measures off the ballot for good, including the March election, and forever, are their violations of the municipal home rule powers, which I previously brought to this council's attention at the same public meeting back in October and through detailed correspondence to the city attorney, including a request under the Boca Raton Code of Ordinances that a legal sufficiency review be provided to the council, but a request was dismissed. By not conducting that legal sufficiency review, and as we warned, the city exposed itself to an entirely avoidable lawsuit and injunction. The court's recent injunction confirms that we were right, and we hope the city will learn from this experience and remember that it has an obligation to uphold the rule of law, even in the face of an aggressive political committee like Save Boca and the threat of political backlash. The last 6 months have been a difficult chapter in Boca Raton politics. A very loud and often hostile Save Boca campaign created the illusion that whoever yells the loudest speaks for the people, while directing insults at city council and those with opposing views. I'm here to say that many residents do not feel represented by this approach. I'm here to say very clearly the loudest voices do not necessarily represent the will of the majority. We should not allow intensity or volume to be mistaken for a genuine civic consensus. And to the city council and government, the aggressive tactics we've seen by Save Boca do not reflect the broader community, and I urge the council not to confuse volume with legitimacy, particularly given the judge's recent order finding Save Boca's petitions unconstitutional. I'm here to remind you that coordinated messaging and pressure campaigns don't always reflect the views of most residents, and it's important not to be swayed by that kind of narrative. And to the countless Boca Raton residents who felt silenced or misled, this constitutional ruling is a reminder that the rule of law still protects them, even when the political noise is overwhelming. I hope those of you who will be voting in the March election are taking note. Do you really want to elect prospective city council members who put unconstitutional measures on the ballot and jeopardize the proper function of the city, and who are willing to...
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Joseph Pajowski, 17309 Balboa Point Way. You all just voted to amend an agreement to spend $125,000 on architectural fees to relocate the downtown softball fields, since I was interrupted and not allowed to conclude my remarks, and no one had the stewardship to actually say it. When questioned by Commissioner Widger on what is missing last month, CBRE failed to disclose that Terra International Developments is liable under other P3 agreements, but that in this agreement, the required guarantee is absent from the lease because the partner wrote on July 24th saying they feel they have more than enough, quote, skin in the game, referencing a $2.8 million CBRE fee. Yet the commissioners have failed to terminate the CBRE agreement as permitted under Article 11. On November 18th and December 16th, 2024, you voted to waive the city's procurement procedures as it relates to CBRE and advertise an opportunity to the public for competitive bids on 2 unsolicited proposals for a 30-acre ground lease the city received in October 2024. By drafting referendum language concerning a 7.8-acre ground lease, you have failed to bring forth a legally sufficient project that your constituents can even vote on. An opportunity to ground lease 7.8 acres has never been advertised to hometown developers like the Wieners, who have successful ground lease with FAU, the Schmears, and the Butters. Article 19 of the interim agreement give the city a right to terminate any time with 30 days written notice. I, like you, have admiration for Tara and for the tenacity that Rob Frisbee has shown. Ms. Zacharias referenced respected architect Derek Vanderplug in her presentation last month. You should have listened to Derek's reference to the history and litigation on what we went through with Meisner Park when he urged you to slow down and spend more time and thought on the plan and the deal as it relates to Tara and related Ross. I emailed all 5 of you urging you to, quote, continue to negotiate with both until at the very least we know the ownership structure of the recently formed LLCs and each party is agreeing to in the form of a guarantee and penalties for failure to timely execute. You didn't and voted to move forward with Tara's terms after they ironically claimed that related unfairly changed their programming and terms submitted. A yes vote tonight will subject you and your constituents to unnecessary and costly litigation after you all just lost in court after litigating for nearly 5 years with another developer, which included a judge ruling that the city's failure to produce public records were, quote, damning to the city. Despite different views, we are one Boca, and we can do better.
Any other public comments? Please come forward.
Dear Mayor, City Council members and staff, my name is Vic Rose. I live at 285 Northwest 9th Street. Say Boca is now relying on AI to derail this project regarding the Banyans. News alert, AI has also been associated with individuals committing suicide. So if Say Boca wants to treat AI as their ultimate authority, they may want to rethink that strategy. Ironically, even AI says Boca Raton's a diverse yet distinctly affluent, educated community. If that's true, why does Say Boca keep pushing fear instead of facts? According to AI, facts show intelligence while fear is fiction dressed up as truth. Instead, we keep hearing the same 3-minute rants filled with inaccuracies that the council must constantly correct. Still, residents continue to sign petitions based on falsehood. And please stop with the bright line death train fear tactic. Trains run on tracks. If the cars and people stay off the tracks, accidents don't happen. That's not a debate, it's common sense. It's like saying the ocean's dangerous because it has sharks. If you're in it, you might meet a shark. If you're on a train track, odds are you'll get hit by a train. Meanwhile, council members have been falsely accused of lying, corruption, collusion, even bribery, all without a shred of evidence. These accusations are offensive, baseless, undeserved, and should stop. Now the Say Boca voices making those attacks are running for council. Let that sink into your brain. These Say Boca members want jobs requiring long nights, high-pressure decisions, responsibility for 100,000 residents for jobs that pay $28,000 a year. And in office, let's see how they handle being accused of corruption. With no proof, by angry residents, they quickly learn public service isn't performance theater and their attendance won't be optional. That said, I do want to thank Say Boca because their pressure helped improve the project. The revised plan is stronger, more inclusive, has more support than the original plan. That's why Say Boca says ignore the west side, because the west side is a great plan. When Say Boca says ignore the west side, it's their version of the line in The Wizard of Oz. Don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain. Say Boca has no plans, no vision, no alternative, just fear and noise. If this project is voted down, it will come back, costing residents millions more. Since Say Boca likes AI, let's quote AI again. AI states smart cities use public-private partnerships. So let's be smart and support this project. Yes, I did see the latest Say Boca video. Say Boca is watching too many South Park shows. Their video shows how desperate they are to continue to lie to residents. These lies are why they lost in court last week. If they go in front of a judge, you need facts, not BS. Lying is what Rudy Giuliani lost 60 times in court. If Say Boca keeps lying, they'll keep losing. There are more residents that want this project than you think. They just avoid the public service, the circus. Many have asked me to say this. It's time for Say Boca and the other sides to get together and hit middle ground and make a great project out of this. Let Say Boca dominate the meetings. We'll make our voices heard by voting yes on Election Day.
Thank you.
I do have one quick question.
Thank you.
Everybody's screaming, I'm loud anyway, but tell you.
Well, yeah, but,
Because I thought this was going to vote.
yeah, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Last call. All right, we'll close the time for public comment on this item 10A. Before we turn to the ballot language, because that's also part of this, I'd love Mr. Sanic, and I know Mr. Zervis is ready to answer some of the financial questions. We have some others. I don't know if we can answer all of them. There were some that I'm sure were not at our fingertips. But Mr. Zervis, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I try to jot down as many of the outstanding financial questions that were posed during the public comment. If I missed any, please feel free to remind me, and I'm gonna provide my answers, and then I'm gonna ask PFM if they made any additional notes or comments that they'd like to respond with. So one of the initial questions was with regards to PFM and respect to their independence. And PFM can speak to their expertise in this field and the number of these types of studies and where they do them. They are an independent firm. They have a fiduciary duty to the city under our agreement. They have a fixed fee that they're receiving for this, and the number that was quoted earlier was incorrect. I think it was in excess of $100,000. That's incorrect. The work that they did that culminated in the presentation tonight was for a fixed fee of $65,000. There is no future promise of future work. They get no bonus or additional incentive pay based on the outcome of their presentation or any future city council action. So they have a total independence in that regard, and they do not have they're working directly for the city. Not through a contractual relationship with either CBRE or the developer in that regard. The second item I made note of was there was a question regarding the sale of condos. So there was a question of what they were confused with respect to the condos being included in the financial projections. And just to clarify, the condos are included because they're a part of the development program, but only with respect to the property tax calculations and the revenues, the per capita revenues and expenditures. So they're not factored in when it comes to the ground lease components, because it's not those. My understanding is those are built on property that's not owned by the city. So they're not factored in on the ground lease, nor are they factored in on any kind of ground sale. So previous scenarios did incorporate those other alternatives. The current scenario that we evaluate today includes them from a valuation standpoint, tax value standpoint, but doesn't include them with respect to compensating the city for owning the land. So I think that answers that question. Let's see. Additionally, there was a question about the transfer being included in the PFM analysis. Just to clarify, the transfer fee, which for clarification, the transfer fee is a fee paid to the city when there's a sale of all or a portion of the project. So if the developer flips the project to another owner at some point in the future, anytime that happens, a percentage of the sale price would accrue to the city. That was included in prior CBRE analysis and developer analysis. That was excluded from the PFM analysis because of the uncertainty with respect to the amount and the timing of those future revenues. There was a question regarding jobs, and specifically jobs with respect to the police station. So in the economic impact analysis, we had forecasted jobs from construction activity and then jobs from ongoing economic activity. From construction activity, I think we showed those jobs for the public improvements. The ongoing economic activity, those jobs are not included in the economic impact analysis. We did account for that employment in the additional expenditures for public safety. So they are included in the financial analysis when we did the per capita expenditure estimates related to the project for public safety, for increase in police officers and firefighters in order to maintain the current level of services that we enjoy in the city of Boca Raton, making sure that this project would contribute their share to ensure that those services are maintained. But the actual number of job count wasn't included in the economic impact analysis. Let's see, building the new police station. Okay. There was a question about the potential of building the new police headquarters project at the current, at the current location, rebuilding downtown. And if that would be less expensive in order to do that. To clarify, we have looked at that scenario in a fair amount of detail as part of the city's process in evaluating sites for the future police headquarters. That, to be clear, the future headquarters site at Spanish River was selected because of operational concerns and operational efficiencies, not because it's the cheapest place to build it. That said, it would be more expensive to build the police headquarters project on the current location than it would be at the Spanish River location for a couple reasons. The site is smaller in the downtown location, meaning we have to build up. You have to do garage parking where we can do at-grade parking at Spanish River, so you're building a parking garage. You have to build, instead of a 2.5-story building at Spanish River, you're going to build 5 stories in downtown to get the same number of square footage on the smaller parcel. All of those things add to the cost. In addition to that, to rebuild at the downtown location, you would have to actually relocate the police department for a little over 2 years at a minimum while that new facility is being constructed. That is very expensive and difficult because they have a very unique use with the security and the type of business that they're in, custody, booking people, evidence, all of the things that they do, the security concerns. You can't just move the police department into an office building that we rent for a temporary basis. So to relocate them for a 2-year period while we could reconstruct on their current footprint adds a significant amount of cost. So for all those reasons, what we determined in our analysis was that it would be more expensive to build the police headquarters in the downtown area than it would be under the current proposal at Spanish River. And as a reminder, we own the Spanish River site. There's no land acquisition cost involved in that. There was a question, Ms. Grau, in fact, showed an analysis regarding the land value and the CBRE projections. And she backed into a price per acre based on what the CBRE calculation showed for transfer fees, land, ground rent, and she had excluded the property tax component. And I agree with that because the property tax and the tax increment would be paid regardless of whether it was sold or leased. That's not a differentiator. What I did, the CBRE numbers, what I did was do that same analysis quickly on the PFM model. So the PFM using the 5% discount rate. Remember, PFM excludes the transfer fees already. They're using the fair market value with a fixed 2% escalator in the ground rent. Doing that same analysis on the PFM rent stream, ground lease stream, yields a net present value just on that ground lease of about $93.5 million. And that equates to just under $12 million an acre. So that's compared to, I think, 28 million was the number that Ms. Grout calculated under the CBRE model. So 12 million an acre for land in downtown Boca, that seems more reasonably. I'm not a real estate expert, but I think when you look at the appraised value of $116 million on the recent appraisal for that 7.8 acres versus $93.5 million, that's closer. I would expect the discounted ground lease payments for 99 years to be a little less than today's fair market value. And the reason being is that in the ground lease scenario, the city retains ownership to the 7.8 acres, meaning 99 years from now, the city owns that property and all the improvements on it. And that seems like a long time out, and it is. But the reality is that has value. And that future value out, even if it's out 100 years, is a significant value out in the future. So if you were trying to equate that to the present value of the property today, the $116 million in appraised value, you would have to discount both the lease payments and the future value of the property 100 years from now, because I mean that would be the equivalent of the price today. So I say all that to say Looking at the older, Ms. Grau looked at the older CBRE numbers. I ran those same numbers on the PFM numbers. I think what it shows at just under $12 million an acre, $93.5 million. I mean, that's a much closer number to what we found in the appraised value. The next item I had was the parking garage. So there's been a few comments around the parking garage. To be clear, the parking garage is on the east side of the development, east of 2nd, on the private side. But the parking garage is a shared use parking. A portion of that parking garage would be contracted to provide parking spaces for some of the private elements on the project. And a portion of that parking would just be general parking to the public. The city will own the parking garage under the current proposal. So the city constructs it. We don't hand it over to the developer. The city retains ownership to the parking garage. And both the public and the private users in the parking garage, the city would collect any parking fees. So to the extent that there's private users that are contracting spaces in the parking garage, that would generate additional revenues back to the city. That additional parking revenue was not included in our model because we don't know what the parking rate structure is going to be or how many parking spaces would be contracted for yet. But that would be an additional revenue stream back to the city to the extent that it's being used for private uses. To the extent that the city charges fees for public parking, that's a different discussion. That's up to the council to decide whether or not they want to do paid parking or they want to do free parking. For example, in Meisner Park, the garage parking is no charge and the street parking has a fee associated. So that's a different discussion. But the city would retain ownership and claim any future revenues from that parking garage. There was a question about the police referendum. And actually, I think Mr. Bell had called into question the issue of having two referendums related to a single parcel. I'll defer on the legal aspects of that to the city attorney. But my understanding with regard to what we're calling the police headquarters referendum, what that really is a bond referendum. It has nothing to do with actual land or a specific parcel. It has to do with the public considering approval to issue up to a certain number a certain amount of bonds to fund the new police headquarters. It is not tied to or related to the acquisition or disposition of any particular parcel. So I don't believe there's a conflict there. And that concludes the questions that I noted. I'm going to hand it to PFM in case they picked up on something I missed.
We were taking similar notes. There was one question, and I can't recall who had asked it. There was a question of what does the project generate? And I think in the simplest terms, the project generates in project proceeds an estimated $114 million. And that's a function of the forecasted revenue streams, the net fiscal revenue streams available for bond issuance purposes to generate project proceeds. So just wanted to create that clarity based on the preliminary data we have to date. And I don't have any additional notes to what Mr. Zervis had provided.
And Mayor, maybe I would just add a final thought. There's been a few comments around the project being net negative or a loser or negative contribution. And I just want to reiterate the financial analysis shows that there is a positive net present value, so revenues minus expenses from the project of $138 million. Now, to the extent that that contributes, it can bond for $114 million or the whole $138 million, whatever that contributes back to the city's investment into public infrastructure and public facilities, that's really a different discussion, but that doesn't make the project net negative. The project itself generates $138 million. That's the conclusion of the PFM report.
Rick, and going back, two more questions. Just on the PFM report, the report, can you just state again why it was done and why we looked at expenses when we don't ordinarily look at expenses in that manner because of the P3 statute? Yeah, so this is unique in some regards, and so we don't do this on normal development on a private property.
they have development rights, and as long as they build within those rights, they get to build. It generates assessed valuation. That valuation goes to fund operational expenditures for the city. That's kind of generally how development is sustained and pays for the services that it uses. A portion of that, the city elects to set aside to fund a portion of capital improvements. We don't say one particular development is going to fund a particular capital improvement because it just wouldn't be able to do that. Typically, development would generate X amount of property taxes. We allocate internally some of that to capital needs and then keep most of it for operational expenditures. But that analysis is never done. This case is a little different because of the city-owned property and the P3 elements. There's this Florida statute that requires a certain analysis be conducted, and that's what we hired PFM to do, and they took a comprehensive look really at all the economic impacts and the fiscal impacts in order to meet the requirements under that Florida statute. But that is why you're seeing this type of deep analysis on this particular project, because it's city-owned land and because of the P3 statute that requires the analysis.
Thank you. And then a question for PFM. A resident pointed out that you had corrected a typo that was in one of the slides. Can you just confirm that you re-examined, that was a slide error, but you re-examined all the work papers and you're confident with the numbers?
That's correct. Yeah, the totals were correct. It was just that 25 million did not, or that was updated to 30 million as we were going through project costs, did not get shifted to that number. But there are no additional. To the best of our knowledge, the document is complete and accurate.
All right, thank you. All right, other questions of staff or PFM? Please, Ms. Naklis.
Not of Mr. Zervis or of PFM, but I wanted to ask Mr. Lukasik
Sure.
a question. Just because it was brought up, Mr. Lukasik, the environmental studies and comprehensive traffic studies.
Yeah.
Those will be done, correct? Can you
So,
touch on those?
Yeah, so specifically regarding traffic, so at your next meeting, we're going to have a conversation about the regulatory processes are going forward. During that meeting, we'll have a deeper conversation about, what does that traffic analysis look like? What will be analyzed? How will it be done? When will it be done? So we'll have a conversation with you about that and be able to answer some of those questions that were asked today. As it relates to the environmental piece, there is a sustainability requirement in the interim master agreement. That sustainability requirement is also going to be part of our longer term regulatory evaluation as well. That some of the pieces that we wanted to accomplish earlier on haven't been completed yet, but we're integrating that into that regulatory structure as well.
Sorry. There was also a comment about affordability, affordable housing and workforce housing. There is a component in this project for affordable housing, correct?
There are 10% of the overall rental units are workforce housing, so about 77 units will be workforce housing.
And can you explain what that is, what that means?
Sure. Those units that are dedicated to workforce housing are essentially offered to individuals or families that have a average annual, annual median income of 120% or lower of Palm Beach County's current AMI rate.
And I believe that current AMI rate right now is about 111,000.
I can't recall off the top of my
Okay,
head,
that's
but
what I was
I
told
believe
last
you.
week, so, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks. Could I just go on one other thing on the traffic? I want to clarify. Mr. Zani, I'll turn to you, and then you can find out who can answer it best. Just dovetailing with what Mr. Lukasik said, it's probably you. There was a comment that we did a traffic study in August, but you mentioned the regulatory process. Before any building permits could be issued, there's going to be traffic studies. Could we talk a little bit more about that timing? That continues on after a potential master partnership agreement and potential vote?
Yes, and I'll defer to Mr. Lukasik.
Yeah, as part of the regulatory process as we're going forward, there will be the analysis that needs to be completed as part of the site plan approval process. because that will ultimately be part of that long-term process. So construction isn't going to occur until the site plan approval process occurs. Building permits are secured following council approval of a site plan going forward. So there will ultimately an approval of the master plan. So fast forwarding to January, council approves a master plan. The electorate ratifies that approval. Nothing happens in terms of construction until the developer goes through the site plan process, which will require some of the regulatory structure, and goes through the building permit process as any other developer would.
All right, thank you. Ms. Drucker.
Mayor Singer, can I stay on the traffic study? It's very important for those watching, for those people out there that are watching us, that are listening into the meeting. We have a lot of candidates out here in the audience, and a lot of the information that they're sharing today is inaccurate. Mr. Lukasik, can you just, again, clarify that we're not doing anything different from this project than we would do for any project, which is regulatory, which you're going to discuss in the next meeting, which is we as a council review site plans, we have approvals, we look at traffic studies before we even make decisions on projects.
I mean, the process is unique in that we have the partnership with Terra and Frisbee. However, that said, the regulatory piece is not going to be any different. So the same traffic analysis that we require for a downtown developer will be required of this particular project. So the assumptions, the expectations we have for other developments still applies.
Which means we're taking, obviously, always public safety into account. So for a candidate to come up here and accuse the council of not believing in public safety, it's really a false accusation. And I'll speak for myself, not for the rest of the council. I sit up here and I pride myself with the amount of improvements that we've done as a council in the last 5 years to improve public safety. So please get your facts straight. Don't come here with incorrect information and not have all your information correct. Also, there was a question about we're taking away recreation, softball and skate park. Can we please reiterate for those listening that are not here, again, what we were planning to do with softball potentially and the skate park. Mr. Lukasik?
Sure. As it relates to softball, and council, you just took some action today to amend an agreement on the design for softball. We're evaluating and doing the analysis on at Sugar Sand Park for the potential for expanding softball at the park. As we've articulated in the past, as Mr. Sohani mentioned, you'll have the results of a environmental analysis that will be reported to you before we make any decisions as it relates to next steps in the process. So that's occurring right now. As it relates to the skate park, we have an interlocal agreement with the Beach and Park District on a cost-sharing basis for a skate park at North Park. So the Beach and Park District is responsible for the design and selection of contractors for the ultimate construction of the skate park. They're responsible for a third of the costs to design and construct that park. The city has agreed to pay for 2/3 of that expense.
Also, there were comments made about tennis not staying. So I want to clarify that for the viewers and the audience, and we've also had this discussion previously, and it's another inaccurate statement.
The expenditures that you saw in the CBRE analysis a couple weeks ago, as well as in the PFM analysis yesterday and today, included expenditures for the construction of a tennis center, as well as renovations of the tennis courts themselves.
A lot of conversations around AI have come up this evening, and I don't know if Mr. Rose is still in the audience. Mr. Rose sent me an email today. I was going through emails responding in preparation for the meeting, and he asked, how much does the city council members make? I said, I know what I make because obviously I'm on the council, but I decided I would put it in the AI because why not try AI? The salary for a Boca Raton City Council member is $58,200 per year per each commissioner, and for a mayor, $97,000, which is inaccurate. So don't always believe AI. Make sure you do your research. So I pulled this up, and of course, I went into my own research and I did my own thing, and I just made sure I gave them the exact amount. I knew it was 28,000, but it was a little over 28,000, and 38,000, maybe 500 it was. So again, don't believe everything you read on AI. Make sure you have accurate information. And the last thing I just wanted to say is more of a statement, which is thank you, PFM, today. Thank you, Mr. Zervis. Thank you, Mr. Lukasik. For those of you watching and listening, the project is not a not negative. It creates $138 million of revenue for the city of Boca Raton. And we would be really, really wrong to walk away from that kind of money. Because I'm not really interested, I'm not really interested in raising taxes. My job is to make sure that we don't raise taxes, especially with the property taxes discussions that are being said around the Florida legislature. For the gentleman that said that we were possibly, and I think he was a gentleman from Rescue Boca, that we were caving to the loudest voice. If you've been tracking these meetings, if you know me, I don't cave into anything. I'm not bullied by anyone. I was elected to do a job to the best of my ability. Every day I research, I get data, I get facts. You guys might not agree with us, and that is okay. You guys take it to the next level. You've become personal, you've become angry, and today, even today, you guys are contradicting each other from your same movement. So I found that a little bit interesting. But what I want to say is, for those of you listening and that are still watching, is that every day we're striving to do what's best for this community, and that's what I will continue to do to the day I leave this dais. So remember that the people that scream the loudest do not always get the results that they want. I wish we could work better together, but the constant attacks of compromise by money, ethic attacks, bribery attacks, those are slander, those are defamation of character, and those are not correct statements. So you have yet to prove that we have done that. And I really think you guys should start reconsidering those messaging. Thanks, Maria.
Further comments or questions? We'll get a motion on the floor momentarily then on the ballot language. Anything else before we go to that? Anything else? Anything we want to discuss or questions on the financial piece? Because then we'll go to the ballot language. No? All right. Oh, please.
Just want to say one thing that was brought up, and I do agree with a couple things that Ms. Emery brought up. Clearer financials, easier for everyone to understand, and really consistent across the board. If they're in one place at one number, they should be every place at that number, because the different numbers that are in different places is not, it really should be clearer. So, and more consistent. So I hope to see that corrected, because I know those numbers are out there.
I'll just say one thing. Ms. Drucker mentioned a figure of $100+ million in revenues. It's actually the net present value on the revenue side is in the threes. This was a cost analysis based on some projections. I think ultimately because people can disagree about the discount rate, I think ultimately the revenue stream overall over the 99 years is probably the most accurate figure if you had to summarize it into one, which is what this ballot language reflects. And to get a motion on the floor, because I want to make sure we do it right, I'm going to move that we adopt Resolution 180-2025 with the direction that staff advise the city clerk to transmit this ballot question to the supervisor of elections as a second question on the March 10, 2026 ballot following the police headquarters bond referendum previously approved by Resolution 148-2025 on September 22, 2025. So is there a second for that motion? And then we can discuss.
Second.
All right. Discussion? Mr. Thompson?
May I, please? So we've moved to Resolution 180-2025, which is the language for the ballot question that would allow the vote of the residents to approve or not the Terra Frisbee Government Campus Redevelopment Plan. The plan is, of course, for that to be on the ballot in March 2026. The reason we're here talking about a vote by the residents on the government campus project itself, and this specific ballot question goes back several months to, I think it was the September 9th meeting. The representatives from Terra and Frisbee were here. Mr. Frisbee and Mr. Martin were here giving an update, and they were sitting right here. And I looked at them in the eye and I asked Mr. Frisbee and Mr. Martin if they would agree to have the residents ratify by a vote of the public any approval by the council of the government campus redevelopment project. I asked them, in other words, if they would agree to make any council approval, should that happen, be contingent on a vote of the people. They agreed. So I turned to my colleagues and I asked if they would all agree to have the public vote on this project, given that the developer had agreed, and you all did. So we directed that a ballot question be prepared to accomplish that. Now, at the time, and all the way through that time, it was my expectation that, and I think, frankly, it was everybody's expectation, that the ballot question would be worded in a way that was fair, that was balanced, and that was neutral. Colleagues, I know that we've been on opposite sides on this issue. You all have supported the Tara Frisbee plan. I have not. But let's set that aside for a moment. Because whether you're in favor of this plan or you're opposed to it, I think we should all want a question posed to the residents that is fair. But the current... But here's the problem. The current draft of that ballot question, which I understand was prepared in conjunction with Tara Frisbee, is not. In my view, it is far from fair. It is, in my view, strongly slanted and essentially a sales pitch in favor of the project. In a project of this magnitude, proponents and opponents could probably point to a whole range of potential facts or arguments in favor or against a project like this. Problem is, in a ballot question, you only have 75 words to do that, so you can only choose to include so much. But if you were to consider like a spectrum of possible things to include, with maybe on the far left side being the most opposed to it, and on the far right side being the most in favor of it, it seems to me when we look at it that the language that's included in this proposal seems to have been cherry-picked strictly from the favorable side. It includes only the kinds of things that the proponents would want to convey to the public. Now, I've never done one of these before. I'm going to do my best, but I've seen how some of my colleagues have gotten good at the PowerPoint presentation. So I have, if we can load up, I have one, and I'd like to go through it now, if we don't mind. That's not it. There we go. Okay, so this is the language that's contained in Resolution 180-2020. So if we go through, I'm going to identify what I think to be maybe the most problematic areas here. Let's see if this works. Yeah, okay. So let's start here. The title is only allowed to be 15 words, but we have several of them dedicated to the concept of preserving/enhancing Memorial Park. And that's included again at the bottom. The idea of preserving/enhancing something seems to me to be a contradiction, because either you're preserving it or you're enhancing it, but it's not literally the same thing. And the concept of preserving Memorial Park seems odd, at least to me, because, as was pointed out, all of the renderings of the Memorial Park in the future are all very different. Like, they're different from what's there now. So I'm not sure that constitutes a preservation of what's there. It seems to be just a wholesale new facility in one way or another. Let's keep it going. Let's talk about the creating a walkable neighborhood. In the sales world, that I think is known as puffery, because it's not exactly measurable. And it happens, I think, to be currently a walkable neighborhood. The reason why I know that is because I've walked it, or I've ran it at a pace that basically is the same as a walk. So I know that it can be done. It can be walkable. It is walkable now. Here's, I think, where we get into the biggest problems. We've talked a lot about the development that is going to be allowed on this east side of 2nd Avenue. The only reference to it in this plan, or in this proposed language, is 4 words: residential and commercial uses. That, I don't think, is a fair representation of what is actually contemplated for the east side. The reason why I know that is it includes stuff like, it should include, the fair representation of it would include the following: that it's 1.1 million square feet, that the buildings are potentially even up to 130 feet tall, that there's 947 residential units that are planned for it, that there's a hotel, an office, retail component, that this is a process that will take years to complete. Originally, I feel like I'd heard that it was going to take upwards of 10 years, but maybe now it's in the range of 6, 7 years. But that's still a long-term construction project that will have disruptive effects to the neighbors and to everybody, frankly. It also, there's really very little discussion about the fact that there are several parcels that are intended to be built upon that are not in the CRA and would have to have significantly enhanced development rights in order to accomplish the 130 or however foot tall they want to build there. There's no mention of that. It also, of course, doesn't take into account or mention anyway the traffic associated with the square footage and the height and the units that we're talking about. Moving on, it talks about generating estimated rent and revenues to the city over $3 billion. We've spent the last 2 days talking about what the financial projections for this project really look like. Again, I don't think that that phrase is entirely fair as far as it goes. For example, it doesn't, as we saw yesterday and today, it doesn't factor in the cost of providing services to the additional residents or workers that will be down in those buildings over the course of time. And I think we've all settled on the fact that, or we've acknowledged the fact that the net present value of the revenues, when factored in with the cost of the services, is $138 million. That, I think, is a fact that is worthy of consideration and inclusion if we're going to be getting into this kind of detail. The last point I'll make about this language is that it doesn't include pretty significant facts regarding what the enhanced city-owned property would be. It doesn't include the fact that the city is the one responsible for paying for the enhanced city facilities, the city hall, the community center, police substation, the infrastructure too. All of that's going to be paid for by the city to the tune of $200 million. It also doesn't mention the fact that it displaces some of the recreation that is there. Well, it displaces all the recreation that's there apart from tennis, I think. And that has costs associated with it. Whether they make sense or not, it does, in fact, displace the recreation that exists downtown. So, I'm not a big user of AI. I guess I chose the wrong meeting to do it for the first time. But, and to Ms. Blank, I'm sorry, I only consulted with one AI engine, but I took and had this language put through ChatGPT, and I asked it on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being the least favorable, least in favor of the project, and 10 being the most in favor of the project, where does this ballot language land on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being most opposed, 10 being most favorable? So here's the prompt that I use. I said on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being most, 10 being most in favor, what does this land at? And I'm not sure we can read this well, but ChatGPT finds it to be an 8.5 or 9 out of 10 in terms of it being in favor of the project. And it includes a whole series of reasons as to why that is. It concludes a lot of positive framing. It's really heavy on the benefit, but without mentioning the trade-offs. It completely omits the kinds of contentious elements that are brought up by opponents of it. It uses like strong patriotic and emotional language, and it includes a financial claim, the $3 billion figure, which of course is but one factor, I think, in the whole financial side of this. So it concluded that this language was designed to encourage a yes vote and was not neutral. Now, 2 can play that game. So I thought to myself, what if we were to create a heavily negative ballot question and included the flip side, meaning all of the negative and most opposed kinds of language in order to put in front of the voters? And this is what I came up with. The title would be Surrendering 7.8 Acres of Public Land to Allow 1.1 million square feet of private development. I mentioned this starts the same. It starts with, shall the city approve 99-year agreements with Boca Raton City Center LLC, bulldozing 31 acres of downtown city-owned property to allow 1.1 million square feet of private development, including 947 residential units, 180-room hotel, and an office building to be built on 7.8 acres, with buildings as high as 130 feet and generating significant additional traffic, while new city facilities, which include City Hall, Community Center, Police Substation, Recreation, and Infrastructure, costing over $200 million, are paid up front by the city. That is, of course, an option, but I admit it, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous, although everything here is factual, and it lines up to what is being proposed, I recognize that this is ridiculous, because this is not how we draw ballot language. This is not how these questions are supposed to be posed. But I'm sorry again on the AI, but I asked ChatGPT, how does this rank on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being the least favorable and 10 being the most favorable about the project? Where does it land on that spectrum? Here's the prompt I used, the exact same language. And what did it say? 1.5 out of 10, strongly anti-project. And it said kind of the similar things that was discussed before. Emotionally charged language implies destruction or betrayal. I thought that was funny. It didn't like the use of the bulldozing. It said that I was highlighting highly sensitive impacts, the height of the building, the traffic, the cost. I guess those are sensitive. No mention of any potential positives. True enough. And he said that the title was written as an indictment. But look at the conclusion. The conclusion said that the language very clearly aims to drive a no vote in tone, structure, and word choice. It is extremely opposed to the project, essentially the mirror opposite of the pro-project ballot language you previously shared. Which means that this absurd, hyperbolic ballot language that I came up with almost as a joke is viewed as the equal and opposite version of the language we're asked to propose and to vote on today. And that, to me, is telling. That is telling. So, where does that leave us? I'm not proposing that we use that second hyperbolic, highly negative language. Instead, I propose we do what we should have always done, include neutral language. Here's what I propose. By the way, the ballot title is consistent with state law in that it's typically, it's a phrase that the project is typically known by, which this is what that is, the government campus redevelopment proposal. Shall the city redevelop its government campus, 31 acres of downtown city-owned land, by partnering with developer Boca Raton City Center LLC to rebuild city facilities, including what those are, including Memorial Park, because it is rebuilding that, and leasing to the developer for 99 years 7.8 acres of city-owned land to build private mixed-use development, including what all of that is, with associated project costs and projected revenues as outlined in the agreements. Doesn't include the positives. It doesn't include the negatives. Why? Our residents are smart enough to make decisions on their own. We cannot be in the business of trying to persuade in the ballot language itself. Folks, we will have campaigns to handle that, but this is the kind of question that we would normally ask the residents if we were seeking their approval on something.
Well said.
And just to show that the AI thing, I really took it all the way on this thing. I ran it through, this proposed ballot language through AI, and it said it was 5 out of 10. It was neutral. If anything, it was actually slightly favorable to the project. It described my language as formal and bureaucratic. I've been called worse, I guess. But it stressed the fact that it was balanced. It says both that what the city was going to get and what the developer was going to get. And it did so without, strong emotional language. It did so without any kind of heavy-handed persuasion that was found in the first one. It mentioned that there was some slightly favorable things, or some slightly unfavorable things too, but it ultimately concluded that this was near center and neutral. That is how these ballot questions should be phrased. And let me make one more point. The city knows how to draw up neutral ballot language. It did so already for a measure that will be on the ballot in March of 2026 for the police station bonds. This is the same kind of ballot language we should be using in this instance. Neutral, fair, and balanced. I don't think that that's too much to ask. Thousands of residents have come to the city communicating that they want to have a say on this project. I agree with that. I think we all agree with that. We've agreed to let them have that. They should. Of course, the people should have an opportunity to vote on this, but they shouldn't be manipulated in the process. We shouldn't be trying to manipulate them in the process. Language like the first version, the version that's contained in the resolution right now, it's going to take me a second to go through here, in my view, is insulting to voters. It is disrespectful to voters. And let me say one more thing. It also, language like this, it betrays a lack of confidence in the merits of this project. Somebody earlier today said that it reeks of desperation. They didn't mean this. That's kind of how it seems to me to be too. The project, this proposal, should rise or fall on its own merits, not through us putting our finger on the scale or trying to stack the deck in favor of it in the ballot language. As I mentioned, there's a time for persuasion as to whether this project will be approved or not. That comes in the campaign that will, I'm sure, happen between now and March. It should not be happening on the ballot language itself. A fair vote, which is what we all want, demands a fair question, and we are better than this. So I'm going to take this opportunity and move that we amend the motion pending to remove the current ballot language, the one that's currently contained in Resolution 180-2025, and replace it with this neutral language, which is on the screen and I can pass out down the line here. Do I hear a second?
Yes.
I'll second it. For discussion.
Was there a second?
I second it, yeah.
Mr. Wigger, all right. Who wants to kick off the discussion further?
I'll start.
All right.
Load her up. Mr. Kaler, have we signed any agreements binding the city onto any obligation with the developer so far?
No.
What is the proposed schedule to potentially have the final agreement in our possession between now and, I guess, the March 10th date in terms of having the agreement finalized?
Defer to staff. My understanding is, and states in the resolution, that there would be a planning and zoning board meeting in December. There would be an intro of a package on January 6th, and then a public hearing and discussion on January 20th to meet the supervisor's mailing deadlines.
Very well. During this time period, is there still time to negotiate with the developer to clarify any of the terms in the agreement pursuant to the things that we are considering, the things that the public has brought up, the appraisal that we just received, the PFM report that we just received, up to this very moment in time? Is there still time to do those things?
Yes, and, as backup to this item, there's over 300 pages in transaction documents, and they're clearly labeled throughout all of them that they are draft and subject to ongoing negotiation.
But again, provided that we come up with the final language before the, I guess, pursuant to those dates, we can negotiate up until what point?
Your scheduled and planned vote is January 20th, and consistent with this, you're trying to target a March 10th date, but January 20th is your target date.
Okay. The issue here is, let me back up a sec. I'm what they call an airport dad. I don't know if you know what that is. An airport dad, I get to the airport 3 hours early. I'm always on time. My family hates me because they're sitting there at the gate 2 hours before, because whatever can go wrong goes wrong, right? Something goes, whatever, the cars, something's wrong. I'm always early. and they know that this is going to happen. We get there early. Why? Because I don't take risks. I don't take risks. I'm super ultra conservative when it comes to any financial decision. I presented in front of this council from October 8th, 2024, and I stumbled across it the other day about the resiliency of our assets, of the city's financial stability, of our services. It's behind the things that we decide. And we don't want to build things twice. How else are we resilient? We have an unbelievable workforce. We have unbelievable nonprofit people, charities, foundations, organizations, thousands of people who fill and enhance the needs of the community. If there's an issue of importance, people come out and make their voices heard, and they're always welcome, and they are. Again, this is from October of 2024. If it's an issue of global concern, like October 7th, we come together. We support our community. Our first responders keep us safe. Our people feel safe. There's so many unbelievable things that are about Boca Raton. In 2019, this is from a June 10th presentation that I made, and then once before. In 2019, we came to this exact point again, where the city planned the redesign itself. Some members of the council were there. I mean, they were on the council at the time. The council members noted that the City Hall and Community Center needed replacement and proper updated facilities. The $200 million price tag then was expensive and would burden residents with taxes and bond payments. It wasn't innovative, it wasn't connected, it was not activated. Also, it included the relocation of all the then current facilities because the new buildings, as Mr. Zerva said, the new police station would have to have been built in the softball field in order to, because you can't vacate the police station to avoid the temporary location costs. The idea was to rebuild it on site, and there were 2 garages in the plan. It was $200 million then. So where are we now? We already knew that we have to do all the public infrastructure, civic building and park work. We've talked about this. We also know that the cost to do so in 2019 was $200 million, and that was rejected. That's a net negative of $200 million then. We know now, inflated, the cost to do all the things is probably double, just like someone talked about that the valuation of what's going on in the city is double. Construction prices have doubled. If anything, we should have done it back then. It would have cost half as much as it's going to cost now. So here we are, finally. How are we going to pay for this now? This is the question. What is the city trying to solve here? This has been the question that everybody's been evading. No one's been really talking about it. Are we only considering a project that will pay for itself or offset all the public investment, as many people have talked about? Well, then either the proposed project should be large enough to do that, or the proposed public buildings need to be more cost efficient. Many people talked about that. I agree with that. Or the public portion needs to be smaller and more efficient, and the developer needs to help minimize its risk to the city by smoothing out the revenue streams during the ramp-up years to truly capture the appraised value and the NPV. And the developer can make up for it in later years. Something that I've said. So I've said this multiple times. Due to what's happening with Tallahassee and the considerations of property tax reform, protecting revenue streams of our ground lease with the creation of a land trust is a good idea no matter if the project goes forward or not. In this agreement, so far, what we've proposed is anticipating that this possibility could occur. So we've put a provision there for a payment in lieu of taxes. This is not something we invented. It's done in many other cities where there's a ground lease or it's on top of a railroad or something like that. So that the revenue that we would have received in property taxes, we will still get as a payment in lieu of taxes. This is also another concern. We've talked about this ad nauseum, about the CRA is expiring in 15 years. There will be a big shift in revenue in terms of the money that is now TIF will have to go back to the county. So protecting taxpayers from tax hikes at the end of the CRA term by establishing the creation of revenue streams and tax base sooner rather than later is going to be important. As Jim said, as Mr. Service said, our bonding capacity is limited after 2027 because we can't do a 15-year issuance anymore. So if we're going to do some of these things, and even not all of these things, we really have to start considering this now. Are we trying to achieve a balance here to preserve Memorial Park and capture some revenue from the east of 2nd Avenue portion for a modest TOD, right? We've went away. We've listened to the public. We've went away from a complete financial revenue model to one that's trying to achieve balance. We're not just trying to pay for the project. Once we shifted that focus, we're agreeing in certain respects that we don't want to do that we just want to do the right thing. And so after 10 months of planning, now we're at this point. A lot of people have said a lot of things. Some of them have been angry. Some of them have been not angry. Some people have had good points over the many months. I've really evaluated them. I've read every email, including the ones coming in right now. Well, some people are coming here, the old school guys, they want no deal. They want no deal at all. They wish the 1970 was just back. I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. Some people here see everything that we've been doing coming up to this point and see this as a bad deal. The analysis sucks. The numbers suck. The project sucks. Everything here stinks. I don't like it. It's a bad deal. There's a mixture of people that have come in. If you notice, there's other group of people that have come in and have said, well, the valuation is not quite, the analysis is not quite, if the analysis was better, if it was more fair, I'd consider it, right? So you have this hodgepodge of people. You have some people that analyze that we have to go forward, that we're working on our best. We have the top people, working on these things. But to the point where people have tried to put words in either my head or other people's heads, there has been no decision made up to this very point. There has been no future land conveyed at this point. There's been nothing else considered at this point. There's been no plan, no nothing until all the information is there. Deliberation is based on the information, not on what you're going to do, what you plan to do, push this ahead, all these other things. Nothing has been made up until this very second in time. The city reduced the possible scope of this project by 70% for the benefit of preservation, for the enhancement of the 17-acre Memorial Park. Memorial Park is not being considered to be leased. The city purchased, right in this due diligence, the city purchased the 6551 building to move administrative services into a more centralized location. Instead of building new, we know that saves us approximately $40 million in potential construction costs. The city is considering a ground lease of the 7 acres east of 2nd Avenue now for commercial by the private sector to achieve a reasonable rate of return. This is now what we're evaluating. Finally, we are now in this entire process of evaluating it now. And we have the potential to receive some profit sharing since we own this land. But as we've said multiple times, the profit sharing component is not being evaluated by PFM or the appraiser because it is speculative. And we're trying to preserve Boca's strong financial position by not risking all our funds, all our reserves, okay, so we don't materially impact those. Our bonding capacity, certainly we might need bonding capacity for seawalls, for major infrastructure things. So again, we don't take those kinds of risks, just blowing our reserve fund. So this is not a payment for all public sector construction. This is, again, we've acknowledged that we're shifting away from that. It's a partial offset. In my opinion, either way, the public portion, meaning the amount that we're paying for, needs to be smaller and more efficient. Again, I propose potentially the restoration of the old portion of City Hall, and there'll be more to that come soon. And the developer has to work with us to minimize the risk by smoothing out revenue during the ramp-up years to capture the appraised value in MPV. If there's a path forward here, I don't necessarily disagree with Mr. Thompson, but I think Mr. Thompson's language discussion does not get to the heart of the evaluation of the actual deal, the agreement of something to put in front of the voters, which is why first I asked about the path for, is there a possibility of time to continue to negotiate? And I've said this before. I think we need to guarantee that the minimum base rent exceeds the appraised value to minimize risk. Again, PFM does not factor in percentage rent in models. Well, again, I'm very risk averse. As a fiduciary of the city, I'm very, very, very risk averse. Then we should not evaluate percentage rent in the model. We need to make sure that we know what we're going to get. The city, though, needs the option to be able to switch to a more lucrative percentage rent. One of the options is to switch to a percentage rent, which is what Meisner Park has. But only when the project is stabilized. Why shouldn't we get the benefit of the bargain of partnering, right? If we're going to be partners, then let's be partners, okay? Which means when things are going great, we should make the upside too. I've said this multiple times, and and I've said this to the developer. The issue with the transfer fee prior to CRA termination should be higher to offset the ramp-up years. If the developer does this to just flip the deal and pay us 1%, then it's a bad deal, and it's a bad deal for us, and I won't agree to it. And this is something that I'm not allowed to talk to with my colleagues. I'm not allowed to talk to with anybody else while I'm deliberating. These are some things that I've mentioned to some of the staff and the developer that they need to work. They need to work on this transfer fee, and it needs to be something that if the deal is flipped in the first 5 years, then it's X, and we could work on that, But if the deal's flipped in, in 2 years, we need the right to approve who our partner is going to be, because they need to have the same financial credit worthiness, just as you would in any lease assignment for any major project, just like Meisner Park. So there's still a lot of work to be done here, in my opinion. It's a situation where we're not part of the active legal document negotiations. We get updates. So I have not had a chance to talk with my colleagues about this ever, as you know, because I could only do it here. And I've not had a chance to really talk about this with any other parties because, again, I am waiting to receive all the information, which unfortunately was received very, very recently. And again, a lot of these things, as I've said months and months ago, should have been done months ago. Because we have the 6551 building, the city can take its time redesigning Memorial Park and the civic buildings and start slowly. There is no requirement that we do all the construction at once. Multiple people have mentioned that as well. So there is no requirement that we upfront $200 million or $100 million. We can upfront as much as we want because we could do this because it's not one combined project anymore. We can do this when we want. So one of the things we could do potentially is shift the revenue for the private component forward and delay the expenses of the public sector. It gives the city more time to build up cash reserves. We might be able to avoid some bond issuance and design efficient public sector components, preserve or enhance existing, as I've talked about. And we have an opportunity to receive revenue from the completed private sector improvements before large public sector expenses. The resiliency of Boca Raton, our strength, is more than just some stats and some numbers. It is about our community coming together. I didn't have a final slide because I didn't come here with a preconceived conclusion of how I was going to vote. I waited to deliberate based on all the information. So if the developer's willing to come up and negotiate, I'd agree to move forward and continue to negotiate with the city attorney and the developer and try to get a deal that the people could vote on. And I would use Mr. Thompson's language, or we could adult it, if this is the AI version, and I'm not a big fan of that, I would say that we could, or find an alternate solution. If we can't find an alternate solution, and we need more time, then I would say that if we're not going to be able to do this today because we just received a lot of this information, then I would say we wait. Because we could just, if we're not ready to do it, we don't do it.
Well said, well said.
Please.
So, that's what I think.
So, just, Mr. Wigner, thank you for those points. Just to be clear, you didn't have any separate language on this. You're just looking, you seconded for amendment for discussion.
I seconded it, yes, correct.
Okay.
I was actually working with Mr. Kaler earlier on language, but I ran out of time. I didn't have time to finish the draft. Okay. So I was trying to work on it, but I didn't have time. So, again, I would like, I'm probably going to need a recess to just really read this and consider this if this is something that's going forward today. Otherwise, I would, like I said, otherwise I would vote that we take a little more time.
Right. I think first we can certainly recess. We often have developers doing it when they're doing language. I wish I had had an opportunity to see the alternative language yesterday during workshop. It might have provided some opportunity for us to evaluate it. So be it. Let me talk about a few things here. I'm trying to, we can discuss it. I'll point out some things. First, Tara Frisbee, in response to Mr. Thompson's question back in September, said, yes, we'll agree to put the question there. Since he asked that of them, the question is really not about the redevelopment proposal overall. It's about the approving of the land lease. They agreed to, and I don't want to put words in their mouth, but that's what my understanding. They agreed to, if we do the deal, yes, we'll have the residents ratified. That's how the conversation's been. So I think we ought to go back to the original language that's here, approving lease of city land and agreements for public improvements. So going back to the language that's here, that's as drafted by the city so far. Shall the city approve agreements with Boca Raton City Center LLC, leasing 7.8 acres of city property east of Northwest 2nd Avenue near Brightline Station for 99 years, comma. Let me just pause there. I think that's all factual, and frankly, it's clearer than what Mr. Thompson's proposed here, but I'm amenable if we're going to discuss. I don't like the reference to 31 acres where it says, shall the city redevelopment its government campus 31 acres of downtown city-owned land. It's not 31 acres, as we said. In fact, it's certainly less than that because we're not looking at doing anything toward a portion of the northwest where the Singing Pines is. So, it says 7.8 acres below. That's the relevant part of the deal. Creating a walkable neighborhood with residential and commercial uses. I'll pause there for a second. We've talked about walkability, transit-oriented design. I think those are important parts. With residential and commercial, ladies and gentlemen, please. With residential and commercial uses, Mr. Thompson raised the point about residential, hotel, office, and retail. We could find a way to fit on those words. But Mr. Wigner's presentation raises another point. We're still negotiating a deal. We know that there's going to be some component of residential. We know there's going to be some component of commercial. What if in the next, between now and then, something changes again? If we get too specific, it goes away. I'm just flagging that for us. Generating estimated rent and revenues to city of over $3 billion. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, please. I think because we've had different considerations of net present value, I think the overall payment stream, which is referred to just above in 99 years, makes the most sense. Enhancing city-owned property, then including preserving Memorial Park and honoring veterans, expanding public recreational and green spaces, new community center, city hall, and police substation. Well, I think those bullets capture them. It is enhancing city-owned property. That is the goal of this. There is the word, someone took issue with the word preserving. The agreement itself, as it's currently drafted and not yet finalized, has a section 3.8 talking about the preservation of Memorial Park. That's a requirement that it be preserved, and it states as such. So I think that's okay. I think honoring veterans, we have, in response to concerns raised, reiterated our strong support for fulfilling a vision that has gone unfulfilled for Memorial Park, which hasn't been signed in over 40 years. We've reached out to veterans groups. Tara Frisbee, I know, has talked with them too. I think those are salutary things. Expanding public recreational and green spaces, contrary to what was said, the 17 acres is on the entire space now. That includes paved lots, City Hall, Community Center, no green space. There is a dramatic increase in green space, and I think we ought to reflect that. And then new Community Center, City Hall, and police substation. The only thing, you know, if there's a strong desire to put in more specificity on office, retail, and hotel, that would be a net gain of 2 words over commercial, and we could find 2 words to take out. Perhaps rent and instead of revenues, you know, rent and revenues, just revenues. And so I'm just submitting that for your consideration. But I like the framework of this better than what Mr. Thompson's proposed, because it's focusing on the deal to be ratified, which was the original question several months ago. And that's what's before us now. Also, the redevelopment focus is not as part of the deal, because it's not as if we're saying this is the redevelopment plan that we want residents to vote on. We don't want them to vote on 32,000 square feet or 35,000 square feet of community center or city hall. We want them to ratify the public-private partnership. We want them to ratify the lease. I think we should start with, shall the city approve the agreements? And then we specify where they are, which I think is important, and it's not in the other draft. I don't want people being unclear about which acres. We specify the time, we specify the uses, we specify the revenue stream, and we specify the purposes.
Why is Boca One
Excuse me,
selling it as one project?
gentlemen, sir, please. We're not going to have comments like that. Okay? So for those reasons, I've offered my thoughts. Further discussion?
Mayor,
If you
I
guys
think-
keep speaking, sorry, Mayor, Deputy
Yes,
Mayor.
please. We're
if you
gonna have
keep
to ask you to
talking,
leave then.
We can't hear. This is a really important conversation that these 5 people up here have to have. Right now is the most important part, probably time of you all sitting there. So if I can't hear, because we're talking, you could laugh. I mean, you could do, or you could be removed from the chamber, because this is really important for the entire community. So I need to be able to listen to the Deputy Mayor, to Mr. Thompson, to Mr. Singer, to Mr. Wigger. We are making decisions like live. So please have a little bit of respect.
Thank you. That's all right, Ms. Nackles.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Drucker, and thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Thompson and Mr. Wigger, for the presentations, and staff and PFM. So, Mayor Singer, I think we can add the residential, Mr. Thompson's version has, in parentheses, residential, hotel, office, retail. Can't we, after walkable neighborhood, put parentheses with residential, comma, hotel, comma, office, comma, retail, parentheses?
I don't think we need, to answer your question, I don't think we need the parentheses. The way it is right now, you could swap out and commercial and put an office, retail, and hotel. That's a net gain of, instead of, residential and commercial is 3 words.
Residential, comma, hotel,
Residential, comma, office, comma,
office.
retail, and hotel uses. So that takes it up
So
a
it
net.
has all those in there.
Right, that takes it up a net 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So that's a net gain of 2 words.
Okay, and I agree. The goal is to ratify the public-private partnership and the lease. And I think we're allowed a certain number of words. Mr. Kaler, can you just go through it with us, how you came up with this language? We haven't heard from you yet.
Sure. As has been stated, a ballot summary, that's what this is. It's not a description of every detail of the project, nor can it be in 75 words. Does it comply with the law? My job as a city attorney is to present to you ballot language that is lawful. And under the law, it's got to tell the public what the chief purpose of the measure is. And here, it tells It's a 99-year lease of 7.8 acres for a mixed-use development. It says the location, and then it says there's a package of public improvements on city retained land, including Memorial Park for new civic facilities and new public spaces. So that's the core transaction. There is more than one way to bake a cake. And so what has been presented to you is an option that is lawful, but as the discussion here reveals, there's more than one way to bake a cake.
Okay, thank you. But we're allowed a certain number of words, and this took advantage of the certain number of words, and I think it's important to get as much information as we can in the limited amount of space that we're allowed to put it in. I agree, it's no longer 31 acres that we're considering for the public-private partnership or the lease. It's 7.8 acres, and I think that's, though Mr. Thompson's has that in it too, I don't like that it has the 31 acres of downtown city-owned land in there. So, so I would leave what we have in our version, except change out, include that it has hotel, office, retail, instead of just residential and commercial uses. And I agree, residents are smart. 7,700 people, not everyone who lived in Boca Raton or was verified, signed a charter amendment that was presented. People are smart. I believe that they read what they sign, hopefully, and they research what they vote on. And I'm sure everyone will be doing their research on this and hopefully start listening to, as we really get into the final details of what the master agreement is going to be, everybody really starts paying attention. And on a separate note, though, Mr. Thompson, I was really glad to see that you presented some negative ballot language as kind of a farce that was a 1.5 out of 10, saying you admit it's ridiculous, and it's interesting because that included 1 million, lots more than what is being presented today in our plan, though the developer that you had supported in the beginning had 1 million square feet of office, 200-foot buildings, which is much higher than we're thinking now, no recreation, no preservation of Memorial Park, and very little green space. So I'm really happy that you think, like I did, that that was absurd and that we have what's in front of us today. And Mr. Wigder, I think that we can, like you said, we need to keep working on this, but I don't want to kick the can down the road anymore. That we've been holding things together with duct tape and paper clips. Looking forward to getting this done for everyone in Boca Raton. We deserve better than what we have right now. And the way that I really wish that we could have worked better together over the last few months. I really feel like we are all better than what has happened in here over the last few months from everyone. And I really am hoping that moving forward that we can have more productive conversations, that we can get to a place that will really be good for all 100,000+ residents that are in this city that I know love the city as much as I do. And we're going to keep relying on you, Mr. Zervis, to bring us all these financials and get clear financials, again, that makes sense for the city, that is a good deal for the city. And then in March, Mr. Rose didn't get to finish his comments, but I heard him as he was walking on the way out. Aren't we getting to vote on this in March? Yes, ultimately, people will have the vote, and I will abide and be happy with whatever that outcome is. So I think we move ahead with this language as we have it in that we proposed, except for changing hotel to hotel, office, retail, and residential.
Mayor Singh?
Yes, Ms. Drucker.
Yeah.
Please, Ms. Drucker. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson, I really wish you would have brought this up yesterday at workshop. That's why we have workshops, because the first time we've seen this language, and it would have given us we ended really early yesterday, and we could have really had a robust discussion. So I hope this is not a political move that is being made of the dais, because I've really, really hope that this is not how we're going to conduct ourselves as we move through the next really, really critical weeks. And because you and I have worked a really long time, I hope, and I'm hopeful that's not the case. But I really wish we would have seen this yesterday, because we would have had time to not only discuss it yesterday, but taken it home, talk to legal, talk to just Mr. Kohler, the city manager, just questions that we can't do. It's 10:20 in the evening. So I really wish next time you're bringing these items, which some of them had validity, I would rather you bring them up during our workshop, so then we could have even more conversation at the city council meeting, and we could put in our research. So hopefully, that's what I ask of you. In terms of my my feedback on the ballot, it's funny, I kind of had, you could see it. I kind of took out the 31 acres. I think that's disingenuous. That's not correct. It's 7.8 acres. I took out partnering with the developer. There's no need for that to be in there with Mr., because it already says here, shall the city approve agreements with Boca Raton City Center, et cetera. I also agree with the residential, hotel, office, and retail to add that. I put a square on it. I thought that's important to have there. So I'm amenable to adding to the current language, adding that component from Mr. Thompson's ballot proposal from AI.
If you'll allow me, this was not AI. This was me drafting this. I ran it through AI to get a confirmation that it was neutral, and it said that it was. This is me who drafted this.
Mr. Thompson, will you yield for a question, please? I have a question. You have this framework. Is there any, we try to find consensus wherever we can. In fact, we had a 5-0 vote to extend this contract so that we could have further discussion. And we're at another point to consider more discussion here, because the ballot language finalizing this is we have to do that this week in order to have a vehicle that the residents can vote on in March. Here's the question. Is there any framework? You have a kind of a different format. Can you work within the existing framework of the question? Is there something we can do to get you to yes, where it starts off focused on the agreement and the first couple of sentences? Or is that just a non-starter? Because if so, I want to see if we can get consensus, and if not, it's helpful to know.
If you could load up my presentation again, just so we can identify what I view as the problem areas. The framework that it sounds like three of you all are suggesting that we continue with, hold on, still has all of these problems associated with it. It has all of the favorable, what is viewed as favorable facts contained, but it doesn't have any of the unfavorable facts contained. That hasn't changed. It sounds like the only option is that you're going to add in 2 words, hotel and retail. And that's maybe 3 words, fine. But everything else stays. I don't see that as being a solution to these problems. Now, I don't mind as you can see from what I'm putting on the screen, I don't mind the first 2 sentences, just first 2 lines. But we need to be, if you're going to include, first of all, you can have a neutral ballot question one of 2 ways. You have lots of good and favorable and lots of unfavorable, so it's balanced. Or you have neither. Because we're limited by the 75-word restriction, I included neither. That is all information that can be conveyed to the residents in the time of the campaign. You don't need to be doing it and slanting it solely in the favorable side at the ballot box. So, to your question as to whether there's any part of this framework I'm willing to live with, I'm willing to live with the first 2 lines. Shall the city approve agreements with Boca Raton City Center LLC, leasing 7.8 acres of city property? I don't think you have to specify east of Northwest 2nd Avenue or Brightline for 99 years. Up to that point, I'm fine. But basically everything after that is in my view, an injustice to the project itself, the merits, the demerits of it, and it's not fair to the residents. If we can work with what I view as the neutral with everything after that, fine. That I can work with. But no, just to add 3 words is not going to solve the problem.
All right, well, we may not have a 5-0 vote on this, and that's okay. I thank you for the answer. I have a respectful disagreement with the way you framed it, because the bottom bullet point matches your language here. I think it is important to mention Memorial Park, given the strong interest and some of the comments we've heard from many of the people in this room. I think it's important to mention the recreation and green space, given also those comments. And I think it's important to mention the revenue stream, because that's a material consideration for a deal. We won't have to agree on that. I know Mr. Wigner had suggested a recess. Why don't we just take a short recess so we can give everyone 5 to 10 minutes to go, if they want to wordsmith it out, take out notebook paper, which we have, and go from there. How about that? So we're going to recess. We'll recess for 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, we are resuming at 10:52. Given that we're almost approaching 11 o'clock, I'll entertain a privileged motion to continue the meeting beyond 11 o'clock to comport with our rules.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, we'll have the discussion continue. I'm prepared to, I have language that comports with what I talked about, but Mr. Wigner, I know you were furiously writing. Do you want to share something?
Sure, I'll take a stab at it. It's on multiple pieces of paper, so I'm just going to read it first, and then you could think about it a little more. Shall the city approve agreements with Boca Raton City Center LLC, leasing 7.8 acres of city property east of Northwest 2nd Avenue near Brightline Station for 99 years, with associated project costs and project revenues, which creates a mixed-use transit-oriented district, preserves Memorial Park, rebuilds City Hall, Community Center, and Police Station, and complies with all applicable codes and regulations.
So, Mr. Wigner, you took the first two lines, and then you took the
I took
last.
the first two lines of what we had, and I took a portion of what Mr. Thompson had, and then I kind of...
Could you read it one more time, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. Shall the city approve agreements with Boca Raton City Center, leasing 7.8 acres of city property east of Northwest 2nd Avenue near Brightline Station for 99 years, with associated project costs and project revenues, which creates a mixed-use transit-oriented district, preserves Memorial Park, rebuilds City Hall, the community center, and police substation, and complies with all applicable codes and regulations.
Unfortunately, I couldn't hear it because someone from the
Yes,
audience
please.
screamed. My word.
This is okay. It's
If
all
you
right.
can't keep your comments to yourself, please, then sit outside and you can watch from there. We can't have yelling here. It's distracting.
Shall the city approve agreements with Boca Raton City Center LLC, leasing 7.8 acres of city property east of Northwest 2nd Avenue near Brightline Station for 99 years, with associated project costs and project revenues, which creates a mixed-use transit-oriented district, preserves Memorial Park, rebuilds City Hall, Community Center, and Police Substation, and complies with all applicable codes and regulations. I didn't run it through the filter, but I don't disagree to try to just keep it as neutral as possible and try to just explain what the project is.
You said rebuilt City Hall. What was the second word?
Community center?
May I provide a couple of observations about that? Mr. Wagner? There's a couple of points I think that we don't, while an improvement, certainly over what was originally drafted, it doesn't mention the types of uses, residential, hotel, office, retail. I know you say mixed use and transit-oriented, but I'm not certain that it's clear the types of uses that are contemplated. I don't know if your proposal mentions the fact that it's being leased or that there's 7.8 acres that they would be built. Oh, is that part of is it the beginning?
Okay. Yeah, the first sentence is the same of the original.
Oh, leasing the 7.8 acres,
Yeah.
okay.
So I just took the first two sentences of what was there, interposed it. Yeah, mixed-use district. I thought that the word mixed use in just urban planning vernacular means a mix of uses. So it includes all those potential things, even though we might not be finalized. But if I think there's some extra words, so if we want to clear it up, we could, you know.
Has anybody typed it out and seen what the word count is? Because I'll do that.
It's 61 words.
So it looks like we have some words to work with. So could we add in the residential, hotel, office, retail?
I guess the question I think the mayor or the city attorney mentioned before was if the actual, the word commercial generally means any of those things, retail, commercial. So if a hotel is not included in the final but we actually use the word hotel here, then we've, you know, then it's a problem. So I think it's a little bit more general. If you say residential commercial uses means hotel, office, or retail, generally speaking.
Mr. Wigder?
Yeah.
I appreciate your efforts there. I actually prefer the original framework. I'll tell you what and it goes back to what I said earlier, and for the reasons I said, I think spelling, if we don't want to say residential and commercial uses only, I think spelling out the 4 types of uses is more clear to every resident than saying mixed-use transit-oriented development, because then we have to define that, what transit, what mix of uses. I think it's a little more ambiguous. I like the framework as is. I don't share all the concerns. And what I would propose, and I'm ready to move it as the amendment to the amendment, which is after residential, let me go back to the line. On line 15, 16, where it says residential and commercial, change that to residential, comma, retail, comma, office, and hotel uses. That's a net gain of 2 words. To offset, I would take off the word owned after city-owned property and call it city-owned property on line 17. And then I would take out the and on line 18, just preserving Memorial Park area honoring veterans. That gets us a neutral. Again, we don't have to rehash. I favor this wording for all the reasons I said. I think it's important to specify the recreation, the green space, Memorial Park, and then, you know, there's no dispute about it. Everyone agrees on community center, city hall, and police substation. So I'm prepared to move, you know.
Mayor Singer, can you repeat from the top?
Sure. It would be lines 15 and 16. You would replace and commercial with the phrase retail, office, and hotel. You would take out the word owned on line 17, so instead of enhancing owned property, enhancing city property. And then on line 18, instead of preserving Memorial Park area and honoring veterans, preserving Memorial Park area, comma, honoring veterans, which also fits in with the comma phrasing over the bullets.
Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Can I ask Mr. Wigder, can you just read the part about the transit-oriented community, or what you had in there? You had that instead of walkable neighborhood?
I didn't put walkable neighborhood. I put with associated project costs and project revenues, which creates a mixed-use transit-oriented district, which is what we're trying to do.
Mayor Singer?
Please.
Would we be able to, instead of creating a walkable neighborhood, maybe create like the transit-oriented, like add it in there somehow? Is that going to be too many words? I don't mind the wording that Mr. Wigder used with transit-oriented district. That's what we're really trying to do there.
I appreciate that. If you're yielding to the question, I prefer walkable neighborhood for 2 reasons. One, it's hard to, we all know what we're talking about with the transit-oriented development, but there was confusion even among staff between the language between transit-oriented development and transit-oriented community in 2024, and I'm mindful of that, so I'm trying to make this as clear as day. The walkable neighborhood, one of the centerpieces is what, you know, the new avenue that's north-south between 1st and 2nd Avenues. That is a walkable, you know, it's a pedestrian-oriented street. That's the center. And if you want to say pedestrian-oriented, that's fine. We just need another word because hyphens count. Like you can't hyphenate. Pedestrian-oriented is 2 words whether you put a hyphen or not. Walkable is 1 shorter. So for that reason, I like it. And it also harkens back to our conversation last night about what we saw in Meisner Park during the tree lighting. So I think that gives a vision and an image, but open other things. We're at a capacity here.
Mr. Wigder, I'm sorry, could you read yours one more time? I'm going to type it out. Somehow I think that's easier. I can process it more easily that way. Shall the city approve agreements with Boca Raton City Center LLC, leasing 7 acres of city property east of Northwest 2nd Avenue near Brightline Station for 99 years?
With associated project costs and project revenues, which creates a mixed-use transit-oriented district, parentheses, with residential, retail, hotel, and commercial uses, preserves Memorial Park, rebuilds City Hall, Community Center, and Police Station, and complies with all applicable law.
You had mentioned police substation, right? That was the, okay.
After Community Center.
Yeah. And complies with all applicable laws.
Mayor Singer?
Ms. Drucker.
I mean, I think we also have to be, because I see Mr. Wigders and Mr. Thompson, the value to the residents, whether they vote for it or against. I think we have to have that in there. Besides creating, like the generating, this part of generating estimated rent and revenues to the city, there has to be some component of that in there.
Yeah.
You may not feel that it's strong enough, but I think both mine, Mr. Wigder took the language that I had included at the end of mine, which talked about the fact that there are costs associated with the project, and projected revenues that are, by the way, we should specify that are outlined in the agreement.
Yes. We have words left.
Okay, I see it, because it went after, yeah. I would like to see this on the screen. There's too many changes.
I respect my colleagues. I think I'm more comfortable with what I proposed. I'm ready to move it as I'm ready to amend it the way I've said. And if there's a second for that, we can then discuss that amendment to the amendment.
Can you repeat again?
Certainly. I'll read the whole thing. The first three lines are the same. Shall the city approve agreements with Boca Raton City Center LLC, leasing 7.8 acres of city property east of Northwest 2nd Avenue near Brightline Station for 99 years, creating a walkable neighborhood with residential, retail, office, and hotel uses, generating estimated rent and revenues to city of over $3 billion, enhancing city property, including preserving Memorial Park area, honoring veterans, expanding public recreational and green spaces, new community center, city hall, and police substation. And where I emphasize, that's where the changes were.
Mr. Mayor, would you also leave the title the same? Preserving, enhancing Memorial Park. I think it's important
Yes.
that Memorial Park is in there because so many people have
Yep, the answer is yes.
information that, they are concerned about Memorial Park.
Is the title part of the words, the number of words allowed?
Separate 15.
15.
It has its own separate limitation of 15, and this is 15. So to answer your question, no, it's not part of the 75. There's 75 for the summary and 15 for the title.
Anyone
Mr.
care to second my amendment to the amendment?
I could second for discussion.
All right.
To discuss. Mr. Thompson, you had said that preserving and enhancing, you didn't care for that in the title?
No, I didn't, in part because the reasons I had outlined were that it's somewhat contradictory to say that you're both preserving and enhancing. Either you're preserving it, which keeps it the way that it is, or you're enhancing it, which means you're changing it. And it's not accurate, in my view, to call what's happening to Memorial Park preserving it, because it's a completely different recreational space now. It's more enhancing. I guess I can get more on board with that. But even that, I hear on one side we're saying Memorial Park's not being, destroyed, but on the other hand, we're actually going to be changing it and making it different than what it is now, which is what residents appreciate now. So, yeah, I did have an issue with that. I don't think that that in the title is necessary. Certainly not necessary in the title.
Mr. Mayor?
Please.
I think the more information we have, the better. And I wouldn't, the only change I wouldn't be opposed to is if we want to change it to what Mr. Wigner said, mixed use, which would include all of those things, residential, hotel, office and retail, or we just leave it because, yeah, I would be fine with either one, either putting mixed use or putting those four. But I think the more information we can put and use the full 75 words is important.
Mr. Mayor, I don't mind including more information so long as it's balanced. And I think between what I or Mr. Wigner has proposed is balanced. It's not intended to be persuasive. I think that matters. You put just the facts, that's it. And I think I'm more or less okay with what, we eliminate the Memorial Park stuff out of the title. I think I'm on board with what Mr. Wigner has suggested because it is neutral, which should be the hope. It should be the goal. I think that's what our residents deserve. They deserve nothing less than that.
Mr. Mayor?
Please.
I think we all agree with that. I think the residents do deserve it to be factual and to be fair. So what part exactly is not, is it the $3 billion, the rent and revenue to the city of over $3 billion? Is that it? Because we are enhancing the city-owned property. It will be mixed use. We are going to rebuild City Hall. Right now, we don't know what Memorial Park is going to look like. That's what we're going to work with everybody towards and create something together. I mean, that's, Mr. Lukasik has said that several times. We've all agreed that, Terra Frisbee doesn't need to tell us what the west side is going to look like. We together will say what we want the west side to be. But we know that it will give us more green spaces, give us the community center, the city hall, the police substation. Is it the $3 million or $3 billion that, and I understand what you say, preserve and enhance Memorial Park, but we are preserving the park. We're not bulldozing it in the words that Mr. Perlman likes to put into his videos and stand up at the podium and saying. So we are preserving it, and we are making it better. We are enhancing it as well. We've talked about that the whole time. I'm not really sure what is not factual in here. And maybe you're just saying that it makes it sound better than it is. But I think every part of this is accurate right now from the information that we have. So, again, if you want to change it to mixed use without all the other words, I would do that. But I think it's important to have all of this information in there.
I'll respond to that if you don't mind, Mayor. The reason why it's problematic is it's all of the factual information as you describe it is all picked from the sweet side of the ledger. None of the sour stuff's included. This is obviously a project that has massive implications, not 100% of which are positive. Okay? If you're going to include the good, it's only fair that you include the bad. And we don't have enough space to do that. So I think you take out all of the slanting towards the positive and the slanting towards the negative. Because what I'm hearing you say is that all of it's factual. What part isn't factual? Well, you know what else is also factual was my absurd idea here. The slanted in the other direction. It's 1.1 million square feet of private development. It's 947 residential units. It's 180 room hotel. It's the buildings are 130 feet high. All that's factual. I think somebody took issue with the 31 acres. Okay. Well, a lot of it is most of that 31 acres being changed, or it's not going to look like it does now. It's going to cost us $200 million, and we're going to pay for it up front. All that's factual, too. But the point is, the same reasons why you all are uncomfortable with using this as the ballot question is the same reason why I, and it sounds like a lot of others, are uncomfortable using the positive slant that the current language has. Is it factual? Perhaps. But it's all picked, cherry-picked out of the suite. And that's not how these things should be drafted. Make it neutral, which is what I think what Mr. Wigger and I are trying to accomplish. Give them the ballot question as neutral as possible, fair, balanced. The residents of this city can decide for themselves.
Floor still yours, or I'm happy to go too.
Can we get it up on the screen? Type it out and put it up on the screen? Is that?
The language I proposed? Yes, I believe we just emailed it, Mr. Whitson.
Mayor Singer, question. The only thing that I also don't see here, and I don't want to, is like, I mean, some people know east of Northwest 2nd Avenue, but should anything in the title say downtown?
It says near Brightline train station.
Oh, Brightline Station, true. Because I don't mind like redevelopment, like I feel like the title, I'm not sitting as well with the title.
A question for you, Mr. Kaler, to answer that question. Could we swap the word city for downtown in the title on line 9?
Yes.
Although,
Approving lease of downtown land and agreements, because the city's already in there. It says the city approve agreement, city property, enhancing city property. So it's city, but I do think that, you know, maybe there should be some mention of downtown. I mean, the bright line's on there, agreed.
Mr. Mayor,
please.
can we put approving lease/agreements of city land downtown for public improvements? Was a
Mr.
slash
Kaler, can
count
we?
as that?
So the transaction that's going to be presented to the council in January is a series of documents. And so you have the core transaction of the lease of the 7.8 acres for the property. And the other part of the core transaction are these agreements for public improvements, meaning the master partnership agreement and the development management agreement. So they are distinct. And Mayor, to answer your question, I do think city probably does belong in there because it is signaling this is city land, not just downtown land.
Could we say approving lease of downtown city land, agreements for public improvements, and preserving, enhancing Memorial Park? So instead of including, you get and you take out the first and before agreements and make it a comma to substitute in the downtown. That's a question for you, Mr. Kaler. What do you think of that?
That satisfies the title requirements. Again, there's more than one way to bake a cake. And,
Right, but.
And that's 15.
Okay. And again, I respect my colleagues. I like this. I feel this is balanced. I feel it's got material terms that have the money, the green space, and I think they're relevant. Obviously, every sort of development brings in traffic. There were some other components there in the ridiculous example. It was demonstrated as a ridiculous one, and reasonable minds can disagree. But downtown, I think we could fit in. Approving lease of downtown city land, comma, agreements for public improvements, and preserving, enhancing Memorial Park. And I get there is a preservation on the one side, there's an enhancement on the other. It's referred to in the bullets, and I think the title reflects that.
I could live with the title. I think that if someone reads this, the more information we provide, I agree with Deputy Mayor Malquist, the more information we put there, whether it's city land, downtown, like just more information, because when they're reading this, some people might not know exactly where Northwest Second Avenue is. They don't. They just drive. I mean, they just don't. So if we can make that, that would be an improvement to that part at least.
All right, can we deem my motion then, or the motion to amend the amendment to include that language? Approving lease of downtown city land, comma, agreements for public improvements and preserving and enhancing Memorial Park. Is that all right with you, Ms. Drucker? You seconded.
Second,
All
yes.
right. I think we've all, I mean, I think three of us are on one side, two on another. I'm trying to figure out a way to bridge the gap. If not, then I think we just have to call a vote. Any other non-structural changes?
Not changes to that, but just a comment on it.
Yes,
A
Mr.
few.
Thompson.
My view is that adding a few words there while keeping everything else that, it doesn't address the volume of the positively framed language and statements that are all pulled from the favorable side of the ledger. I think that doesn't address the fairness issue. That doesn't make it neutral. It's not. As I've said, I strongly supported the public's ability to vote on this project. I was the one who pushed to get the ballot question on this project on the ballot in the first place, but I can't support language this slanted and promotional. I can't.
Ms. Nakis?
Is there a way where we can add
Please.
associated project costs, maybe taking out enhancing city property and fitting in associated project costs like Mr. Wigder's language that he wanted in there? We have the generating estimated rent and revenues, but we can also put something in there about associated project costs.
Can I make a comment?
Mr. Wigder?
Again, the reason why I have concerns about the way that the language is presented is because we're still negotiating a deal, which I said. So if these things were certain or even ascertained at this point, I might feel a little differently. But as I said in the very beginning, we're still negotiating some of these things. Likewise, we've said multiple times that the project costs that for the city property, the city things that we have to do, we haven't ascertained those either. It might not be 200 million. We're going to chop things down. We're going to be more efficient. Maybe we can delay some things. We don't need to do those things. We're not going to upfront all the cost. We're going to, we're going to value engineer it and those things too. So we don't know what the project costs are. We have a guess. And likewise, since we're still negotiating, we don't know what the project revenues are. We could say no less than, maybe it's, you want to say no less than, but again, it's hard to, to Mr. Thompson's point, we don't know what the project costs are. You can't say costs of 200 million. They're not 200 million. We don't know what the costs are. We could say what project revenues of no less than or something like that as outlined in the agreements. But that's my concern, is that we also have a situation here where it's not the normal course of action where we're entitling a piece of land and then we're voting on a development or something like that. This agreement is then subject to a regulatory site plan, a comp plan amendment, and the general things that we always do, the IDAs and all those things. So the agreement is going to have to specify that, not specifically that it's going to be X dollars that we're receiving, or that it's 100,000 feet of office or 100,000 feet of commercial. If the regulatory regime is approved and it's approved as 93,000 feet, then all the calculations are going to have to adjust there. So, complying with all applicable law and the fact that we don't have an agreement there is again, it's not ascertained yet, so I have a very big problem talking about all these things without the fact that we're not talking about the full specifics of a deal. We're talking about very close, but still significant issues there, and it's hard for me to get over that we're still far away from a lot of these critical things, and we're not going to know them for a great period of time. So, in that specific instance, I'm more in line to keep it very neutral, and obviously once, right, the idea is at a certain time prior to January X, whatever that is, the 20th or something like that, we are to have those things, and those things will be published. We anticipate the project costs will be $140 million. We anticipate the project revenues to be $3.2 billion, but maybe we want it a little smaller, $2.8 billion, okay? So I prefer not to put in an amount certain because we don't know them. And
Mr. Wigler?
No, it's okay. Please stop.
I appreciate that. I'll respond this way.
Yeah.
Both, because I think your points are availing, but for what I'm suggesting, we have, by putting in revenues to the city of over $3 billion, we are locking in our partners, potential partners here, to not go below that number. Not that they're looking at it, you're looking to negotiate a better deal.
It's a forward-looking statement. It's not true. It's a forecast.
Sir, please. We've had public comment. We're discussing now. We're not going to have this. If you can't contain yourself, please sit outside. We talk about estimated rent and revenues. It does provide a floor. That's the only thing. The second thing, so that number is a floor. We may negotiate it to get better. I think that gives the general sense of it. The second thing is the agreement with Taro Frisbee will not specify, as you've pointed out, and we're still talking about that, the building plan. So all the costs we have are subject to change. We can't specify a number for that. I think it's, a phrase like, I get what you're saying, but I think it's when we're fighting for every word to explain with much detail, saying, comports with the applicable law, of course it will. Associated costs, yes, there will be costs. I don't know another way to squeeze that all in without sacrificing words that I think are more relevant. And I get it. I get there are concerns. I also don't think it's a terribly wrong thing to talk to people about why we want to pursue this deal. I've had people question, why do you want to do this? And we've talked about, and all five of us from multiple strategic plannings talked about the vision of a transit-oriented community. Five of us at different times voted to move forward on a request for an invitation to bid, to continue the conversation, to extend the continuation of the conversation as recently as September. So I think explaining why we think this is a good idea is not a bad thing. So for those reasons, again, I appreciate what you're saying. What you're suggesting, I think takes out too many words at the risk of things that I think are important. And we may not agree. Again, we may have a 3-2 vote on this. I'm trying to get to 4 or 5, but I don't think that's possible. Mr.
May
Thompson?
I respond to that? A couple things. One is you're saying that there's nothing wrong with telling people why this is a good idea. That's fair, but not as part of the ballot question. There will be plenty of time for campaigning, for messaging, for persuasion. To do it on the ballot question itself, to me, seems it's a problem. And the reason why I know that, the second reason is when the city drafts language for ballot questions, it does so by default in a neutral fashion. You don't have to look any further than the police headquarters bond question, which doesn't include a bunch of the slanted in favor of kind of language. It doesn't talk about, do you want to reduce crime? Do you want to stay safe? We could have said that. It doesn't say that, though. It says, do you want to have the city issue bonds of $175 million to pay for a new police station, period, with other things, too. But that's the point. You can absolutely ask this question in a way that's neutral. The city does it routinely. It can do so here now if we wanted to, and we should want to.
All right, well, I think we've all gone around and stated our position. So we've got an amendment to an amendment that's been seconded. Is there any further discussion on it? Ms. Ackles?
I'd like Mr. Wigner to read his language one more time.
You want me one more time? Shall the city also, okay, we'll leave this stuff on top. Shall the city approve agreements with Boca Raton City Center LLC leasing 7.8 acres of city-owned property east of Northwest 2nd Avenue near Brightline train station with associated project costs and project revenues outlined in the agreements, which creates a mixed-use neighborhood. What do we want to not say that now? Mixed-use. Mixed-use transit-oriented district with residential, commercial, retail, and hotel. Enhances Memorial Park. Rebuilds City Hall. Community center. Police substation. Complies with all law.
Ms. Drucker?
We could put it,
Mr.
if we have
Wiggy,
some space, we could
You said preserve, so you want to change to enhance,
enhance. Enhance is better.
then preserve? Okay.
I don't know.
And, Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yes.
I think you put mixed use and residential, hotel, office, retail. You said mixed use and?
I guess, can we
Do we
use
need both?
parentheses without using a word?
Yeah, I have it as, which creates a mixed-use transit-oriented district, paren, with residential, retail, office, and hotel
Yeah.
uses, close paren, comma, enhances Memorial Park, rebuilds City Hall, Community Center, and Police Substation, and complies with all applicable laws.
How many words is that?
I have 71.
So can we add walkable in front of walkable mixed use
I mean,
and transit oriented? Can you add that in?
I think if we have words, we should definitely add walkable neighborhood, because transit oriented might be vague to people. So we need to put that in there. So if we have the words, we should definitely put which creates, a mixed-use district and a walkable neighborhood, and you could do, transit-oriented community if you want. I mean, we could see what it looks like. Also, what were you going to say? I'm not sure, but I don't disagree with that.
Again, I think I would put a lot more of the words that are here there. I'm more comfortable with this language. I thought we were getting at least a 3-2 on this. We're going in a direction away where I'm not going to be able to support that. So I don't know if we're going to have to come back around.
So we'll keep discussing. Please. I mean, we could still, what I would like to see is his wording up here, so we could kind of see them side by side, and then maybe we can come with more consensus, which is why this would have been really nice, Mr. Thompson, to do at workshop.
I appreciate that, but Mr. Wigner came up with language today. You don't seem to be criticizing him for providing the language.
No, but you started the process of changing the language.
Direct your comments to the chair.
So
Ladies and
it's okay.
gentlemen, enough, please.
So it's okay, and I've also challenged Mr. Wigner on some of the things that he's brought up, but you forced us to workshop it here, so that's why he came up with all his wording, and we all have wording, Ms. Nakas and Mayor Singer. The fact of the matter is, we usually use our workshop to workshop this so that we can all have ample time. So that's why Mr. Wigner came up with his own wording, and I'm not challenging him. It's okay. We're going to land the plane in your terms. Mr. Mayor Singer, can we put the other one up there?
I just forwarded that language to our TV staff, so it's got to travel through the ether.
Kind of want to see it side by side.
We're likely going to have to take another recess at some point so we can start drafting these things. So, but we'll keep trying.
May I make one clarifying question?
Thompson?
Mr. Wigner had taken and pulled from what I was putting together earlier, the line about associated costs, project costs, and I had used the phrase projected revenues, not project revenues.
Projected revenues.
Are we okay with using the phrase projected revenues?
Yeah, projected revenues.
I imagine that was what you had intended,
Project.
but I was hoping to clarify.
Mayor Singer, can I ask
Please,
Mr. Wigner
yeah.
another question? The applicable law, I mean, we're putting a ballot item that's going to be reviewed. I don't think we need, I think it's implicit that we're following the law on the ballot. Like, I don't think we need to put applicable law. That confuses more of the, I don't really know why we need to have that there, because we're putting together a title, we're putting all this information, whichever way we decide to go, like, that complies with applicable law. Well, we would hope our ballot complies with applicable law.
No,
But you
just,
could prove me, I mean, you could disagree with me.
I wanted some way to be able to capture that we're not circumventing any existing regulatory framework, which includes the fact that after the agreement is finalized, but prior to the vote on March 10th, we are intending to go through the regulatory process in that interim. And after that occurs, right, it is also likely that, right, they will not have plans, none of these, right, we're not even at site plan yet. So all of these things, if you start forecasting into the future, we need to do those things. And I guess in my memory is the TCAI, where it was an approval of a ground lease subject to the regulatory regime of, the potential to have the IDAs after. And so, again, I want to reflect that we are not circumventing any regulatory processes. All those things still have to occur. There's going to be comp plan, there's going to be, whatever the amendment downtown, and then there's going to be IDA, all the traditional measures of reviewing every building that we've ever done is still going to exist on the site plan and then on each building. And so I wanted some way to capture that so that the people would know, hey, we're not circumventing all of the regulations that are in place. We're good. Of course we won't. We're going to comply with everything that we always do.
Mr. Wigner, is there another way to say that? I mean, there's probably a lot of different ways, but how about we say consistent with the city's regulatory process?
That's fine.
Because the idea that it complies with all laws, I mean, I think what we do is, I think it should be understood that we're complying with laws, right?
With the regulatory process.
I don't mind that.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think also you should, again, we're going further away, but if you're going to go down this path, which I don't recommend, when you try to use shorter syllable words than longer ones, regulatory process sounds, I'm sure we can figure this out. And by the way, if we're going to keep changing this because this was brought up tonight, we might consider adjourning till the morning. We can do that, sleep on it. I'm a little hesitant as we keep going further and further away from what was simple changes or language that, we had seen, trying to do it now as we get to midnight. There is some timing here to get this to the supervisor elections, but I don't think, if we're now in a different framework here. So I think trying to, as we keep going, because I still, if we're going down this, we've now omitted, there's no recreation, there's no green space. It's not mentioned here. The revenues I still think are relevant, and also the agreements don't have project costs. That's the part of the problem. The agreements don't spell out the cost because that is subject to what we ultimately land on. This framework is creating some discord for me.
Can I ask a point of inquiry? How about that?
Yes.
We still have an agenda, the rest of the agenda to deal with.
Correct.
Is it possible that if we're going to have a are we permitted to continue this meeting tomorrow morning, we adjourn this item, finish everything else on the agenda, adjourn this item until tomorrow morning, and then come back just for this?
So,
I can do that.
One second,
Ms.
just,
Barker?
I just want to take a pause here. We do have the holiday parade tomorrow, and some of us have a Bright Line at 8:40 to Orlando PM that arrives past midnight to be at 7 a.m. meetings on Thursday. So what time are we doing this potential meeting? Because we all have things on the calendar.
I would say adjourn or do in the morning.
I would
Maybe not
say-
first thing at 9, but yes, obviously, we know that there's the city event, we got to conclude by then.
Tomorrow is what day?
And by the way, I'd rather, if we're going to, the other item, I'd rather just adjourn here. I don't want to go start talking about a quasi-judicial matter that's of some import. Unfortunately, I know people are waiting, but like, this is of higher precedence. I don't want to go through the rest of the meeting just to come back to this. Rather than that, I'd say we adjourn and keep working on some language. It's just hard trying to talk this out with, I'd want to be writing in live time, and 5 of us might want to do that. That's what I'm getting at. So it's hard to make the sausage, and it's hard when we're trying to wordsmith. Also, we have 75 words to deal with. That's my concern. So
I agree. I would prefer to come back tomorrow morning, and I'll be here at 6 a.m. if you want. But I'd prefer to noodle this, sit at my desk and just really think about it, and and let's do the right thing.
Ms.
Let's not
Douglas?
What
rush the
time
wrong
can we
thing.
meet in the morning then? I'm okay coming back in the morning, but.
I'll suggest
I have
10
to
a.m.
10 a.m.?
10?
Can't do earlier than that?
9? I wanted to allow people some time for sleep too, but we could do 9.
I could do 9 a.m.
9 is fine. I'm also okay with continuing now. We're here now, and I think we're getting close, as it turns out. I think we can knock it out.
Okay, so let me just give, I don't mind starting at 9, but like if we continue, like there's just has to be now the quality of the life, a balance of like the people here. We have to get places, street closures, like there's things that we are responsible for besides this tomorrow. Like that's just one of those things that we have to get across the federal, there's a lot that has to happen before 4 o'clock for us. If this is gonna, and you're not pushing the quasi to tomorrow too, we could leave here. We have vehicles that we're taking. There's just like a lot of that. I'm kind of nervous we're not going to make it to that holiday thing that we're supposed to all be at.
I appreciate the concern. I'm more confident that we could wordsmith this better, but I think it's hard. We're trying in live time, and we've had like 2 new things introduced. We've had a lot of concepts. I thought the language I had suggested we had closer to consensus on it, and then we veered off. So that's okay. But I don't know if we're circling new consensus. Again, I've got concerns with associated project costs and projected revenues. I think it's much vaguer. The costs are not in the agreement. We have some wording that we could put in the recreational green space. We have mixed-use transit-oriented district with residential, retail, office, hotel uses. I think we're saying the same thing 3 different ways. I don't like transit-oriented district. It's just, this phrasing is confusing. You've got walkable, you've got mixed use, you've got transit-oriented, and you've got 4 different uses. So mixed use is redundant on that. Walkable and transit-oriented. We had struggles with our own former traffic manager for the city when he I think there was a departure in interpretation when we went from TOD to TOC. So if a professional was confused by the terms of art, I think we have putting in transit-oriented district makes it even more confusing to the voters that the 3 words will probably require 12 more to explain. That's my hesitancy. At least we got the first 2 lines set up to 99 years. That's why I think we're getting further away from where we all were. And as of 6 p.m. tonight, no one had raised any concerns. They don't have to. Would have been helpful. We wouldn't be here talking about an adjournment. So The only thing currently on the floor is the amendment to the amendment, to which there can be no third amendment, so we'll have to, massage that at some point. If we're prepared to vote on that, we can. If not, we want more time, I'd say come back at 9. That seemed to be the consensus. We have an agreement on coming back at 9, or we're going to call a vote? Ms. Nackles?
Thank you, Mayor. Sarah. I think we are close. I think, I'll come back at 9. I think we're here, we're here now. If we can work on this for a few more minutes, Mr. Wigder, is there, please, Mr. Wigder, Mayor, may I ask Mr. Wigder if there's,
I think the associated.
Please, hold on, question for Mr. Wigder, I
yeah,
guess.
if there's anything else, I still would like to put revenues in there as well, but, I don't think other people are as comfortable doing that. Walkable mixed-use transit district.
Ms. Nackles, to the contrary, I thought 3 of us were comfortable putting in revenues, and I'm seeing heads nod, so.
Putting the revenue number in there?
Yes, well, I see 3 of us saying yes, so
Can we
we've got
say up
consensus.
to, or of at least, or?
Well, we say of over.
Over.
Over, right,
Right.
So it's in there. You had a question for Mr.
Under-promise,
Wigder,
over-deliver.
though. I jumped in on your question to Mr. Wigder.
No, I just think that he is, he's close to, Mr. Thompson has made, some more remarks. I think we're close to getting it if we do this for a few more minutes. And if at 5 till midnight we're not there, then I think we call it and come back.
All right, so we now, why don't we go clause by clause? We've now established 3 of us are fine with the revenue number, so that's a majority there. Okay.
Can we clarify what the revenue, you're saying $3 billion?
Generating.
The phrase generating, we did have before, generating estimated rent and revenues to the city. Maybe we can put the original language back up, please. Generating estimated rent and revenues to city of over $3 billion. We were going to take out rent and, we could have taken out rent and, but I think it's important because it specifies what they are.
Mayor?
Yes.
In my view, every time we add a point or a statement that is what I would characterize as positive for it, we get further away from it being neutral. One way to avoid that is to not include strictly favorable information, or alternatively, if we have words available, you include the associated downside, which we tried to do when we talked about project costs and projected revenues. Now it seems like we're trying to add some more favorable information, as you see it, as it is seen, on the revenue side, but we're not adding any similar detail on the cost side, whether it's borne by us to do the city facilities or the amount of it. And I think if you want to maintain neutrality on it, you would do either both or you would exclude both.
Would we be able,
Ms. Drucker?
would we be able to incorporate somehow associated project costs? I guess your hesitation, because we don't know the project cost, because of scale.
It's 2 things. One, the scale can change because it's not in the agreement. That's basically it. And therefore, we don't know them. If you want to see the words there, I have this. I don't know where we fit it in, but I have to provide funding for costs for, before the bullets. That's 5 more words, though. But I don't know what we have to take out to get there. But to provide, so it would be generating estimated revenues to city of over $3 billion to provide funding for costs for the rest. Now, we got to give up some other words if we're going to go do that.
Can we give up, please, sir, can you please? We've got about 12 minutes to get this done, or we're going to have to recess. So you're saying after the $3 billion, add what you just said, would we be able to take out enhancing city property, like that whole?
Yeah, how about this?
We take out that whole line?
Maybe providing funding for costs for, so that's 5 words by moving to the infinitive, or off the infinitive, and instead of enhancing city-owned property including, so maybe that gets it. So let me, hold on, let's
Can we
just
fix that?
Let's just read that out. instead of, this is what we have? This was the original language? Mr. Kaler? This is what we had in our, no, this is old.
This is
old.
This is old.
This is old. Could you go back, Mr. Whitson? I know, to the one that had the red line on it. Right. Go back, to, if you would, the one you put up before this that had the red lines on the agreements.
I've asked the staff.
It was the one
there's a way-
Mr. Kaler emailed first before this one. Yep, thank you. By the way, you, do you have access to Word? Could I trouble you to make edits in live time or not? Okay, so you can't, we can't edit here. Well, can we, can you?
Mayor, I'm going to resend to the clerk and to Walter, who's one of the other staff people, and they can edit it in real time.
Okay.
That would be the way to go.
Thank you. Why don't we hold for a moment for that? And everyone think.
In the meantime, may I ask a question?
We were supposed to have thinking time, Mr. Thompson. Go ahead.
I'll do it quietly. Am I to understand we went from working off of Mr. Wigner's proposed language now back to the original? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, the last consensus, it seemed 3 people were working off the original language. Then we went to 2 on the other one. We never landed on that. So I think let's keep working off what was there. I think makes more sense.
We're adding things from Mr. Wigner's.
Ms. Drucker?
Thank you, Mayor Singer. We're adding things from the original language, your language, and Mr. Wigner's language to try to come up with something that we can all agree. We're trying to put in your associated costs that you brought up, and, I mean, what was the other thing that we just said? Yeah,
It was
projected funding.
Providing funding for costs for,
Right.
and I would say in lieu of enhancing city property, including, that's now 4 words, this would be 5, unless we can tighten it up even further.
My question was, a moment ago, we were adding and revising and seemingly finalizing language that was predicated on Mr. Wigner's suggestion. Now we're going back to the original one and wordsmithing a couple of words. That
is not correct.
It seems to be correct.
That is not correct.
Mr. Thompson, no, I'm sorry.
That is not
Procedurally,
correct.
the amendment to the amendment is the only one on the floor. So we'd have to vote this down. You can't have an amendment to an amendment to an amendment under Roberts. So
Then let's
this is
vote it
what was
down.
last here. So, and I don't think there was consensus. Well, I know we started discussing it. That's where I said I think we're going away from the consensus. But are we at a point where we can put back up and edit in live time? Thank you. Yes.
And Mayor Singer,
Can you
point of
please-
clarification.
yes.
The only reason, Mr. Thompson, that I said them to put that up so that we could read it live, what Mr. Wigner had done, so that we could see how we're going to try to combine and try to come up with some, hopefully, language or not.
That wasn't the impression I got. I'm sorry.
There is a motion on the floor that was seconded.
All right. No, the one you had, the one that was just sent, I thought. Can we edit this version right with the red line?
It was sent at 11:49 p.m., 2 minutes ago, to Walter, Mary Siddons, John Wallace, and Mark Whitson.
And if we need to take a recess to go type it over there, we can too. All right, are you looking for direction here now? Can I help you edit? All right. On line 10, could you please take out the words where it says enhancing city property including, and replace that with providing funding for costs for. That's a net gain of 1 word, though. We'll have to steal a word elsewhere or do something else, depending on other changes. Providing funds, that's even shorter, funds for costs for and then if you can delete everything before that's the colon. No, I'm sorry, after 4 and before the colon on line 11, please. We're up a word, but at least we got how do you all feel about the costs there?
Mayor Singer?
Yes.
So, I'm sorry, I thought we had the walkable, transit-oriented community in there. That was in the last version?
Right. Well, I mean, we're going to have to go, we might have to go amend line by line, because I don't know, we're getting consensus on all these things. As I said before, I prefer walkable to transit-oriented. I think transit-oriented is confusing. We had mixed use, we had everything in there, and I think it was too many flavors. Walkable, transit-oriented development, mixed use, and the 4 specified uses. If we want to take out residential, retail, office, and hotel and go back to and commercial, that gives us one more word.
With mixed use.
We could take out the word uses too, although I think it flows a little bit better. It takes, I mean, residential, retail, office, and hotel are kind of like nouns. Residential's, from context, is clear enough.
Boy.
We're one over. We'll count for sure before we finalize, but. You can't use a slash or a hyphen count the same. We could take out, oh, no, I like public.
Like,
The answer, you asked the question, take out Memorial Park area.
No,
Mr.
saying preserving Memorial Park and honoring veterans, not doing the area. Memorial Park is the area, no?
I think Mr. Kaler could talk about it.
Oh, okay,
Council,
maybe, I'm just.
there were some concerns because of the ambiguity of Memorial Park going
Okay,
back to
okay.
how it was defined in 1947.
Okay,
And,
fair
you know,
enough.
and it's not been designated as a specific, like, meets and bounds. So that's why, I think, Mr. Kaler, I think outside council flagged that concern, that area avoided that issue, that it's never been mapped out as you know.
That was the reasoning. Again, there's a need for economy of words, and so.
We could take out rent and revenues, although I do think it makes sense to include that because it's different flavors. It's different revenue streams.
Mayor, can I offer a proposed one-word savings? So under providing funds for costs for, you could replace that with funding associated costs for.
Okay, that funding associated costs.
Yeah.
For, okay. That, I like that. Hold on. Thank you, Mr. Zervis.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor, I think the city support staff was able to edit it in real time on the screen. They were trying to give me the ability to do it. However, there's nothing that precludes city support staff from doing it the way it was working.
Well, I think it looks like we're going to take one more stab at it.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
Funding associated costs for. Did we gain a word? No, we lost, let's see. We gained two, we added two more on line 9. We saved one on line 10 and 11. We saved one on line 12. We should be at 75.
It's only partially funding. It's not fully funding those.
So,
And the answer is no.
all right,
I'm just showing this for illustration purposes.
And the
This
word
shows
count.
75 at the bottom.
Yep.
And I just wanted to confirm my visual count, but I'll go back to.
thank you. Before we vote, everyone will count it one more time, whenever we get there.
See, now we should replay this. Is this what you want the council to look like? You want these people involved.
70. Oops. Oh, wait, does the yes, no count?
No, it does not.
Okay. Just making sure.
And Mayor Singer, one
Please.
point of clarification. With the title, we're keeping preserving, enhancing in there? Yep. I mean, I'm just making sure because that was discussed earlier.
Mayor, I'll get my comment out of the way while everybody's reading.
Sure.
That's okay. I believe this still has all of the same slant and promotion that the original version has. You added a few words, but it didn't change significantly the spin associated with it, so I'm not going to be supporting this. That's based on the integrity of this language itself, not on the idea of whether the residents should be voting on this. Absolutely, the residents should be voting on this. And I would support and I would vote yes on a neutral ballot question. I even proposed and what I think was indisputably neutral question tonight, but that neutral question didn't get consensus, but this doesn't cut it. Respectfully, it doesn't cut it. I'm going to be opposed to this.
Further comments?
Yeah.
Please. Mr. Wigder.
I'm sorry. I'm not there. Stop. No. Sorry. Again, I've been in favor of exploring this possibility, having the merits here, and we're trying to do all these things literally. It is now Wednesday, okay? And we're trying to do all these things. And now, again, we don't have a final agreement. We don't know what the costs are. We're still negotiating the revenues. So when I look at having a more neutral language or the combination that we proposed, et cetera, I'm actually looking at it in a way that if it's more neutral as the negotiations continue prior to the January 20th date or whatever, that they validate what we're doing, as opposed to, in this particular instance, it only shows funding of over $3 billion. It doesn't have the associated costs. We don't know what those things are yet. So again, how could you be saying that you're funding the associated costs if we don't know what they are yet? So again, by keeping it more neutral, I think it validates it more. It has an opportunity, again. I've said, for months and years that I support having a transit-oriented district near the train, and that having a ground lease source of revenue is one way that we can hedge against upcoming property tax relief. So again, planning it right. If we have to have the language tonight, then the suggestion is keep it neutral. If not, I would say let's wait and work out the whole deal. And if we have the whole deal with the whole numbers, then you could put down what the actual numbers are. But until then, it's a no for me.
Mr. Wigger, I understand. You and I think we're seeing the same thing, but a little differently. I have less hesitancy of putting in the $3 billion because I think it creates a floor. So could you tell me why you see it a little differently, please? Because I'm trying to get aligned with you. I think I get it. We're still negotiating, but I feel if we say this now, Tara Frisbee can't go back and say, well, it's less than $3 billion. And by the way, I know you're trying to negotiate. I think we're all trying to find, as we're honing in on a deal, we're all looking for the best deal still. So I don't mind putting in a floor. Is there a hesitancy you have putting that in?
Again, my hesitancy is more that it's not, because we don't have an agreement, putting in a floor, again, if we go through this entire process and the regulatory regime that comes after, and it turns out that maybe we want the office building a little bit smaller, maybe that's right. Those things can still be decided, right? That's the point. We are not pre-approving any regulatory items today, or when the agreement gets signed. All those things still have to happen. So instead of 120,000 feet, it's 100,000 feet. Instead of 760 units, it's 660 units. Instead of $3 billion, it's $2.9 billion, or whatever it is. And the point is, I'm not comfortable putting down a number when I don't know what that number is going to be yet. I'd like to know what the number is, and then I think that, again, and it's tough because I understand what we're trying to do. We're trying to say, okay, well, by the time we get to the finish line next month, that it's going to be this. But, there's no guarantee here. I think the developer needs to move more on certain things. So the point is, I'd be happy for the city to make more revenue early on, maybe gives up some things at the end, to balance the things that we know we need to do right now. But putting in a floor, I don't think limits their negotiation. I think it hampers ours, that we can't adjust this. We don't have a site plan. We don't have the traffic impacts. We don't have those things yet. Even though the course of whatever the traffic impacts are, they'll have to deal with them and pay them, and that's standard regulatory thing. But these, again, we're doing these after the potential MPA, which is not the normal process, and it is one of the challenges of this deal and the time frame and the vote in March. Again, if we could vote at any time we want, we wouldn't be thinking this way about lots of things. But you can't. You can only do it at certain times. And that's why, listen, if we don't think that we're going to have a deal, by January 20th, what's going to happen? Mr. Kaler, what happens if we agree with this language and we don't have a deal on January 20th?
Sure. It might be similar to if you had multiple candidates and, for example, one candidate was removed from the ballot, but the ballot had already been printed. You would put out a public information campaign notice at the polling place that matter would have no effect. So they might still appear on the ballot, but it wouldn't have any effect. Again, the reason for the timing is because the supervisor of elections who controls this process has an administrative cutoff so that she can do all the things that in her staff that they need to do far enough in advance. So that's the reason why it's on tonight, and that's why action has to be taken prior to the supervisor's administrative cutoff. But the council still has the ability to make a decision how it wants to decide on January 20th, but that would be the result to answer your question.
Yeah, and so if the agreement is not signed on January 20th, or if it's not finalized to be voted on March 20th, on March 10th, on January 20th, but the negotiations are determined that we'd like to continue, what would happen? When would the next possible, if the developer was to want to stay and we were to continue negotiations, when would the next election be where this could be on a ballot?
Well, again, this is a public-private partnership, so it certainly depends on the willingness of the partner to remain committed to the discussion. Again, as the system is currently set up throughout Palm Beach County, cities rely upon the Palm Beach County Supervisor of Elections. She's an independent constitutional officer. She has stated that she would conduct the next municipal referendum question would be at the uniform ballot, which would be a year later. The question has come up, well, why couldn't it be in August? Why couldn't it be in November? And those are all valid questions, but the supervisor has advised, at least verbally, that she will not put it on those ballots. You have the special vacancies created by House districts that are sort of unpredictable. You don't know when they're going to occur. But generally, it's the uniform municipal election that occurs in March of every year.
You got it?
Mr. Mayor?
Well, hold on. Mr. Wigner, I think we've been working at this for years. We have considerable public interest here. I'm optimistic that we'll still, I don't want to even start thinking about, a year's delay here, that I think the residents have wanted a vote. I think we need to find language that we can get consensus with, get it there, and the optimism that we can consider a deal. If we don't consider a deal, then the whole thing falls apart. But I don't think it's realistic to expect that we're going to have a back and forth for what could be up to a year on this. So, and I'm still optimistic that we can wordsmith this. If we can't do it now at 12:10, we can come back later this morning. I thought we were getting closer, then we veered off. Now we're trying to get back. What is the, I'm sorry, I'm responding to you. Ms. Nicholas wanted to speak.
I just wanted to make one more suggestion, that we take the 3 billion out, say generating estimated rent, and please stop. Generating estimated rent and revenues to the city and partially funding associated costs for everything that's at the bottom.
Well, then we can take out the word estimated. We don't need it since, it's.
Generating rent and revenues to the city and partially funding associated costs for everything at the bottom.
We actually added, we netted out a few words there too, by the way, if that's where we want to go.
Can I ask
Please.
my colleagues if that seems more neutral?
It seems more neutral to me. I mean, generating rent and revenues, we're going to be doing that to the city. We don't know the cost. And partially funding, we're partially funding some of the cost. And we had taken out enhancing, right, we had taken out costs for enhancing city-owned property. How many words do we have here, Mr. Kohler?
I would want to visually count again, but this quick check shows 72.
So we could add in.
Could you go back, now that you've done this, could you go back to the red line, please, and put back what was just struck?
Enhancing, yeah.
Thank you.
Enhancing city property.
We could say for enhancements including.
That gives us 74.
Yeah.
I could get behind that.
So can I?
We have literally wordsmith from all the feedback.
Mr. Wigder?
I could do it.
May I just suggest this? We say the word partially.
Yeah, I know.
Mr. Wigder, your point was we could scale down the plan accordingly. Maybe partially isn't appropriate yet because we don't know what. It's now assuming the rent and revenues don't cover costs of everything.
Yeah.
If they scale down.
Yeah, I know. It's the other way was better, generating.
I'm sorry, when you say the other way is better?
The original language I was proposing, but yeah.
Could you move the thing there, please? Thanks. Instead of partially funding, how about generating rent and revenues to city to fund associated costs? No, you have it there. You don't need that. It's already there. Just take out and partially funding and then say to fund.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I like "and" better than "to" because it's not only for the future revenue
Okay.
stream is not only for that. It's to include these, but not only for.
Then I think we need "and funding" to follow the parallel structure. Ms. Drucker?
I could get behind it. I think we've taken out most of the things. It's going to be very hard, even if we come back tomorrow at 7 or 8 or 9, to come up with the perfect wording because of the process. But this at least is clear to the voters. We always got to think about the voters that are not sitting in the audience, that haven't sat on the dais, that are just reading this for the first time. And it doesn't have a lot of specifics. I mean, a walkable neighborhood, we've been talking about that for years. And now it has residential, retail, office, and hotel. We're not trying to deceive anyone. It's there. That's what we're trying to do there. Generating rental revenues, we're doing that. To the city, that is correct. What amount? We don't know. I mean, we do. We have projections, and funding associated costs for enhancement. We're going to have to fund some cost in order for us to preserve Memorial Park area, honor our veterans, expand public recreational green spaces, new community center, city hall, and the police substation. That's what we've been discussing for a year.
Mr. Kale, how many words?
My visual count
Right.
and then the digital count both said 73.
Okay.
So that was my visual count and the digital count.
We got two more to play with. We could put the "and" back before, after our area. Or anything else. 2 words? Mr. Wigder?
Well, again, my comments earlier reflected that we're not just doing this. The scope of this project wasn't to create a TOD or something to offset just the public improvements, right? That was like iteration 2 or something like that. In this iteration, we were really, there's a connection to the things, but we were really bifurcating them, saying we're, preserving and enhancing Memorial Park, and there'll be a transit-oriented development. Of course, as they're side by side, and they're happening somewhat simultaneously, it's not because the project's been reduced to that kind of just that east side. Pretty much 70% of the land value is now being retained. Having the project just fund the associated costs for the enhancements is not what's happening. Right? Some of those funds will be dedicated to those things. Like I said, we're going to have some significant financial discussions of where we're shifting things, how we're doing things, the timing of things. But in my opinion, this is not as clear as the other version we were working on. It's just not. It's just got messed up. Yeah.
So Mr. Wigder, just again, if we have to go over a few words, we'll take them out. It seems to me what I heard is you're concerned that this makes it seem like we're doing this to fund associated costs. So that's, I think, a simple fix, which is generating rent revenues to city. And it's like, basically, let me just talk it out. It's funding various things, including enhancements. Maybe it's something like that. Maybe it's not, we don't use associated costs. And funding, and can you move that, Mr. Kaler? Generating rent and revenues to city for general uses and enhancements, including, et cetera. What do you think of that?
Where is that?
He's putting it up right now. And if I think we could probably put city property back in, just given what we just took out. To city property, including is that better?
How many words is that?
On the nose.
Yeah,
We'll check.
I want to visually count, but that digitally shows 75.
Okay. I'll do it.
Mr. Mayor,
Please.
can I ask, Mr. Thompson, does this work any better for you? It's a lot closer to your language that you had, and we took out the floor of the $3 billion and put for general uses.
I wasn't all that concerned about the general use applying towards this project or not. The removal of $3 billion is a step in the right direction, but it doesn't address the rest of the issues that I identified. And so is it slightly more neutral? Perhaps, but it's not neutral. That's where I come down on it.
Mayor Singer?
Please.
I'm ready to amend the motion. Your motion, do we have to amend it to reflect this?
We should, I think we can suspend and just amend the amendment. The amendment, we
Mr.
normally don't
Kohler?
have that, but we're working here in live time. So any other comments before we do that? Because
I can make a comment. I believe that.
No, any other changes? I didn't mean advocacy. Any other changes?
No changes.
All right.
I think this is, like I said earlier, based on what we're going to have to approve or not approve, or whatever happens from here to January 20th, the ballot language has to be sent to the SOE, supervisor of election. We want to make sure it makes it. I do not want to see this prolonged for another year. I think that's not good for the community. It's really not good for everyone involved with this project, whatever side you're on. I think having some final vote will be good for the good of the order of the city, so we could continue to move forward, whichever way that is. So I disagree that this is not neutral. I think is more neutral than we had. We took out estimated, we took out monies, we added specific things about the project. And then we left the things that are supposed to be in the agreement, which are the exact 3 bullets that I think people should know. A lot of people have given information about public recreational, green spaces, honoring our veterans, et cetera, et cetera. So
All right,
I'm
thank
ready to, just tell me what you want me to amend.
All right, thank you. Mr. Soini, a question for, if I may, of staff and maybe Mr. Zervis. General uses, I just want to make sure we're not running into any sort of term of art there. I think it's pretty clear. Like, I want to make sure we didn't get into like a financial term of art there.
No, I don't have any concerns with that.
All right, thank you. All right, I think we got consensus on this, so we'll suspend the rules without objection and entertain an amendment, a further amendment to, if you'd like to make that motion.
I move that we,
How about this? I'm gonna suggest we lay on the table the prior amendments. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now, we'll go this way.
I make a motion that we approve the ballot language shown up here, and that we take the vote. We need a second, I guess. That's the amendment.
Okay, yeah, the amendment, the original, okay, because the original motion had language.
It would be a motion to adopt resolution,
Okay, hold on.
a motion to adopt resolution 180, 2025 as amended.
Right, with the language I read earlier, so let's just.
With the language displayed on the screen,
No,
which
no,
I
no,
could
no,
read out
no,
loud.
the language about the conveyance to the, hold on, what we drafted before. So how about this? I'm going to suggest, since we don't have a second, someone move approval of Resolution 180, 2025, with this language that we've discussed and is now displayed on the board, with direction that staff advise the city clerk to transmit this ballot question to the supervisor of elections as a second question on the March 10, 2026 ballot, following the police department headquarters bond referendum previously approved by Resolution 148, 2025 on September 22nd, 2025.
So moved.
Thank you. Second? All right.
Second.
Any further discussion? I'm prepared to support it as is. I think we really hashed this out. And I think it's hard to get 5 people to, we often agree, it's hard to get 5 people to agree on everything, especially when you got 75 words. You're limited, so I'm prepared to move forward. Any further discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
Just to reiterate that I obviously want the public to be able to vote on this project. I was hoping we could do so and offer them a question that was neutral, purely neutral. I regret that that's not what this is. I appreciate the fact that we worked to try to address some of the issues. We addressed perhaps a couple of them, but in my view, not all of them. And I still am uncomfortable with how slanted and promotional the language remains.
Okay, fine. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I think,
Please.
no, I think, obviously, I appreciate my colleagues working to try to get this significantly more neutral. The concerns I have might be slightly different, as I think I've stated, sufficiently and multiple times, that we still have significant work to do to make sure there's a deal. And obviously, with the developer here and his team here, they know that I have these concerns and that I won't let something get across the finish line if I still have concerns. It includes the language right here. So, again, the neutral language is there because we're not there yet. And it's just, if we're going to get there, we are going to have to work together to see if we can get there to have a deal that's fair for everybody. I think the language is, though, neutral to the point that it reflects exactly what we're intending to do, if we could finalize the deal. So I could support it.
All right, great. And I concur, we have not reached a deal yet. We knew that we had a decision point where we had to be able to time language out because of the requirements of the supervisor of elections, and we're going to still continue to hash out things and let Tara Frisbee think that just because the words over $3 billion aren't there, that we haven't changed any of those dollar expectations. All right. If there's no further discussion, Ms. Siddons, please.
Wachter,
Yes.
Thompson,
No.
Singer,
Yes.
Drucker,
Yes.
Necklace.
Yes.
Motion passes 4 votes to 1.
All right, thank you. Council colleagues, we still have the quasi-judicial hearings on number 11. Is any representative of the applicant still present? I'm sorry, could you raise your, I see. Okay, they are still here. Council colleagues, we could do several things. We could try to continue this matter now. We could adjourn. We could table it to the next meeting. Yeah.
Mayor Singer?
Yes. Ms. Drucker.
Just before we even start, I had a lot of conversations with the city manager, with Mr. Camejo, with Mr. Shad. I had a lot of missing information for me personally on this project that I didn't have. We didn't have the P&Z votes. And I was going to ask for either a deferment to the next meeting. I understand that this project was fast-tracked because of the CIMD ordinance, but I had a lot of questions that I didn't have ready, and I was going to try to get those questions through the process today because I wasn't ready to take a vote because I didn't have all the data till right before we started this meeting, and in between our breaks, I've been asking more questions. I think it would be beneficial for the applicant that we defer to the next meeting so that we have time to review. I also understand from Mr. Shad that it's a very simple amendment or change, to this, but I also want the public to have the opportunity to have their say and not feel like we're rushing things, especially with the pulse of the community. So my vote would be to defer to the December 16th meeting.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Thompson?
I'm prepared to move forward now to say that I feel bad for the folks who waited for 6+ hours to be told that we were going to be postponing. Is a massive understatement. They came here today to get an answer. I think we owe them that. So I'm prepared to move forward now.
Well, Ms. Drucker seemed to raise some substantive concerns, too.
I could go through my list of items, of questions that I had on this project that I'm going to have to.
Yeah.
Can we come back,
Please.
sorry,
Mr. Wigner?
Can we come back tomorrow morning on this?
Later, no.
Huh? Oh, you need more time? Okay.
I'm going to need more time just because I have a lot of questions that I still need answered, and we don't want to rush a quasi-judicial matter based on everything that is happening tomorrow in the city and commitments that we've already made throughout. So
Yeah.
that
All right.
would be my that's what I would want to do, but we could take a vote.
Right.
I'm
Ms.
okay
Necklace.
coming back as well. I feel badly that they waited, but I want to do it right, and if we need more information, we need more information.
Right. So when you say come back, I think we're talking about
It's the
adjourning to
next
the next
meeting.
meeting.
December 16th.
Yes, okay. All right,
And
so,
hopefully, from that time to now, I could have a lot of the questions that I have on this list answered, either from staff that I was piecemealing today, this is what was happening earlier, and from the applicant, which I not heard from.
all right, so we have a motion, I guess, it's a motion to adjourn, to
A motion
adjourn
to
that matter,
defer to
continue that
December-
matter to December
December
16th?
16th.
Second? Any further discussion? Mr. Wigner?
Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Hold
if I
on,
may.
Mr. Burchell, you haven't been recognized, sorry. Mr. Wigner?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Marshall, do you represent the applicant in this matter?
I
I've not-
do, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And it has been a long night, so I do appreciate everyone's fatigue, and I understand why there would be the thought that maybe this should be picked up again tomorrow, whatever. I'm not sure what data is missing, if maybe there's a way to address that quickly. I have no idea what data could be missing. I've read all the staff reports. We've been intimately involved in this for a long time, so I'm not sure what information is missing, and maybe it's a quick, easy answer to Councilmember Drucker's questions.
Ms. Drucker, it doesn't seem that way from your,
I just had a lot of missing information that I didn't get till right before this meeting and in the recess. And I have questions on just a bunch of different things. Mr. Shad was going to be ready, prepared to answer a lot of them, but I don't believe in the best interest of your client that we should be holding a quasi-judicial hearing at this time.
right?
Right. Well, I sadly say that the December 16th date is quite problematic for us, not only for the applicant, but for the investors in the project. It's kind of on a. I don't really believe it's been fast-tracked. The application's been pending for some time, actually, and so this hasn't been anything that's been shoved down the pike. It's been, I believe it's been like 16 months that it's been under review. And so I guess I'm at a loss as to what data is missing, especially after all this time.
Mr. Marshall, I think you've heard, we didn't even open up the public hearing on this, so we gave you the courtesy there.
I was
appreciate
told that
that.
this was fast-tracked. I know that the P&Z meeting happened November 20th. We didn't get the information. It was going to be presented at today's quasi-judicial. There was just a lot of different information that I didn't have, that I don't have, actually, that I haven't, that we're going to present today, the staff is going to present today. So I had questions about P&Z, I had questions about the transit removal for the contributions, There were some areas that said 22 units, other areas that said 222 units in the summary. Just a lot of confusion. So if you want to have the hearing today, you can have the hearing. I'm not ready to have the hearing today.
I mean, look, it is late. I totally appreciate that.
We have not opened.
Mr. Marshall, thank you.
If we could do it tomorrow, we would not object to that.
You can be
If
seated,
you wanted to
Mr.
continue
Marshall,
to
thank
tomorrow
you.
morning.
That's where I stand.
All right, thank you. All right,
Yeah.
we have a motion that's been seconded, and I think there's consensus to, unfortunately, sometimes things get adjourned. I think this may be one of them. Also, there's a technological issue, which I understand if we begin a hearing tomorrow, our AV staff needs to adjourn early because of the parade and of the related events. Is that
Yeah, that's
Mr.
correct, Mayor.
Mr. Saney? Okay. So then we have a timeline crunch then, too. So, all right. On the motion to continue to December 2nd, all those in favor, please say aye. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Excuse me, thank you. That would be a whole 364 days now, yes, December 16.
Aye.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Oh, aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right, the matter's continued. Council members, we have only public requests and introduction of ordinances and then reports. We could either go through those and introduce, or we could adjourn now. What's your pleasure?
Where are we at? Let's see.
We would now be at public requests and then the introduction of ordinance. We could just open up the floor to public request, I think.
Reduce the time.
Anyone? We'll open the floor to public request? Yes, sir?
Jacob Abraham, 540 Northeast Wave Crest Way. My last speech was a bit fiery, and I'd like to offer an olive branch to the members of the council and the mayor in perhaps an effort to restore public trust. I'd like to give you a chance to again call a town hall. I would be glad to work with all of you to organize an event sometime in the next month or so that you can address the citizens in a less stringent forum. I know, Councilwoman Drucker, you have been the victim, especially of the remarks of many members of the community. You've become seasoned at tossing yourself back in your chair and having to chastise people for the way that they treat you, and that's unfair. And I think that the best way that not just you, but everyone on this council can restore public trust is by having a town hall. I think that the amphitheater is an excellent location, and I am begging you to look at the unfounded claims of the community that you all have not done due diligence and served the public interest by seeking their feedback and their questions in a different forum. Plenty of you have shown that you have interest in serving this community. I know that the deputy mayor and Councilman Thomas are running for office. Thompson is running for office. You've done an excellent job raising funds for your campaigns. And this is an opportunity for you to not campaign, but communicate with the citizens of this city. The way that you all have been treated is unfair, but the way that the city has been treated, the residents of the city, has also seemingly been unfair. And I'm asking that any of you, please contact me. I would love to host a town hall with any of you in a public forum. I will share questions in advance. I will work to organize it in a responsible and meaningful way. But the way that this council continues to operate, using the dais as a defensive shield against public comment, has grown inappropriate and unfair. And I don't want to continue this much longer. I have 45 seconds. But at the end of the day, we're playing a metaphorical Monopoly game, and the project that you just put on the ballot, thankfully, sounds like you're letting people put houses and hotels on a board regardless of whose turn it is and who has the dice. And by creating a distinctly different mechanism for public discourse, I think you offer the community an opportunity to hear you and serve their interests. Restore public trust with a community town hall. I would be glad to serve as an MC of that event and work with you to help restore public trust. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Mr. Magis, name and address, please.
Joe Magis. Is it on? Joe Magis, 254 Northeast 5th Street. Mr. Thompson, thank you for bringing that to everyone's attention. I think it was a very worthwhile discussion, and I'm saddened to hear that we won't have the neutral language that you proposed. Mr. Wigger, thank you for bringing forward your proposed measure, although that was not passed. That was pretty impressive, Mr. Mayor. You didn't give it up. You fought till the end. And I think it shows something that's pretty interesting. You don't give it up. Even when everybody here wanted you to. Even when everybody said, enough's enough, let's table this, let's vote on what Mr. Thompson said or what Mr. Wigder said. It wasn't enough. And there's this ordinance that has been proposed now that calls for a limitation on disposition of public land. And it requires 2 duly noticed public hearings, written findings, and those findings have to show that it serves a public purpose. But it still doesn't get to the crux of the issue, which is a vote of the residents. And so I really don't have too much to say other than that you just proved your own point as to why that ordinance is insufficient, and you still need a vote of the residents, regardless of what you guys choose to do. Thank you.
Mr. Majors, I just want to respond to that. As I mentioned yesterday, in light of the court's opinion, which is still the opinion, the court's holding was that a resident vote on matters like this was what ran afoul of the state constitution and the home rule powers. So, excuse me, it's not a colloquy. So that is the conundrum. That's what I said yesterday. Ms. Paschke.
Oh, sorry, it's so late. Pam Paschke, 341 Southwest 2nd Street. At yesterday's workshop meeting, when asked for his report, the city attorney said he had no report, despite the outcome of a lawsuit filed against the city that occurred last week. Only upon a request from a city council member did the city attorney report on the case. I am sure the city attorney advised the members of the outcome and who decided there should be no city attorney report to the people. I was previously disturbed by what appeared in the Sun Sentinel regarding the case of Ned Kimelman versus City of Boca Raton and Palm Beach County Supervisor of Elections Office. Mr. Kimelman is not just a resident of Boca Raton, he is an attorney who says he is now retired. After the trial, the Sun Sentinel quotes him as saying, "I am more proud of this than anything I have ever done." All I can say is the man must have a sad life. For the final order, which I found online today, apparently there's 2 things, but it said, the judge said that to meet the city charter requirements was brought up in court as the, quote, first and foremost, quote, an undisputed reason to quash the January vote. The court said the city didn't have the power to require a referendum to change the city charter, but rather amendment could be by voter initiative or ordinance of the governing body. The entire argument in granting the injunction to not have it on the ballot seemed to be predicated on the city charter. Perhaps I don't understand what a workshop meeting is, but perhaps discussion of that problem would have been useful yesterday. And yesterday, I also noticed that certain members of the city council chose to denigrate the residents of the city by expressing fatigue with listening to city residents, quote, candidates for city office continue to come here and share misinformation. And another member said, all these lies that have been said by Mr. Perlman just to promote himself. Well, excuse me, I think we're all in debt for Mr. Perlman for starting the drive to save Memorial Park. And personally, I do not think that members of the city council should call out individuals as liars. Mr. Perlman did not claim the city brought the lawsuit, as a council member insinuated he did. He specifically said the city was the defendant. Some of the statements you take offense to are your misunderstanding. For elected representatives of the people of Boca Raton to brand a specific person as a liar is inappropriate. You should be leading by example. Pointing out specific misstatements is far better than name-calling or expressing fatigue with members who choose to speak. Thank you.
Mr. Perlman.
John Perlman, 498 Northeast 8th Street. Mr. Singer, I think today, after what happened just now, I think it leaves everybody without a doubt that you are selling this project to the citizens as a salesman for Terra Frisbee. The council was moving thanks to Mr. Thompson, in towards neutral ballot language. Mr. Wigder was also supporting that language. They had it up on the screen. Ms. Naklis was reading it and ready to move forward with it, the new language, the one that was up there, not yours, not the sales pitch that you developed with, I guess the help of Mr. Kaler or whoever else. I mean, it originated from you, and I think Mr. Thompson also said that it was worked on also with Terra Frisbee, that language. So it was clearly a sales pitch. The council was about to adopt the neutral language. Ms. Naklis was reading the neutral language, and was about to approve it. It would have been 3-2, and you somehow finagled a way out of it. You had Mr. Kaler remove it from the screen. You got up yours again up there, and then you somehow corralled the group to back it. So, presenting this ballot language is a disservice to the citizens. And I think what you did tonight as it was moving in the direction of where the council wanted it to go, and then swiping it off the screen, and then putting yours back up and somehow getting it approved. I mean, I think it leaves everybody without a doubt that you're representing the developers. You're a salesman for the developers, and that's not what a mayor should be doing. A mayor should be putting forth a ballot question to the people that's neutral and fair, and that's not what you did tonight, and you worked against doing that. And that's a sad thing to see a mayor of the great city of Boca Raton, where, I mean, a city that people admire throughout the country, to have a mayor doing this is really horrible. And the last thing I'll say is, given that what happened tonight, the appraisal, which is the essential element of determining the fair market value of the property, the essential element to the foundation of the deal, and which determines all of the lease payments that the developer will pay. That was put on the website tonight of Walter Duke. I wouldn't be surprised if Walter Duke did the appraisal for Terra Frisbee. So tonight, and based on what's happened, I'm requesting that Walter Duke submit a letter to the city saying that they did not conduct any appraisal or work for appraisals for Terra Frisbee. Thank you.
Any further comments? Public request.
How you doing? Christopher Ferrer, 1365 Northwest 4th Street. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I was watching you guys go through the wording of that ballot measure, or whatever you want to call it. And it's very clear that you're trying to combine two different questions into one question. And that's what we've been here for hours going back and forth. It's very, and the other thing that's very disturbing is you have one Boca Center. And the reality is that's Terra Frisbee. That in itself is deceiving. We should include their names right in parentheses next to it. And I feel like you're trying to combine the Memorial Park part of the question with the development, because people would vote separately on those two issues. So, I wish I had better remarks prepared, but honestly, it seems like very unethical what I see going on before me. Thank you.
Any further public requests? Last call. We'll close the time for public requests. Just on those last couple of comments. Everyone saw what happened in live time. I don't need to recharacterize it the way others have. Mr. Kaler, could you just highlight that the legal name for Boca Raton City Center LLC, that is the entity? Excuse me, sir. Sir, you've spoken, please. Could you confirm that, why we chose the legal name there? Sir, I'm going to ask you to leave if you can't remain quiet. Others want to hear too.
Correct. That is the legal name of the entity that has been organized as the Terra Frisbee group have organized to perform this project for the city.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Swaney, I think someone can answer this. I think it was raised yesterday whether Walter Duke was doing an appraisal for Terra Frisbee. My understanding is that they were not. I don't know if we can answer that today.
Mr. Mayor, I can't answer that.
Okay. We'll find that out, but that's my understanding that they were not. So that or can we answer how that we chose Walter Duke as independent of recommendations from anyone, how we chose them?
I think, Mr. Zervis, can you comment on our...
Or maybe Mr. Lukasik can?
Yeah, I
go
will
ahead.
double check on that for you, Mayor. Certainly, it wasn't a recommendation from Terra Frisbee.
It was not.
It was not.
Thank you.
We selected them independently. I'll confirm that they've not done any work for Terra Frisbee.
Very well, thank you. All right, thank you. That concludes public requests. We'll turn to introduction of ordinances. Ms. Siddons, please. Would you read the title of Ordinance 5761?
Ordinance number 5761, an ordinance of the City of Boca Raton amending Chapter 28, zoning, Article 1, Section 28-7, reasonable accommodation procedures of the Code of Ordinances to update the procedures for review and consideration of reasonable accommodation requests by individuals with disabilities and qualifying operators of certified recovery residences to ensure consistency with state and federal law, providing for severability, providing for appealer, providing for codification, providing an effective date.
Thank you. Who would like to introduce this ordinance?
Mr. Mayor, I'll introduce ordinance 5761.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is City Manager reports and recommendations.
Mr. Mayor, I have no report.
Thank you. City Attorney reports.
Mr. Mayor, in council, I would just request under Florida Statutes 286-0118, I would request authorization for the council to allow for the scheduling of executive sessions and follow-up executive sessions as appropriate should they be needed, in order to receive advice concerning the pending litigation in the case styled Ned Kimmelman, plaintiff v. City of Boca Raton, Florida, Wendy Link, as the Palm Beach County Supervisor of Elections, case number 50-2025 CA01136, referred to as the Kimmelman lawsuit. No additional authorization is being sought, and if needed, we would then coordinate the scheduling of any executive sessions and provide council and the public with appropriate notice consistent with applicable legal requirements. So I'd ask for a motion authorizing that, to have that authority.
In light of the pending motions and activity that's taken place in the last week, so moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any no? So 5 yes. All right. Further
That concludes my
reports. Council members, anyone got a report this morning?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to say
Please.
something.
Yes.
Just, I know it's been a long night, I'll take 1 minute, but I want to thank everyone who was involved in this process and this discussion tonight. I want to thank the city staff for all the work. I want to thank Mr. Zervis and PFM for the countless hours, and Mr. Lukasik, from designing to redesigning to rethinking and listening to all the voices that have weighed in on this project. And I want to thank my colleagues tonight for the very collaborative discussion that we had and sticking in there to get to the neutral language that we got to. And I really want to thank all of you. I've said since the beginning that we need to respect the process that's in place in our city that resulted in council votes, community input, a petition drive, numerous modifications and revisions, and ultimately this project will be put to the vote in March and decided on by the people of our city of Boca Raton. And come March 10th, this issue of the proposed redevelopment and Memorial Park upgrades will be decided. We've heard from numerous people over the past year reasons that they oppose the present project, and likewise we've heard from many people who are in favor of the project. Irrespective of which side prevails, there was a lot of work done, and there was a significant impact on the final proposal, which made it a much better proposal, I think. And as Mr. Wigger pointed out, we are still working on it, and we still have work to do, and we will do that. I just hope that over the next few months we can have honest discourse among these important issues. We are better as a city and as people and as neighbors and as a community than some of the behavior that we've shown. And I think we can be more respectful, we can disagree better, hopefully we get to agreements better, and I look forward to the next few months. And Mr. Abraham, I just also wanted to say that all of us do, this is where we get to talk and basically is our town hall. And everybody's always invited to come, and every single one of us up here are always out in the city. We're always interacting, and everyone can always reach out to us. And please, it's 1 a.m. right now. We're all tired. We're all still here doing the work that we need to do. But if anyone would like to speak to me or anyone on the council, please call or email us, and we'll get back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Thompson?
Could you fire up the other presentation I have? I'm, of course, joking. I don't have any such presentation. Just want to make sure we all keep our sense of humor.
All right,
That concludes my report. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Any other reports? Council colleagues, I'll just raise this. I did share with everyone that ordinance concerning I don't expect us to discuss it tonight, but I would be prepared to have it introduced next time for discussion because it does take 2 hearings. The ordinance on the ordinance that would provide a more thorough process for any sale or lease of land of more than half an acre. I'd heard secondhand a concern that that ordinance did not include a provision that if we ever sell or lease land, that we place a sign on the property the way we would with the rezoning. I think that's a good, helpful suggestion, and I'll get with the city attorney before it's introduced to just add language like that. But I wanted to tip that off. If you have other thoughts, we can bring it up. Otherwise, we will see you later today at the parade. And anyone watching now, thank you for being part of our city. We hope you enjoy our parade and hope you find more times to come together as we try to find the common good for the city of Boca Raton. With nothing further, we are adjourned on December 3rd at 1 a.m.